huge good morning to you. Welcome everyone to the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, and welcome to the Forest Rally Stage start. We are ahead of a brand new day here at Goodwood. It's going to be beautiful as well. The forecast is looking stunning for a great day of rallying ahead, and we've got some perfect cars lined up to tackle a pretty complex stage that the drivers will be heading through very shortly. We love this stage. It was designed by Hannu Mikkola back in the day, the late great, and I have to say he did come up with a really challenging test because you've got some flat out sections in here. You've also got some technicality and of course some legendary jumps along the way. So every section of rallying is covered within a short blast through this one. But it can catch drivers out, we've certainly seen that, but it also does provide some great fast action, which we saw yesterday. Lots of commitment from the crews. I'm Bex Williams. Alongside me throughout the next few days are my encyclopedic knowledge Bibles. Tony Jardine, Zav McCartan, they are here with me. They've enjoyed Goodwood for many, many years. They enjoyed yesterday. Chaps, welcome back to the coverage. What are we looking forward to today then? Do you have a good night's sleep, Tony?
I did.
Good.
I had a great night's sleep, thank you very much indeed. All the windows were open, no covers on the bed. I suppose everyone's doing the same thing, and refreshed, ready to go. I'm looking forward to the possibility of a Dakar car in the form of the Ford Raptor. I'm looking forward to WRC cars if possible, and I'm looking forward to seeing my second favourite next to your number one favourite, which is the Alpine. I want to see the 037 Lancia.
Yeah, of course. Zav, it was a great day yesterday, wasn't it? As I mentioned, we saw some action, but we also saw some beautiful sections of pace from the drivers out there, especially in the shootout yesterday.
Yeah, the shootout was a sight to behold yesterday. It started off a lot more intense than we're normally used to. We had 4 or 5 drivers all within 2 or 3 seconds of one another. That takes place, if you're listening, sort of mid-afternoon, and it is always a highlight of each day. Of course, the cumulative times and shootouts lead to the winner being presented with a trophy on Sunday down in front of Goodwood House. But as you say, Bex, sometimes I have to pinch myself to actually believe people bring such rare and valuable cars on stage for us. We are so spoiled. We
are very spoiled. When we came in this morning, it was early doors, it was barely anyone around the service area here, and you just get to be able to walk around and see the full lineup of cars just sleeping, waiting to be woken by the drivers this morning. And we do have a wonderful array of rally cars, right from the birth of stage rallying up to contemporary modern day rally cars. We've got all bases covered for you today, and we do have a car on the start line, Zav.
We do. It's the AMX AMC of Jim Valentine. Tony and I bumped into Jim yesterday. He revealed the fact that ongoing repairs all the time, but you wait to see this on the stage.
He kicked us off yesterday, didn't he? He was first car out. Yesterday's first car out today. He's obviously he's a morning person.
Yeah, he gets down there very early. That's why you see he's got his sun chairs out and he's put his blankets over them down on the in the service area there. He's making sure no one nicks his space. He was there at 5 a.m.
Do you know what? I tell you what was nice. I walked through the caravan site this morning to come into commentary, and just seeing kind of the remnants of the night before, let's say, on the tables outside of the caravans, a few bottles of beer. Everyone's having a good time in the evening once the day is done. But everyone was sleeping soundly when I was making my way in this morning.
The best bit for me is on Saturday, when the guests and drivers here obviously go to the ball down at Goodwood House on Saturday evening. So it's a nearly untimed finish, but then you begin to see the people that aren't going to the ball. The party starts 6:30, 7 o'clock, campsite, music, beers, barbecues. Up here on Saturday evening from 6 o'clock onwards, it's going to be packed,
I'm sure. Well, we are about to get things underway on Friday for you here at the Forest Rally Stage. Shouldn't be too long before we're in action. And like Tony said, he knows what he's hoping to see. I just want to see some really nice pieces of action out there today, because we've got so many incredible cars lining the service areas here. And we were lucky enough to see most of them out there yesterday. We didn't see all. Some, unfortunately, were recovered, brought back to base. Hopefully, we're going to see some fixes done overnight and some of those cars back out with us again today. But we do have a wide spectrum here this year, Tony, as in every year, but it just seems to keep getting better year on year.
Yeah, the quality of entry is incredible. Goodwood Festival of Speed, not just demanding of that, but because of the reputation of the event. And, you know, looking at a Mitsubishi now Evo 6 making its way up to the line, that's the sort of World Championship winning car that you can see. But right the way through from a 60s Mini, where a lot of it all started, because rallying was about regularities up until 1959 and 1960, and it was only in the early 60s that they started to go into the forests. You're looking at a VW Golf as well, as we're talking about the variety, and then all the way through to the latest WRC cars. And that is great. So covering all those eras and the history of rallying is here and laid out before us. And most of the drivers and the owners, they're incredible aficionados. And we were telling stories yesterday of the hardships of some of these teams trying to keep these cars going. They can't find the parts for them. They're having to get blueprints themselves, make them themselves. The Kedwoods in particular, who are running, you know, the Peugeot 205 T16 and the 037 Lancia. They have been waiting years for various parts, but they keep going and they keep going. And I think you liked that quote from Lee, didn't you?
Yeah, every Saturday. You know, what's it take to get these cars going every Saturday? Now, the marshals are out on the stages. Do you know what, guys? It takes a lot of people to make this stage run. About 120 marshals for this stage to run. You've got 96 within the stage itself, as well as the timing marshals as well. They're all out there for everybody's safety and to make sure everything is running to time. And some of them were tested yesterday with the amount of recovery that we had going on out there, but they're out there in the baking heat. So big shout out to everybody who's working on the event, making sure it's all running safely and keeping everybody safe who's spectating in the forest today. We hope you all have a great day, and a huge shout out to the marshal yesterday who pulled out the melted twirl bar from her bag and decided that was a bad idea and put it straight back in. I hope all your future twirls are refrigerated.
I'd forgotten about that, actually. It was really funny to see. It was like, it just came apart in her hands, and it was like, oh, that was a bad move.
Yeah, it's a bad move. She just put it straight back in the bag. But this is it. I mean, we had really high temperatures here yesterday. Lots of water on offer for everybody. Obviously, keeping hydration, making sure you're using sun cream was high priority yesterday, but hydration a big factor. But the temperature's already high, and we're just past 9 o'clock in the morning.
Good to see the Volkswagen Golf there, Chris Hellings. That was recovered off the stage yesterday, so obviously that's repaired and ready to go, as is Steve Gallagher's Mark II Escort behind it. That's an ex-Colin McRae car, and talking to Ian Gwynn at BGM Sport was telling me that it broke an output flange, which they've managed to repair yesterday. So great evidence of cars quickly repaired and back in action that we're going to enjoy today.
Yeah, we can already see some spectators up here this morning. Welcome along if you are here around and about up at the Forest Rally Stage, or if you are watching wherever you are, at home, or whether you're sneaky watching from work right now, well done you. This is the place to be today to see all of the rally action out there, and it is never too early in the day for an ice cream. Well done, that man.
Ice cream. Okay.
Hey. Let's not. If someone came in here now and said, "You want an ice cream?" I would say yes.
Yeah.
Well, it beats yesterday's record of ice cream at 9:30. It's now 9 o'clock. So I wonder what we'll get tomorrow. 8 o'clock in the morning, first ice cream scene.
Yeah.
So the stage is just getting its last-minute checks by the officials to make sure everything is shipshape and ready to go for our crews and, of course, the cars. And as soon as it is ready to go, we will have action for you. What was the highlight then, guys, would you say, of yesterday? Zav, for you, what was your highlight?
The highlight for me every day, and it wouldn't matter what car it is the fact that I can open our commentary box door and listen to them off the line.
Do you know what? It was one of my favourite moments yesterday was Zav's absolute excitement at the sound.
I was so disappointed that the Hilux took an extra minute and a half to get going. But from us in the start line, we were directly above it in the commentary box, and to hear those cars, you know, BDA, V8, V6, just to hear them off the line is unreal.
It is unreal.
So yeah, it's spoiled. We're spoiled.
What about you, Tony Jardine? What about your highlight of yesterday? Obviously working with Zav and myself, it goes without saying.
It goes without saying. You know, this is the big team. This is the big three rallying all up here together. It's marvellous the way we all come together and gel so well. I love it. But Ollie Solberg, I thought he was absolutely great. And the reason I say that is because this is seeing the WRC1 cars. That's the last time we're going to see them here at Goodwood, because, well, for the last time this season, 2026, and then into 2027, the regulations change, as you know, well, Bex, because you're off to Estonia on Wednesday for the next round of the World Rally Championship. So for me, that's an absolute treat to see these cars close up. And I think for everyone that's up here as well, I do get to touch history because I go into historic rallying. I am historic myself, as we know, my car, the driver. Seeing the modern stuff and getting to see it close up and talking to drivers is just a thrill.
Yeah. For me, the highlight yesterday was the shootout, watching everybody absolutely go for it. So let's take a look at some of the highlights of the shootout yesterday. And there we go. The shootout, of course, will be back on this afternoon at 3:30. But it was an epic build-up to the shootout, with all the drivers really starting to push the limits to see how quickly they could go on the Forest Rally Stage. And then as soon as it was up and running, it was just ferocious pace we saw out there. It was very, very exciting to see. We are almost ready to go, gentlemen. Almost. We've got Tony and Zav on the edge of their seats right now. They're chomping at the bit for the action to get underway. So let's move our opening car into position.
Jim Valentine in the AMC MX, and as we said before, Jim is no stranger to Goodwood, having been here in the past in various vintage cars, as you would describe them. Two-stroke Saab being one of them. He had appeared here in a red one, and then it was a green one. Steve Ward in his Alpine A110 is now on the start ramp. So he will follow Jim Valentine into the 1.9 miles of the chalk-based Forest Rally Stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And on average, somewhere between 80-90 runs in the morning and the same in the afternoon. And by the time we get to Sunday, we've probably covered the distance of maybe 2 World Championship rallies, which, when you think about it, is quite staggering.
well, some distance that Jim Valentine did, 2025 in the Peking to Paris Motor Challenge, driving halfway around the world, and you can see that as he goes off the line. 5.7 litre V8 engine, built for long endurance rallies, and that's the longest endurance rally on the calendar. It only happens every 3 years. Jim wants to try and do it again, and he got this big American car home right through the deserts of China, Mongolia, then across Uzbekistan, across the Caspian Sea, well, went on a ferry of course, and then up through Azerbaijan, through Turkey, Eastern Europe. It's one heck of a rally, and that's one heck of a car, and that is Bex's favourite. And Steve Ward, who's sitting in the driving seat, was with us here yesterday. Bex telling us all about that car. There he is. Is he going solo? At the moment it looks like it.
Yeah, it seems like. It is such a beautiful car. He told us about, you know, the fact that he has been able to update it, to strengthen the car. And obviously it's a quite a... Let's just hear it off the line. It's a small car for him to get into. And what did he... How tall did he say he was? 6'2"?
6'2", yeah.
He does a lot of yoga. to keep himself flexible to be able to get into the car, but he said he'd lowered the floor a little bit. They've changed the dimension a little for him to be able to manipulate himself into the car. But the Alpine, for me, the A110, you know, you look at the beautiful history of the car, and it was such a shame because Alpine had done, I think, a wealth of wonders with this. It had great finishes, you know, winning WRC events, the Alpine.
They were the dominant factor.
They were.
In the early days, and they won the Manufacturers' Cup. This is before the World Rally Championship came in, and then there was the Drivers' Cup. And you look at the rallies they won, and in fact Steve Ward's car that you'll see going round won the 1971 WRC
Rally Portugal.
WRC, the Rally of Portugal.
Yeah, TAP Rally Portugal.
It's amazing, and it's won some of the big rough rallies. And we're seeing down at Delta now, there's the big hairpin. Well, it's a donut area, and you're going to see variations on lines around the donut area today.
You really are.
Some will treat it as 2 hairpins, other people will pull on the handbrake, spin it round, and that's going to be quite crucial when we see them in the shootout, and that you can lose a lot of time down there. It's very, very slippery indeed. So that is the Lancia Fulvia, the 1.3S, Steve and Tony Graham.
And Lancia being obviously one of the manufacturers that Alpine beat in the first ever, the inaugural World Rally Championship, when they won the manufacturers in 1973.
Yeah.
The powerhouse of Lancia beaten by Alpine.
Yeah. And when I look at this car, the Fulvia, it automatically makes me think of Sandro Minari and the great Lancia driver himself, the man who helped to produce and develop the Lancia Stratos, but he had Monte Carlo rally wins in that car. When it snowed, the front wheel drive and the visibility from that car really told so well. So Steve not bothering to do the donut, that don't blame him at all. He's just taking it as a hairpin and off it goes. Just look at the shape of that. What a wonderful, wonderful car. Lightweight, engine over the rear wheels. And I hate to think how much money Steve has spent on that car, from the bodywork to the gearbox to the engines.
Well, he already said yesterday, don't tell my wife, didn't he? It's something he was talking about.
He said, I'll have to buy her another new dress, but there you are. So George Lepley with Katie Brooks there avoids it all together down at the donut and just takes a 90 left. That's great history, isn't it? Just there. That Ford Escort Reserve, and if you think about Malcolm Wilson.
Yeah, and this is a car appeared here for the first time last year. It's the next Malcolm Wilson car. Driving that is Gareth Kirkham, Neil Kirkham alongside, as we just cut back to the Flying jump. Steve Ward over nice and gently in the Alpine.
He talked yesterday about the fact that obviously with this car in particular there is a good bit of caution in the drive because he does not want to have a problem, but we do see the Peugeot catching it right now. And
the Peugeot has some interesting history. First appeared in 1987, late 86, 87, 47 and has been driven by the likes of Per Eklund, Terry Cabey, Malcolm Wilson, and even Callie Grundle have driven that car in times past. So a great example of the checkered history of some of the cars that are here at Goodwood.
Lancia Italia and Tony, Steve go all over Europe with this car, Tour de Course, the historic Monte Carlo Rally, where they've had some great finishes, and they can tell you some great stories of being stuck in the mountains in the snow, which of course can happen within minutes, can't
Absolutely.
it? Up in the Maritime Alps, down it comes. Where did that come from? Suddenly you're on the wrong tyres. Lancia again, Lancia Delta Integrale, and that's Rob Whitehouse there at the wheel. We've been talking to Rob on and off. He's a stalwart of Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage, a New Zealander, works in the film industry. Has had some fantastic cars. He's a big Lancia fan, Lancia 037 as well. Well done, Gareth. Going round the donut down there in this lovely Escort Mark 1. Just evocative of an era of cars. When you think of the early days of Roger Clark and the first Mark 1 Escort coming out and starting to win, you think, oh, blimey, after the Lotus Cortina, what would come next? And along came the Escort, and very soon it was into competition and starting to win. So Malcolm Wilson carrying on that winning tradition in the Ford Escort, and Ford Escorts, whether they're Mark 1s or Mark 2s, proliferate throughout club rallying, national rallying and international rallying. So great mark, the Ford Escort.
On the start ramp is the Belga Porsche 911, and this morning's first run has Johan Frankrix behind the wheel. We watched his son Maxime yesterday really chuck this all around the rally stage, very spectacular, so I think we'll be in for more of the same. Adrian Kermode there in another Porsche.
That's the first time we've seen him. We didn't see him out yesterday, I don't believe, but a great rally driver. Cool's the Porsche dealer in Liverpool. He's based in the Isle of Man. He flies backwards and forwards. He has a fantastic rally Mini Cooper S. He's won a lot of historic rallies recently in his Mini Cooper S, and he uses the Porsche, which you see there in the Rothmans colours. He uses that for a lot of demonstration events around the world. Very hard-working man, has to find time for his rallying, but he absolutely loves his rallying, as does Rob.
And of course, Adrian Kermode in the Corkle side of man. Of course, Ian Corkle himself was a pretty handy Manx rally driver in the past. Could quite easily fling his Escort around the challenges of the Manx tarmac, as the big Audi quad released start line with Marcel Pronk and Johan Koch in the car. But that Porsche, Tony, evoking memories of Bernard Begwin and Billy Coleman and the late Henry Toygan, for example, whenever they were all run out of Banbury in the Dave Richards Autosport team.
Saeed Al-Hajri.
Or Sid, as he's known in Ireland, Sid.
No, those colours are absolutely wonderful, and Matt Edwards has helped Adrian set up the car after they met at a Rewind launch in January. Off he went, and that's what Matt Edwards, 3 times British rally champion, will see him hopefully today out in the Ford Escort alongside Tom Cave. That's what he does, help him set up the cars, train drivers, run teams. Incredibly busy man indeed. Rob Whitehouse here in the car, which is a Group A Delta Integrale. I think there was certainly a few sighs from people like me after the demise of Group B, and in came the Group A cars, which were nothing like the Group B cars at all. But then we got used to the formula, and Mickey Biazza won 2 titles, World Championship titles in cars just like that. There's the MG badge. This is the MG Metro 6R4, going back to that era of Group B supercars. And part of that Group B era all started by Audi, and they started that four-wheel drive turbocharged revolution.
Oh, nice. He's going for the donut here.
Yeah, very nice. Marcel van Vliet in the Audi Quattro. That's the coupe. That's the Dakar version. You can see the height and roof, and especially under the floor there, all the fuel tanks were built into there, and everything imaginable for taking the car across the desert. The long telescopic struts, the strengthened suspension, the strengthened drive shafts, the beefier differential, and Metro 604. This is the first time we've seen this car.
Yeah, this is Rob Gibson. Rob in the ex-Will Gollop Metro 604. One of 3 rallycross cars that we have here over the course of this weekend. The other's been driven by Hal Ridge and Mark Watson. Mark running an ex-Citroen Competitions Citroen Zara.
Oh, nice little jump there from the Dakar. We saw some good air over the jump yesterday from quite a few drivers, didn't we? Some of them were really going for it. Some attempted to take out our camera at the side of the jump. They were unsuccessful.
But it was a close call several times, I have to be honest.
It was. This is true, Zav.
But yeah, Rob, we're just going to go back and look at... Oh, back to your right. A lot of air there.
Yeah, it was a really good jump.
But Rob Gibson in the Metro 604. Of course, Rob and Shirley Gibson synonymous with British Rallycross and recently Red Bull Rallycross, in which has seen a huge revival. Back now with Chris Hennings in the Volkswagen Golf, the Group 2 car. Also driven in the past by Per Eklund. But we, as I say, have 3 rallycross cars, and of course
22.
They can only be used by the driver, as the cars weren't homologated with a passenger seat, and they are a recent addition to cars competing here on the rally stage at the Forest Rally Stage. Back now with Rob. Rob had been rallycrossing for many years, previously in a Porsche. Took part in the recent Lytton Hill Rallycross Festival of Legends. Rob and Shirley based in Cheshire.
It does look great, that car, doesn't it? We talked about yesterday the anger of the way these cars look, the dimensions, and it certainly does look that way. Let's take a look then at our next car on the line. We've talked about Colin McRae and the cars that we're seeing here this weekend, Tony, representing some great eras in Colin's career, and also, of course, we're celebrating Richard Burns, because it was 25 years since Richard Burns won his World Rally Championship title, and again, you know, celebrating that. And I think everybody has such great memories of Richard Burns, Colin McRae, the great rivalry they had, but the great sportsmanship as well.
The rivalries is a theme of Goodwood Festival Speed this year in 2026, and that is one that was right up there. Burns versus McRae, and the way they used to take the mickey out of each other and used to challenge each other, and that was off the stage, on the stage, but 2 world champions, 2 British world champions, one from England, one from Scotland, and it's great to see their cars here. And we'll see Tom Williams with the name of his godfather Richard Burns on the car, and Robert Reed, his co-driver, when they won that world title. Here's the Fiat 131 Mirafiori, an original John Bloxham car. That's Neil Yates behind the wheel, and this was a car that won the Motoring News Rally Championship. That's road rallying. In fact, he won the Triple Crown, John Bloxham, and even down the side of the car you can see his Fiat dealership name on the side, and his son now is still rallying in regularity, road rallying, and doing an extremely good job.
Callum McLeod in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2.
Some piercing eyes staring at us then, wasn't there?
Well, I think as a male, I wouldn't have really picked up on that.
Well, you're immune then, Zav. I mean, wow. impressive.
It just shows we just see things differently. We can all look at the same picture and see something different.
So Neil Yates over the jump there. Matt Furman, the owner of this car, he owns several fantastic cars, Subarus amongst them, but it's great to see those different types of cars. Marco Allen had driven them in period, Walter Rall had driven the 131 Mirafiores in period. So this was, amongst all the escorts, a car that won a lot of those night rallies driven by the late great John Bloxham. And that's the contrast you were talking about before, Bex. You know, the old and the new, got all that history, steeped in history, that Mirafiore 131, and then you get straight up to speed with the WRC2 car and the McRae Escort going quite slowly and tentatively around the stage there, and quite right, because there were some issues yesterday, maybe just running in that new flange. Would that be what they will be doing, being told to just take it easy?
Quite possible too, but I think it's Stephen Gallagher that's driving, that's the owner, and Steve bought this car before last year's Goodwood and didn't drive the car at all, but was quite happy to sit in as a passenger. But I think Ian Gwynn of VGM Sport and a few others have encouraged him to get behind the wheel. And it was a car that Alistair was in yesterday, as you said, Tony. Car broke down, broke an output flange, which they've fixed. But I'm led to believe that we'll see Jess Gwynn possibly drive that car later today. As we look back now at Tim Clark and Nick Clark in the Audi Quattro, one of the cars that is run under the AM Cars banner, but quite a collection of Audis in various formats here this weekend. A great history just for that mark on its own, right from the original Group 4 Quattro all the way up to the Evo 1 S2, as we're back now to Callum Cloud, Callum and Rory, both here this weekend. And of course, we found out, Tony, that Callum's going to be doing a rally and his son's getting married.
Yeah, but they were absolutely still buzzing after they'd just been out on the qualifying runs leading up to the shootout yesterday, and father and son did a great job. It was wonderful to see them.
Well, they were second fastest, weren't they? 0.2 of a second off the fastest time, Rory McLeod. So well within their rights to be absolutely delighted by that. It was a superb run from them on the shootout. But throughout the day, they were delighting us.
Yeah. No, and it's great to see. You see that bonding between father and son. You can imagine them, you know, in a rally car together. It can either go, you know, the chemistry has to be right. When even with a father and son, you can have arguments over pace notes, wrong turns, why did you do that, whatever. But when it gels and it goes well, which is the reason why you develop these relationships between the driver and the co-driver, it becomes so cohesive. Each knows what the other is doing, what they're feeling, and it comes through those pace notes. It becomes a natural thing between them. So I think in the McLeod's case, between father and son, you know, it's a great relationship. You can see that between them, and they just love what they're doing, and they love being in that WRC2 car. So Grampian Rally next, isn't it?
How much is Callum going to want to beat Rory's time from yesterday, though? You know, because he was on form, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was singing yesterday behind the wheel. Callum's going to have his work cut out for him today.
And if you're in the forest at the moment, watching the cars coming your way shortly, an ex-Conor McRae Subaru Legacy RS, Rob Whitehouse again in the Lancia Integrale, Adrian Commode's bringing the 911 Porsche out, one of the Paris-Dakar Audi Quattros, and it looks like Jason Lepley's going to bring his 555 Impreza out, and a little treat for you, the Peugeot 504 pickup, the Group B car of Alan Weston, and a couple of the Mitsubishis as well. And if you get the chance, come up through the forest, up to the paddock here, loads to see, and drivers more than happy, and owners to allow us to have a look at cars and get photographs taken. Back now with the Audi Quattro on the start line.
So that's the husband and wife team of Tim and Nikki Clark. Off they go in the Audi Quattro A2. He's an electrical engineer from Bournemouth. As Zav was just saying, you know, he builds a lot of does a lot of work on the Audis. This is in the original colour scheme, and go back to the A1 Audi Quattros, which were first appearing on the scene in 1980, then 1981, They started winning, and that was all part of the rallying revolution of four-wheel drive and turbocharged cars at the same time. And there is George Clark's, that's the Mini. That is from the Mini Rally Challenge Championship. They have normally at least 20 to 25 Minis out on a rally at a weekend. They have 6 rounds of the championship. Off he goes.
Oh, we talked about how competitive that championship was yesterday.
It's a 2004 car, and they ran the Saturday of the Roger Albert Clark in 2025. I haven't checked this out yet, Bex, but you know, I understood that a certain member of the McRae family rallied that car on the Saturday
Holly.
of 2025. Holly, yes.
I was speaking to her last night, actually. I forgot to mention that we'd seen her car, that she spent a lot of time with at the side of the road. I tell you what, though, kudos to Holly for getting behind the wheel and giving it a go. You know, and I think there's always pressure on Holly because, you know, with the name, the McRae name, everyone has an expectation of what she can deliver, and she decided to give it a crack. John Armstrong was alongside her in the co-driving seat, so she had experience at her side, and she gave it a go out there, and I would like to see her do it again.
I'll tell you, those stages that we went into on the Saturday, it was ice, snow. Then
what a challenge, though, for your first time, effectively.
It was black ice, honestly. I mean, it was a real baptism, ice and fire to all in one, and she ended up on a roof, but fair play. If she comes back and does it again, so she should. Yeah,
she should. That will be fantastic to see. So, Fabio Schwartz, we saw run a few times yesterday, the son of Armin Schwartz, of course, who had a huge career within the World Rally Championship. He was an ERC, a European Rally Champion as well, Armin. Fabio, only 21 years of age. We've only seen him on one event this year. He's taken a bit of a pause in proceedings from competition, and we really hope to see him back behind the wheel very shortly, but we're lucky to see him here at Goodwood. So David Vardy now in the Mini Cooper S, which we've just been talking about. It's great because we've got obviously the modern day Mini and then the Austin Cooper Mini that we saw Stig Blomqvist in yesterday.
Yeah.
Two very different eras of rallying.
So, the Mini was the giant killer of that era, wasn't it? It came along and started beating a lot of the big Peugeots, the Lanciers, so on, and particularly in the snow and ice, where it had huge success in the Monte Carlo rally with the likes of Paddy Hopkirk, Timo Mäkinen. These great drivers had all been selected to drive for the BMC team. Once Stuart Turner had been parachuted in, he came from being a journalist to being head of competition for BMC, and he revolutionized tactics amongst the team. He straight away cut out the cars that he didn't think were going to be competitive, but the Mini, the original Mini, he said, right, that's the one we're going to push hard. And he kept the Healy 3 litre as well. Pat Moss Carlson, who did such a fantastic job winning Sofia Liège, which was a hell of a rally in its time, and real endurance rally. As we look at the current era of WRC2 cars, the Toyota Yaris.
Yeah, which is the hugely popular choice right now in the World Championship. It's been massively successful ever since it came into the championship. I think it's very difficult for a car to come in and be immediately on the pace. It takes time, but there'd been so much preparation from the team back at base, and it was a car designed to be given out to private teams, to be run by privateers, and that is what we've seen.
Now seeing the Alitalia colours on the Fiat 131 now, the works car, and in period you see Marco Allen behind the wheel of this car, and Alitalia colours also on the Lancia Delta. That was a leap, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fabio Schwartz not holding back on the flying fin jump, which is what we like to see.
He should do more regular rallying. I know it's easy to say and it's hard to do. There's so many different circumstances going on, but
yeah,
good peddler.
Yeah, no, he certainly is. And he had a fantastic year last year. He's just done one event so far this year, though, and he did put up on social media that it was a bit of a pause in proceedings in his competition for this year for a multitude of reasons. But he's a young driver. Hopefully we are going to see him come back into the World Championship or, you know, any other championship. We would love to see him in the European Championship as well, which is highly, highly competitive right now.
Surprise on the start line. I have a feeling Oliver Solberg's behind the wheel of the Hilux.
I think this was the challenge from yesterday.
Well, we saw Henk Latigan, didn't we, drive the Rally 1 car, the Toyota Rally 1 yesterday. So obviously Oliver is getting his present, his return present for
door opening time.
Well, Henk said, because when I interviewed Henk, and he said, this is going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, this is Oliver Solberg behind the wheel here.
But the amazing thing, Henk had never actually driven a WRC car.
No, I mean, I can't
have a go, and this is, oh, okay then.
Off you go. But I think this is the beauty of this event, though,
yeah.
Tony, isn't it? You know, we saw a lot of crossovers last year. Here we go on the start line. Oliver is truly going to relish the challenge of driving the Hilux through the Forest Rally Stage here. Look at this beast. You can see the suspension travel immediately in the front, even more so at the rear. It's tackling the banks like they were just curbs. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, Hank was saying it's difficult to try and thread the big truck through there, but you know, that's a challenge. That's what it's all about. It's used to the open spaces of the desert. It's looking for the next ridge. It's looking for the next big sand dune and how I get down the other side, whatever. But 4 times the Toyota Hilux has won the Dakar. 4 times it's won the World Cross-Country World Championship. So Ollie's in a good place there, and he's got a good co-driver in Henk, because he's South African champion. He finished second in Dakar too.
Yazid Al-Raji.
Yazid Al-Raji, yes, could be the first Saudi to win and to win on his home turf.
Do you remember a few years ago, what did you call the off-road race of the Americans minus Sandra Bullock? He came here with one of the American off-road pickups, did a couple of laps of the stage, came back to do another run, and then when he got to Delta Packs, just drove out over the bales and down the hill past the off-road course, and of course they were all going nuts here because it wasn't in the script. But it was absolute. I think there's footage of it somewhere. It was absolutely amazing.
There is nothing we love more than someone going off script.
All right, here we go.
Let's see how he handles a donut. Oh, it's beautiful. We know how much Oliver Solberg loves doing a donut, but that is pretty special in the Hilux.
That must be his first time in the Hilux, surely, but that was so beautifully controlled down at Delta. That was perfect. Well done, Ollie Solberg. Great to watch, and what a machine. Here we go again. Thank you. Just a lovely pirouette, just a little bit of handbrake, enough of the throttle, those big 4-wheel drive. There it goes, nice balance. Not sure of the ratio of that, whether it's 50 to the front, 50 to the rear, but whatever it is, Oliver Solberg has got that mastered, and he mastered the Monte Carlo Rally at the beginning of 2026. A surprise victory, it has to be said, in such a technical and difficult rally, but a fantastic start to his full-time reappearance in WRC1. And it's great to see the two Toyota drivers from the different disciplines, from the off-road and from WRC Rally together, and taking up that challenge together after Henk Latigan did so well yesterday in the WRC1 car.
Yeah, he really did. And I think this is why the Forest Rally Stage is a special place, because you see these kind of crossovers happening. And this is what excites us as commentators, but the fans as well, you know. Both these guys, they love motorsport, and they're trying out each other's machinery on the stage, and it's great.
And the thing is, if you're a spectator that's never actually seen or heard one before, sight and sound as a spectator of that for the first time, rattling through the trees, has to be unbelievable. Philip Tollimer in the Peugeot 205 G16 down into the stage as we look back now at Gareth Kirkham and Neil Kirkham in the ex-Malcolm Wilson Mark 1, and that is George Lepley in the Peugeot 205 GTI, and of course one of the essential cars in the One Make Challenge, the Peugeot Challenge, created by the late great Des O'Dell, who was head of Talbot Lotus and then Peugeot Talbot Competitions Department, back now with the Cossack Escort. That's Ben Smith and James. Ben and James.
Going for an interesting formation on the donut there.
Well, it's funny how people view that donut differently, the way they enter it differently. But the two Smiths yesterday, this in the Escort, and as well the Porsche 911, of course, both involved in the shootout. That's Gareth Kirkham and Neil Kirkham now down in under the trees at Laker, making their way towards Hopkirk there on the screen. And of course all the bends and jumps and areas here named after rallying connotations such as Delta, Dakar, McRae, Nicola, Kielder. Back now with that's car number 37, that is Jess Watts, and in the passenger seat is Bruno Thierry.
I thought I recognised Bruno there.
Well, we were talking about Bruno yesterday, weren't we? Hoping that he would appear, and he's going to appear. He's starting off in the co-driver's seat, but it's great to have, well, I would say rally royalty, certainly in terms of Belgium.
Yeah, I think Bruno Thierry is, you know, legendary in terms of what he achieved in, not just in WRC, but in rallying in general. You know, and he was still part of the championship because he was route note crew for Thierry Neuville for many years.
Long time, yeah.
The last time we saw him in action in WRC, though, you have to look all the way back to 2002. But yeah, I mean, he has got some serious following. He achieved so much, and he was such a dynamic driver to watch, and a former European champion to boot.
Yeah, well, he drove for GM Europe, and he was very much responsible for them getting the manufacturer's title in terms of the 2-litre title, and then he was in Ford in the WRC team with the Ford Escort Cosworth. Just checking on the Kirkhams, seeing what was going on. Nice, very nice.
Very nice.
Nice little pirouette around there.
Yeah, we are starting to see more drivers now attempting the donut, which is good.
I love Gareth Kirkham. I love talking to him because he's this great musician. He's played so many different instruments and so many big concerts, but he's quite shy about it. What he's developed now is all the electronical stuff that goes with all the electronic music and the accoutrements that you need for big concerts. So they're supplying a lot of that equipment. So less and less he's playing the instruments and being in those big concerts. But, you know, he's quite shy about it. He's a very accomplished musician, and along with his dad, just lovers of rally cars, particularly Fords, and they've got that lovely Escort G3. And Phil Squires was with him yesterday, a great national rally driver, himself very successful. And I'm just thinking Colin McRae when I look at that car, the Legacy. Look at those colours. 1991, before they got their big sponsorship, before Subaru really got behind it. So Rob Whitehouse going off again for another run in the Lancia Delta.
We're lucky this weekend, aren't we? We have a huge batch of Lancias and Audis out there in the paddock, all awaiting a run here on the stage.
Sorry, Bex, I've just seen there. I just said, oh, Robert Whitehouse going off, and Yvonne Meta is sitting alongside.
Nice. Yeah, it's great to see Yvonne Meta here this weekend.
So Shekhar Mehta, her husband, they were a great duo, but Shekhar Mehta winning so many rallies himself and then becoming part of the FIA as the vice president.
On the start ramp is Alistair McRae and Fraser Simmons in the Repsol 555 Subaru Impreza. We've already seen Alistair out a few times yesterday, part of the Dirtfish and Steve Rimmer collection of cars that we're so lucky to have here. And if you're in the stage, coming your way shortly is the 205 T16 of Philip Tolmer once again. Tony's favourite car, the Lancia 037 of Lee Kedward. And I can see the Alitalia Fiat 131 is going to be joining us. Aoife Raftery will be out shortly, as will Tom Cave. So plenty of variety coming your way shortly. The big Audi Quattro E2 S1. The one that had all the fins towards the latter end of the Group B days of rally cars, with Peter van der Putten. Nobody alongside him for this run.
So Adrian Commode back out there in the Porsche 911. The rally driver who commutes between Isle of Man and Liverpool, where the Porsche dealership is in Liverpool, and back to the VW, back to the Audis, and the big Audi S1. Look at that huge rear wing, look at those big haunches on there. That was the car, that was the late development vehicle to try and have a go back at the Peugeot 205 T16s and the Lancia Deltas in the Group B era. They threw everything at it. In fact, I think it's got the kitchen sink bolted to the back of it.
I think it might do. It looks like you could, you could have your dinner on the rear wing, couldn't you?
What power. That's sort of 500 brake horsepower on that big 5-cylinder engine. Just fantastic noise. And Walter Röhrl took this car in '87 up Pikes Peak and smashed the record, only for it to be smashed a year later in 1988 by Ari Vatanen in the Peugeot. And we're celebrating 110 years as well of Pikes Peak since that first started. So real history back in Colorado for that hill climb, and the challenge that it was on the dirt in the day. It's tarmac now. It's not quite the challenge it was in my book, but still an amazing place to go. The race to the clouds.
The race to the clouds.
I remember a story about Barry Hinchcliffe, if you remember, did all the old BBC films and covered the rallies, and he told the story of Walter Röhrl on Rally Portugal, and he happened to mention to Barry that in the hotel bedroom the night before the rally started, he went through the Sintra stage in his head, but he set a stopwatch and he timed it. And whatever time it came, 13 minutes 43 seconds, and he would tell him, Barry, what time he came up with. And Barry says, the first thing I did when I saw the results come in was check Walter's time. He said Walter's time in his head was exactly the time he set 24 hours later.
That's
on the
incredible.
rally. He said the guy was just a human computer.
A machine.
Yeah.
He really was. Fabio Schwartz has set the fastest time out there this morning. So far, the time to beat for everybody is a 2:37.
That, from memory, is about 4 seconds slower than, I think, yesterday's shootout time. So the people are on the pace this morning. Peter van der Putten now with the big Audi down at Delta. Make his way up now through Gambles and Dakar. Up the return leg, if you like, of the stage, back up to the finish line, the top of the hill. It's great to see so many people out and about so early in the day, and if you're listening, please make sure you drink plenty, keep well hydrated, and if you're sun cream, keep it on. We're in for another warm day, and now probably a favourite of mine, long time here, this Group B 504 pickup of Alan Weston.
So tell me, Zab, you were talking a couple of years ago that the back of that pickup was full.
When Alan first brought it here, it was what I would call really authentic, and now it's semi-authentic because there's a lot of weight. But it was a vehicle designed by Peugeot to do the likes of the Ivory Coast, the Safari, the East African Safari, and gain manufacturer points. But it would have 5 or 6 jerry crowns across the back, maybe 4 spare tires, a shovel, all sorts of stuff that you need for long endurance rally, and the big spotlights in the front as we see the big Audi.
Nice.
Marco Mora.
Yeah, he's always doing a double donut.
He's done this before.
Yeah, he did it so well the first time, he thought, I'm going to go in for seconds here.
Great stuff. Marco.
We had on the line, we saw Pataran and the Lancia Ypsilon on the line. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about the Martini livery on the cars, and I saw a great picture of Pat and Noel last night. They have gone true retro. They've got the Martini livery on their overalls.
Yeah,
they are looking the absolute business here this weekend.
Yeah, looking the part, and it's great now because you can actually get like retro Rothmans overalls, BP overalls, all those retro styles that we had many years ago. You can now get them again made to today's exacting standards. But Pat Noel in, I think it was the first Lancia Ypsilon in UK and Ireland.
And still the only one right now.
And of course, Pat Horn himself, one of the biggest camper centres and motorhomes, caravans in Ireland, and has a couple of fabulous Lancias in his own personal collection. Back now with Alan Weston, and you can see the spotlights on the wings of the car. Good look into the back of the truck. There's a big toolbox. But they would be laden down, Tony, with stuff, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely laden down with it. And there's Marco coming back now, Marco Mora. A great performance from him, and then those double donuts, fully under control, but using all the road and just very close to the hail bells at the edge. And that wing there on the Evo 6 Mitsubishi. Tommy Mackinnon's name on there, 4 times world rally champion, the man who went on to get Toyota back into the WRC in the current era, through the works in Finland. And Tommy, a fantastic driver of his time, one of the great Finns, and that's the Flying Finn, and that is our pickup truck 504 going over there. The Group B form, lights ablaze as if it was in East Africa, warning the animals off, warning people to stay out of the way. I'm on the rally stage and I'm coming through with Alan Weston. Yeah, a great, based on a great utility vehicle, the Peugeot, which is the workhorse of Africa.
I'm reminded of a great Tommy Mackinnon story when we were looking at his car on the start line there. Co-driver Risto Manison-Mackie was the name on the back, but Risto, through injury, stepped back and Kai Lindström took over at the side of Tommy Mackinnon. I remember an event, and I'm pretty sure it was Rally Argentina, where they were losing water from the radiator, and they had to find water. They didn't have any bottles of water on board. They had to find water, and they were passing through quite an affluent area, and they took water from somebody's pool to be able to fill the radiator. And we've seen it over the years where drivers have found, you know, rivers, streams, puddles even, to fill, you know, empty bottles up with water. But
Thierry Neuville, poor
Corona beer,
yeah.
His first ever podium at Rally Mexico, and they damaged the radiator, and they tried to fix it, plug the leak in the radiator, but it had lost a lot of water, and all they had was the bottles of Corona, and they were huge bottles that they were given on the podium at the final podium. So the drive from the podium back to the service area, they had nothing but the Corona to fill up the radiator, and they managed to get it back. It was a remarkable feat, but as it drove into service, it smelled like a brewery, because all you could smell was the beer, the lager. It was, I mean, that's another great story, and Hyundai really, you know, capitalized on that marketing-wise, because for all of the media on the next event, we all got a bottle of Corona when we visited their service area.
So Max McRae off the line, Callum McLeod next to him. Sorry, it's Max McRae. Yeah. And the man who just won the Jim Clark Rally, the British Rally Championship. Great comeback from him. And his father Alistair was there to see it. His grandfather Jimmy, 5 times British Rally Champion, was there as well. And it all happened on Scottish turf. So a great win for him. Puts him back in contention for the British Rally Championship before they go to the Grampian Rally in August, the next round.
It's exciting times, I think, for Max right now, isn't it? You know, and I think we've got to remember he's still a very young man. He's only 22 years of age, so he's achieved a lot. He's done a lot in his career so far, and he's a driver that's almost got 60 rallies under his belt at 22 years of age. That's
for after he off the start line, and Ciara Duggan alongside. Of course, IFA rallying predominantly in America this year.
Yeah, and at the beginning of this year on Seven Valley Stages in the British Championship, she got 7th overall. And she's had podiums over there in the United States of America. She did well in tail end of 2025 in the USA. With help and support, I understand, from Dirtfish. Bex,
yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah, Dirtfish have been a huge supporter of IFA over the past few years. They've really got behind her and support in terms of obviously funding, but also support in whatever she needs to move herself forward. It's not just about the sponsorship, it is about everything that a driver needs to be able to take the next steps in her career. And she's certainly doing that.
Tom Cave and Matt Edwards on the start line now in the Mark II Escort in a historic spec, the car that Tom came by middle of last year.
And this is what we said to watch out for, wasn't it, Zav and Bex, because these two together, sitting alongside Tom Cave, he's 3 times British rally champion, Matt Edwards, great driver, did so well, came close to winning the championship in Ireland as well. Just looking at Max McRae, but he uses a Fabia, I think. Did he use a Skoda Fabia to win?
Fabia, yeah.
So that is great in itself, and you'll see Tom Cave, who's making a bit of a comeback, hugely successful rally driver over quite a long period of time. Watched some in-car of testing in Sweet Lamb, and I thought, who's this? And I saw it was Tom Cave, and he'd acquired that Escort that Zav was telling you about. It's a left-hand drive car. Spoke to Phil Mills, who prepared the car at Viking Motorsport. Phil Mills, the World Rally Championship co-driver to Petter Solberg, great preparation expert who prepares these wonderful Escorts. Tom Caves is one of them, and it was a car that had been used on tarmac in Germany, so not used a great deal, but prepared now. And I was watching that in-car Sweet Lamb of Tom Cave absolutely going for it. He was testing in the build-up to one of these events, which was the Festival of Speed Rally Stage.
I'm sorry, Zav, I was going to say, you can just see the target time there to be beaten now is the time of Max McRae with a 2:31.
That's quick. That
is exactly the same time, actually, as the shootout yesterday. Tom Williams set a 2:31 on the shootout.
On the start line now is Josie Rimmer in the Alitalia Fiat 131, the ex-Marco Alain car and part of the BGM Sport Run collection of Steve Rimmer cars.
Yeah, Josie was hoping to be behind the wheel of this today.
Yeah, was just stuttering off the line a little bit, but she got it going okay. And we saw a nice there's great colour scheme. And we've been talking about colour schemes, whether it's been Castrol, whether it's been Rothmans, whether it's been the 555 livery of the Subarus. But that's a great livery. Alitalia, the national airline at the time of Italy, came to be the sponsor of Lancia. And here's Tom Cave, Matt Edwards alongside him, flinging that RS 1800 around, recently acquired. And there's the Lancia Delta Integrale, Group A car that came after the demise of Group B. You see, look at the haunches there, and nicely done. Jeff Van Hooft. Around Delta, you've got to go around that bell.
Back into your own dust.
Back into your own dust. But when we get to the shootout, Bex, they've got to go around it properly and do a full 360. Otherwise,
there are people checking. People with clipboards down there.
There are.
And Zav and I went down there one year, and we took the cameras down there to do a piece down there. And that big bollard thing in the middle, it will move eventually. We got
the oil drum.
Clout it quite hard. Yeah, oil drum. And on top of the concrete, because you come off the loose and onto the concrete, and there's dust all on the top of that as well.
Yeah, so there it is right there. Do you know what? Rally Chile a few years ago, we had a driver who clipped one of those doing a donut, and he managed to get himself wedged. He knocked it over, so he was on its side, and he managed to get himself wedged on top of it. So the car became like a seesaw on top of the barrel. It was the most extraordinary thing I think I've never seen that happen before. Not that we're hoping for that to happen here. So Josie Rimmer now getting herself up to speed with the car. Josie is, she's a heck of a woman. She is responsible for the strategy and the placement of women in motorsport at Dirtfish. She's done such a marvellous job over the past few years with the Women in Motorsport summits that have been held in Seattle for the past few years. By far and away last year was the largest that we had, and it was inspiring to be part of.
No, and it was good to bump into her this morning. I think she's going to pop in and say hello.
Yeah, hopefully she will. We'll get her thoughts and reflections on driving the Mirafiore here.
So back now at the flying fin jump, and that's Josie Rimmer, along with Paul Howarth. Paul Howarth sitting alongside him. Was Paul one of the leading lights at Pro Drive and the Subaru World Rally team?
I think, you know, great to have Paul alongside her, because he, especially when they were off the line there, just getting up to speed with the car and how to handle it off the line. He's, this is not what we want to see. Bonnet up here on the Escort.
With a bit of luck, they can get that push back in and possibly repair what the issue is. In the background, you can see there the Lancia 037. The ex-Johnny Heller Safari rally car. And I think they're just going to go down from the start, and you can turn left and come back out again. Just like that. Or they can turn right and loop back round, but that's a fairly good way of not holding the stage up. No need for a rescue truck. And with a bit of luck now, Gareth and Neil Kirkham will get that organised and sorted. They can just do a U-turn there and reverse back up to the parking spot under the canopies. Good example there, ladies and gentlemen, of the canopies that the cars sit under. And you're able to come up and have a look, get up close, check out the engine bays, look into the cars themselves. There we go. Now you can see the vast array, or some of the machinery we have. The Vauxhall Chevette HSR, Alan Weston's pickup, the Citroen Zara in the background.
Getting a little bit of a wipe down here, these cars. You know what? I got back to my car last night. There was about 3 levels of dust on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that now for the whole day. And plenty of work to keep the cars clean. McRae Enduro there with the chrome front panels. You can see the Mark Watson's Go liveried Citroen Zara. So that's in the colours that Sebastian Loeb did his privateer year in the World Championship.
Yeah, that's right.
Run by, was it Mark
Kronos, Mark Van Dalen,
yeah.
And the Kronos team who stepped in when Citroen took a sabbatical. Okay, we've had quite a few cars make their way through this morning so far, and it is Max McRae who has set the fastest time out there this morning. At the moment, at least, it is just 2 minutes past 10 here. 2:31 then is the time to beat. Fabio Schwartz was a 2:37 with James Lepley a 2:37.7. Those are the times on the board then as we wait to get back underway here at the Forest Rally Stage. Welcome along, everyone, to the coverage this weekend. We've already had a full day out there yesterday, and we've got a marvellous queue of cars that I can see from our view from the commentary box here that are queuing, waiting to get into the stage right now. The Lancia is on the ramp and in a little bit of shade, thankfully. You're taking any bit of shade that you can possibly find here this weekend.
Definitely.
Little bottles of water being passed out by the marshals just to make sure everyone is keeping cool while we wait here.
And of course, if you are on your way up to join us and have a wander around, there is a stage just in the middle of the 2 canopies that I spoke about. And 10:30 today, the effervescent Gary Champion will be interviewing some live guests live on stage. So if you come up, have a coffee, and you can sit at those picnic tables that you can see on screen at the moment. and he will surprise us all with some of the people that he had. Yesterday was a good day for him. It's a great example of some of the stands that we have available here as the camera zooms around. Now you should see the Forest Rally Stage in all its splendour and glory. Say 10:30. There we go. 10:30. Gary Champion will be there, and when we find out who he has on stage to be interviewed today, we will let you know. But very busy it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's nice up in the shade up there as well.
Yeah.
Keeps everybody nice and cool on what is going to be another hot day here. Thankfully, you know, we've got some great weather in the UK at the moment. We all whinge long and hard enough about it being miserable. When's summer going to come? When's it going to come? And when it arrives, we're all like, oh, it's too hot. Come on, turn it down, put the air conditioning on. We're never happy here, are we? But if you are out and about today, super important that you do keep the water flowing, or whatever tickles your fancy, and get the SPF on. And a little bit of a hat always goes well. I love a good hat. Now, Tony Jardine, a man who also likes a good hat. He was out and about yesterday in the paddock area, and he caught up with Hal Ridge.
Tim Mangum's with us, that's his car here, and then we have Hal Ridge with us, who's normally in Rallycross, so we're going to ask him more about that. But Tim, tell us a bit about this fantastic car. It looks very original.
It is, but it isn't. It's an original replica, if you will. It is a genuine shell built from new as a rally car. It's Group N, Group A stroke spec. It's running two-stage anti-lag, sequential box, Evo 8 diffs, Evo 8 engine. So it's yeah, and it's all in its livery for that period, so it does seem to turn some heads and creates some attention.
Well, it also pricks the memories as well, doesn't it? Because when we think back to those times of Mitsubishi and the great World Championships, one after the other, what's it like to drive?
Yeah, it just drives itself, really. It's everyone said that to me. I'm an Escort Cosworth person myself, and then my mates are like, once you've been in that, you won't want to get back in a Cosworth, and it is kind of like that. It's so forgiving, and you can get away with a lot of stuff in it.
So you pretend to be Tommy Mackinnon, do you?
Well, yeah. It might look like that from outside, but it's like a duck. Everything's going glorious on the outside, and underneath we're pedalling like hell, fighting with everything, trying to get it to do what I want it to do.
Hal Ridge, great to see you here as well, and we'll go and take some shots of your car in a moment. Is that a four-wheel drive car?
Yeah, so it's a four-wheel drive supercar, won the British Rallycross Championship, or the BRDA British Rallycross Championship in 1996. We restored it over 8 years, used it for the first time again last year, so it's as period spec four-wheel drive, Atlas rear axle. Most supercars have a diff and independent suspension, but that's like a Mark II Escort axle in the back.
Rallycross or rally? What's your favourite?
Oh, that's very difficult. I grew up loving rallying and transitioned into rallycross. Rallycross has become my life, really, for work and pleasure. And yeah, it's amazing to be here with a genuine period rallycross car.
And a quick word about the O'Donovans, and particularly a certain young champion O'Donovan.
Yeah, they're both here this weekend with their Hyundai rally cars. Patrick's one of the stars of the European Championship, was doing the World Championship last year. Before that was put on hold by the FIA. But yeah, an amazingly bright young talent, and be good to see him out this weekend.
So you're going to be perspiring a little bit. How comfortable is your cockpit?
It's warm, and it will be even warmer today, but yeah, fortunately the stage isn't that long, so we'll survive.
Have a good one, Hal.
Thank you, Tony.
Great interviews there by Tony, and as you can see, we are back up and running on the stage. Richard Alone is heading out there in this Rally 3 car. We saw some great action from him yesterday. He wasn't holding back, was he?
No, and we saw some great times from him as well. I mean, very rapid and very quick. Predominantly contesting the Irish Tarmac Championship this year, as we cut back now to the Toyota Hilux, and this is Henk Ladigan behind the wheel this time with Akola Munir alongside, about to get the passenger ride of their lives, because if you've never been in one of these, it is just mind-blowing. I mean, yourself and myself and Tony spoke about it yesterday. The acceleration, the speed, the senses. If you've never been in one, nothing really prepares you for sitting at the start line. So back with Lee Kedward in the ex-Johnny Hellier Lancia Rally 037. This is the Evo 1 version. And you were particularly taken yesterday, Bex, by what they called the nudge bars at the front.
He called it a cow catcher, which I'd never heard described as such before. I've heard it described many things over the years, but never a cow catcher.
Back now at the Hilux, and if you're in the stage, it will make some noise because the noise can't escape with the trees there. So heightened senses. Back now with Philip Tolomer and Christelle in the Peugeot 205 T16. Richard Lone now down at the Delta with Martin McGarry running
Just a little wide here
and
on
wide
the
again.
donut.
Front-wheel drive cars don't make the easiest to do donuts with, but that's him back now up through Gambles and Dakar. They're on the return leg of the stage, making the way up to the finish here. Far side of the hill at the top of the paddock, just a replay.
Can see a number of spectators to the side. It is a good point to have a look at the cars. You can hear them roaring down through the forest towards the Delta Donut. Some of them get it right, some of them get it wrong, some of them nudge the hay bales, or indeed the can in the middle.
I know the cameras don't show it there, but at Delta you get a fabulous view looking out over Goodwood House and the hill and the spectators if you the camera was looking the other way. And now Hank Ladigan down at Delta.
To be honest, I was going to say he's doing this incredibly well. Oliver Solberg was behind the wheel of this earlier and did a fantastic donut. He's so used to it though. But that was really ably handled.
Again, the Hilux, a great example of the variety of machinery we have here. Of course, we had Seth Quintero here last year, and Hank Ladigan we have this year, and of course the service crew is up at the top of the hill alongside the rally versions of the Toyota Gazoo racing team. One of the Paris-Dakar quadrants now on the start line. This is Peter van der Putten in his version.
Closing sectors now for the Hilux.
And I love the way the sun breaks through the trees in certain places and just amplifies the vision of the cars as they finish the stage.
Yeah, it's good for us. Sometimes it can be so distracting for the drivers, particularly if it's a strobing effect. If the sun is really, really strong and you're into bright light, then you're into shade, bright light, shade, it can be a huge distraction.
That's the Dakar Quattro off the line. And you'll notice it has quite a high roof compared to the rally versions. Well, that was to necessitate the fact that when they built the car, they had to raise the driver's seats and fit the fuel tanks underneath the driver and co-driver to cope with long distance and endurance events. It looks as though we have Jari Matti Latvala and Rastolo Shabadu in the Yaris Rally 1 on the start line. That will be coming down into the Forest stage fairly shortly, along with Dave and Paula Kedward in their Peugeot 205 T16, the Evo 2 version, notable by the little airfoils on the front, below the front bumper, and the big Peugeot spoiler on the back. That was in the era of ground force in the Group B rally cars, but there we go. Jari Matti Latvala now will be into the stage very shortly.
Man who absolutely loves his driving. He is the team principal of the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally Team, but he's been rallying in the historic championship this year, and he will be entered into Sector Rally Finland again in a Rally 2 car. He cannot stay away from being behind the wheel. He simply can't, and you could tell, you know, the first year he was team principal, it was like like an itch he had to scratch. You know, he was enjoying seeing the other side of the sport, but also, you know, he's 41 years of age. He's still a young guy.
Still a young man, yeah.
And he wanted to be competitive still, and Toyota have let him do that. Matti Lavala's had an incredible career out there, though, in WRC in particular, and to step into team principal shoes was a bit of a shock, I think, to everybody. We were all surprised by the news that came in, but it's been a natural fit because he is a driver who's been there. And deputy team principal Juha Kankinen alongside, they've both experienced everything that these guys are going through, so they have a natural empathy, understanding various situations that, you know, Elvin Evans, Oliver Solberg, Sebastian Ogier, Taki Katsuta, Sami Kayuri are going through, and they can pass on their wealth of experience there. And it's never really advice, because these drivers don't really need advice, they just need an ear.
So they're like sounding boards, but
yeah,
Jari-Matti and Juha work so well together, and it's evident, you know, when you look on events and you see them interviewed, or you listen to
stall on the start line here.
It works so well for the team as a whole.
Yeah, it does. They're great spokespeople. Obviously, they're both legends in their own right, but yeah, fantastic having them both on board and seeing them on the regular on WRC events. See Juha Kankinen covering when Jari-Matti is away and competing. But we've seen Latvala quite a few times here at Goodwood and on the Forest Rally Stage.
And he's certainly not hanging about this morning. So we can see a target time there of 2:31, upset by Max McRae. And James Lepley and David Simmons will be up next, followed by Chris Hellings and Richard Boyle.
James had a really strong run this morning. He's the third fastest time out there this morning.
Yeah, had a good run.
But it is Max McRae who's leading the way in terms of time. Across the morning run so far, it's coming up to 17 minutes past 10 in the morning here in Goodwood. No idea what the temperature is doing outside other than it's hot. True to form over Flying Finn. We see our Finn doing quite the jump. Jari-Matti in total in his career has done just over 350 rallies.
That is some count, and you know it belies the experience that he portrays. He's able to take that, you know, in the position at the moment and work from that. Shot back with James Lepley and David Simmons alongside for a run, this time in the Mitsubishi Evo. And of course the Lepley is another family name synonymous with rallying. Mentioned it briefly yesterday, the father and son combinations that we've seen here at Goodwood over the years. Chris Hellings, Group 2, Volkswagen Golf GTI in the background. See that that's repaired after yesterday's rescue from the stage by the rescue crews. Dave and Paula Kedward in the Peugeot 205 T16 going reasonably slowly. Sun Lee was explaining that last year he missed the event with had heart surgery. But good to see him back, because he has brought us over the years here some absolutely stunning cars.
You were chatting yesterday, Zab, about, you know, some of the drivers who are continuing to bring their cars here to rally them, but other drivers who are realising the value of their cars.
Yeah.
And like we're seeing, Pat Horan has one of his Lanciers is on display on the Cartier lawn rather than being rallied here because it's too expensive to put it out and to risk anything going wrong.
And it's the same with Rob Whitehouse. I mean, I remember from years ago, Rob Whitehouse would have brought his Lancia Evo 037 here. And a Garvey, for example, we have a monitor here in the studio, and we see Enda on the hill in his Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2. When I look back, I mean, Enda has some amazing original works cars. Sport Quattro, Audi Quattro, Lancia 037 Evo 2, 205. And he used to bring them here on the stage. I remember one year when I was doing a different role here, he had his motorhome and they set up a red carpet. They rolled the red carpet up to his motorhome to bring him down to the ball on the Saturday. But
wow.
10 years ago, these cars were on the stage, but they've increased in value. And it's like I said to you yesterday, if you own a Lancia 037 that was worth £100,000 in 2016, and you open up the paper today and there's one sold by Bonhams for nearly £900,000, you're going to go, whoa, what a hole. Need to keep this in the garage. Need to look after it, preserve it. That's why when I look at like someone like Steve Rimmer and Josie and James, and the fact that as a family they allow us the privilege of seeing all the cars that they have, that's why we're so lucky.
Yeah,
I feel
absolutely.
really honoured that they bring them here, because we're spoiled then.
Jari Matti Latvala now has the fastest time on the board. There's no real surprise at that. 2:27.6 is now the new time to beat out there. As we see the Mitsubishi off the line here.
So Chris Hellings in the Group 2 Volkswagen Golf GTI, a car that was also driven by Per Eklund on the Monte Carlo rally. Of course, back then you had Group 1, Group 2 and Group 4.
So his car was one of the ones that was towed out of the stage yesterday. Did we get to the bottom of...
It was a drive issue of some description.
Okay.
But, you know, quickly had a word. There were, when Tony and I went out, when we finished yesterday, Tony and I went for a wander and they were working on the car at whatever it was, 6:45, and they were quite confident it would be out again today. And then of course we saw it up and running this morning. Aoife Raftery on the start ramp now. Ciara Duggan alongside once again. I can see Ollie O'Donovan's coming out with Elaine Nachet, and then Jeff Van Hooft in the Integrale will be out.
So compact in comparison to what we see the car obviously today. It looks such a compact car, and it was great to see it through the stages yesterday. It was such a shame that it did have to get towed out at one point. Everybody trying to shelter from the dust that has been thrown up. The Mitsubishi of James Lepley deciding not to do the donut.
Of course, Marlborough, one of the long-running sponsors with the Rally Hour team based in Rugby in Warwickshire, run by Andrew Cowan, himself a very talented rally driver from era past. But all those Mitsubishi are all operated out of the factory there at Rugby. Aoife Raftery and Ciara Duggan on the start line, on the start ramp. Ollie O'Donovan and Elaine Nachet.
Well, a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder that if you'd like to join us,
We've got quite a queue up the hill here, Zav, haven't we? We've got cars for as far back as I can see with my eye from the commentary booth. Plenty waiting to go in this morning, so make sure you stay with us because we've got a lot more great machinery heading through the Forest Rally Stage here at Goodwood as James Lepley completes.
Yeah, it looks like Martin Overington is going to be bringing out the John Price Rally in Metro. The Subaru Legacy RS will be out again. I can see Richard Alone's bringing his Fiesta Rally 3.
Oh, the Volkswagen Golf has just clipped the oil drum on the Delta Donut. It's pushed that out of position. But there are marshals there. There we go. It'll be quickly placed back. There's approximately 96 marshals within the stage today, 120 in total, working across the stage with timing marshals as well. Just see the little nudge there. this is the first time today we're seeing the O'Donovans.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people, Ollie and Patrick and them were struggling a wee bit with the heat. Chris Helling's now coming down to Coopers and Stratos up towards the end of the stage as we hear Ollie O'Donovan lead the start line. But nice to see Chris Hellings has the car repaired and back out. Hopefully now we will continue to see him for the rest of the day.
And this is Ollie O'Donovan that we're watching right now. Both Ollie and Patrick yesterday were really giving it some in the stage, weren't they? They weren't holding back.
No, they weren't, and they're always spectacular. Of course, Patrick, already at tender age European Rallycross champion. Ollie running the car that was first seen with Miguel Nunes and Yao Paulo in the Funchal Rally in Madeira. As we cut back now to Aoife Raftery.
Nicely done around the donut.
Yeah.
For Aoife there. You can see the target time on the board, that 2:27.6. That's it's going to be a tough time to beat because Jari-Matti Lapler has just slammed that time on the board.
Jeff Van Hoof now leaving the line in the Lancia Delta Integrale, the later version. You can tell that by the boxy arches on the four corners of the car.
He's already had a couple of runs this morning, hasn't he?
I can see that the beautiful Belga Porsche 911 is on the start ramp again at car number 77. It was Johan Frank, Dad, that was out first thing this morning. Now it has Max, Peter Coudenhard alongside as we cut back to Ollie O'Donovan down at Delta. Ollie with Elaine Lachey alongside. Car also driven by Sam Moffat, Josh McArleen, Oisin Price in its previous history, and now quite a rare car here, D345 PNA. It's the ex-Tour of Britain car, and we have Steve Hendy driving this, I believe. Steve Hendy from the Hendy Motor Group. But this is a car with quite a checkered history, driven here last year by Jimmy McRae. I believe Jimmy might be here tomorrow. I know that Alistair's here. We've of course seen Max running this morning already as well. Ollie O'Donovan over the jump. Sam Patrick on the start ramp now, along with Hal Ridge alongside. If you haven't been with us, Hal is running next Steve Monday Rallycross 4x4 on the stage.
It's an impressive looking car itself that Hal is running.
Yeah.
He had a good chat with Tony yesterday about it and the preparation for bringing it here to Goodwood. You can hear the revs on the start line, which is just where our commentary box is, just above the start line. Perfect place to be.
I couldn't think of a better place for a commentary box.
No.
I just love opening that door every now and again. It's makes the hair stand on end when you hear some of them, and I'm looking forward to, Tony mentioned it earlier, possibly the Ford Raptor later. Rory McLeod and Michael Chow on the start ramp now in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2, a car run under the BGM Sport team this weekend. Car that has been driven in the past by the likes of Marion Evans and William Crichton. As we look at Patrick O'Donovan on the start line. But D345 PNA, car number 44.
Yeah, avoiding the donuts down at Delta.
Tour of Glass, the Auto Glass Tour of Britain, 1989, with Jimmy McRae and Rob Arthur, and also in 1990, Steve Davies and Ivan Jones did the Welsh Rally in it, but they retired. But 1989 on the Auto Glass Tour of Britain saw Jimmy and Rob, the late great Rob Arthur, first overall. So Patrick O'Donovan and Hal Ridge on the start line. Pat Patrick, a 3-time British Rallycross champion by the age of 22.
That's really impressive, isn't it?
European Rallycross champion. He is a talent, I have to be honest.
He's had some sensational years. He really has.
Extreme H. Very, very talented. And no fear in him at all. But he has been driving since he was very, very young. But yeah, a great talent. At such a young age, you would have high hopes for his future.
Yeah.
Was leading last weekend at Holjes in Sweden in the Rallycross, leading the likes of Kristofferson and Abin Bakarud, and then the heavens opened on the Sunday, and I mean the heavens opened. It was like racing in a lake. It just completely, the times were all over the place. Max Dries now. Max was very spectacular over the bumps yesterday. Thanks for me.
Do you know what? He just handled that car like as if he'd been driving it his entire life yesterday. Because normally it's circuit racing. For him, that's where he lives, that's where he breathes. He loves rallying, Max, but it is circuit racing, which is the way forward for him. He's got his eyes set on Le Mans, but yet yesterday it felt like he'd been a rally driver his entire life.
Yeah, currently leading LMP3 in the junior category, as I explained to Tony. Bit of a knock on the inside there for Rory McLeod, but definitely a chip off the old block, and I thoroughly entertained us all yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, he really did.
Patrick O'Donovan now, already at such a tender age, European Rallycross champion, and has been travelling the world in terms of the motorsport that he's now involved in.
Ollie O'Donovan set a really decent time on his run at 2:35.8, which is third fastest this morning.
That Ollie can pilot a car as well, I have to be honest. James Avis in the X-Works Ford S-Cross Cosworth WRC. We saw James out in this a couple of times yesterday. Just James on his own, also has an RS200 here, the Evo version. But famous Repsol sponsorship brought to the team, I think at the time of Carlos Sainz. Out over the jump.
One of the topics we were talking about yesterday was, the sponsorship on the cars, the Repsol liveries, the Martini liveries, seeing toe tip on the car of Pat Turan. What kind of resonates more with you? What is the livery? What is the kind of the strap line on a car that you see and think, oh God, that brings back, that evokes such memories for me? I think obviously it's different for everybody out there, but there are certain cars you look at and it just makes you smile, and it brings back a memory from the history of rallying.
I think if I'd never done commentary and sort of worked in rallying, but been a rally fan, probably Rothmans. But for me, as a like yourself, involved in it, although you're more professionally involved than I am, for me it's Russell Brooks and Andrews Heath. I mean, John Andrews sponsored Russell Brooks for 27 years. Andrews air conditioning. And somebody came up with a really good idea that when Russell did the Welsh International Rally in the Opel Manta 400, they had Andrews Heath for hire in Welsh on the car.
Yeah.
And nobody had thought of that before. And nobody had actually thought of that before. And to have Russell Brooks in Wales with Welsh connotations of sponsorship, that for me was a very big sponsorship. Rothmans and the Porsche again, as we see Adrian Kermode lead the start line in his Porsche 911. Rothman's a long-time sponsor both of the Porsche 911s and the Dave Richards Autosport team, and then into the Opel Mantas, the Opel Ascona 400s, as we see James Avis now down at Delta in the Repsol car, a car that was first seen back in 1998 in the hands of Bruno Thierry with Stefan Prevot on Rally San Remo, where they finished 6th overall. Later in the year, followed Sebastian Lindholm and Yuka Aho in the car on the Network Q Rally of Great Britain. With that, they finished 5th overall. Back now to Martin Overington in the Metro 6R4 on the start line. Martin with Paul Abercrombie alongside. And Martin about to leave the start line. That V6 note back now with Terry Maynard and Finlay Maynard and the RS 200 Evo. Back now with Martin Overington and Paul Abercrombie. Martin, who's been coming here quite a number of years now. Previously that car would have been here with the fabulous Golden Wonder livery and the registration number A16 PLR that we've seen in the past, but back now with James Avis in the Ford Escort of the WRC. See the difference between the spoiler and the WRC version and the earlier Escort Cosworth version, which had that like big wheel fin that everybody recognises, similar to the road cars. Adrian Kermode now making his way towards Delta.
Sav, you've been doing a great bit of talking there, and I thank you for that. We are delighted to not invite, he's wandered into commentary here, and I'm so glad Alex Marmorano has just made his way in, and we've seen him.
I know.
Zav is a massive fan, so he knows exactly who you are. Alex, talk to me about your appearance at Goodwood this weekend, and tell me how it's been out there so far.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's I very much enjoy your commentary. You guys are absolutely great. Very happy to be here. It's the first time I'm here with my wife Laura. We're driving a all-original 1983 Audi Quattro Group B. Fantastic event. We live in Los Angeles. I'm a heart surgeon. I do a lot of heart surgery. And
stop right there, because
right there.
I was going to bring this generally into conversation, but you've launched in with it straight away. You've got to be the only heart surgeon we've got in the paddock out there, and that is quite incredible to know that we've got someone who is saving lives on a daily basis coming and bringing their car to Goodwood. Wow.
Well, first of all, thank you again. I'm glad you brought it up, because I hope the organizers are listening, because I'm trying to get myself into the revival. I have a very good Jaguar E-Type, great history, so I was trying to convince Lord March that I'm the best racer out of all the heart surgeons and the best heart surgeon for all the car racers, you know. So I hope they would get me in. But here we're having a good time, and it's a great event. Tell
me a little bit about the car and the love and the passion behind the car.
Well, I grew up in Romania, actually. My Romanian people, they just made me the ambassador of Romanian motorsports a few months ago. Thank you. So I grew up racing Group A and Group B cars. Then I became a heart surgeon, so I took a little break. So now I bought a Group B like the old days, and that's the way it is. That's the essence of that's the high intensity we're looking for, you know. And I decided to get going again, and here we are.
Alex, I love the way you just say, you know, I was rallying, I became a heart surgeon, as if you just became a librarian or you became a barman. That's a lot of work has gone into being able to do what you do as a profession.
Well, a lot of work. I mean, clearly probably around 15 years of training, and there is an article on Autoblog magazine talking about the being a heart surgeon and the intensity and the data and how precise you have to be, and then moving this into the car world, to the motorsports. I do a lot of circuits. You race LMP3s, GT3Rs, you know, really fast cars. I do Baja 1000 trophy trucks. Pikes Peak, I saw Romain Dumas here, Travis Pastrana.
Pikes Peak, actually.
Yeah, I've done it, and you got to be careful. You miss a turn, you land in a different zone, different time zone there. It's different district.
So the precision you need in your job, and that kind of the skill set and the precision, the stamina that you need in your job, it kind of crosses over in a little bit, I guess.
No, you're absolutely right. It does, and it's all the preparation. I give a lot of talks, and I tell people I start my talks, and the same thing applies. I actually walked. I came here on Wednesday, and I walked the rally stage, and also I walked the uphill, the climb. I hope I'm going to get in because I applied. I'm only doing the rally stages, and I'm trying to do the uphill too. I walked them both up just in case. I tell people there is a rule of 5 P's. Poor preparation precedes pathetic performance. Now, you don't want to do that. So what I do, it's preparation. So we always say the exams and the surgeries are not really hard as long as you prepare. Same thing. You have a perfect car, you have a perfect team, you know what you're doing, and you drive well, chances are you'll be okay. You know?
Yeah.
How did you get involved in motorsport? Where did that love of motorsport come from?
Well, I grew up in Romania. My parents are both physicians, and they made $500 per year for 4 people, $20. So we started racing a Renault 8. My first rally car was a Renault 8 Gordini, then a Renault 12 Gordini, you know. So run a Rally Danube. So there wasn't much money, but then, you know, growing up, making more money, I moved to Group B and did good. I moved to the States. I got into Porsche racing. I'm racing a Manthey GT3R, Hurley Haywood. I did a lot of racing with him. You know, Patrick Long, and then you make your way up, and now we do IMSA in LMP3 prototype. We do SRO. Stefan Rotelli is doing a great job. Baja 1000 trophy trucks. I mean, incredible speed. The king of the hammer. Those are difficult. You drive 20 hours non-stop, and you hope to do well at the end.
I mean, this in a nice way. You're a dark horse. You have some history and character behind you. You really are amazing. My mind's blown here in what you've told us in this short space of time, and it takes a lot to blow my mind.
No, you guys are very kind, and
where do you find the time?
Yeah.
Well, you always make time for things you want to do.
That's true.
And
That's
you
true.
call me that I'm accomplished after I'm able to get my way into the uphill climb this weekend, because I'm not there yet. So
I am 100% convinced that you will be, though.
I mean, you know, if you come from Los Angeles, if I come from Los Angeles all the way here as my wife, I just want to do them all because, you know, otherwise you don't feel accomplished. You know?
And your wife is co-driving for you?
She's co-driving. She's also driving very well. She's co-driving and driving. And
It's good to share a passion, right?
Yeah, I say when I drive, she navigates. When she drives, she navigates.
And does he actually do what he's told?
No, probably untrainable, you know. Seems to be working.
It's what you do, what you're involved, what you love, what you've taken part in. I'm amazed you find time for heart surgery.
Well, first of all, heart surgery pays the bills, pay for the Group B car to be here, you know. But second, you like it. I don't say it's a similar kind of adrenaline. It's definitely you saving lives, and you operate, and, you know, one patient at a time. But they're very connected, you know. In other words, you do well. I mean, here you're happy. You work weeks and months to save a second or two on a track, or, you know, in rally stages. And we do a lot of historics right now. But saving lives, you know, the patient, they do well, and you know that if you wouldn't operate on them, probably wouldn't be alive. And then once you're done and you took care of them for a month, they're okay. That feeling you cannot duplicate, and we like this.
You know, a mechanic can listen to a car and hear a misfire and say, that car has a misfire. Can you actually look at somebody and tell, as a heart surgeon, that they're not well? Can you look at somebody and know that all's not well?
Absolutely, you're right. That's all about the data. I mean, that's all we do on those days when you listen to the chest and you say, well, you got this or that. You look at the echo, you look at a CAT scan, CT angio. The same way you look at an ECU. We don't kick tires anymore, okay? We just download the ECU, the data, and I look at it and I'll tell you. Well, not me, my mechanics, basically. So you know exactly what's wrong with the misfire. Same thing with me. I look at I actually hold the heart in my hand. I look at the heart, so I know exactly because I'm looking at it live, you know. But the reality is, yes, you see what the problem is, and that feeling that you can fix it, because I mean, with different kind of plumbers, I do heart surgery, I put veins around the heart, and so on, like my mechanics do in my car, you know.
You have an amazing way with words.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so pleased you came in.
Yeah, so am I. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, thanks for having me.
Commentary booth, and I really hope you're successful with getting a jaunt up the hill here, and maybe coming back for the revival.
I will. I mean, you know, it's a great event, and for us, it's so different. And you know, again, I bought a Jaguar E-Type because of the history, and I enjoy being in England, and I think it's such a unique opportunity that, again, we like to take advantage of all what we have to offer here.
One question: what was the issue with the car yesterday at the finish line? We saw you open the boot. Was it an oil issue?
Oh, very good. And again, you're right on. No, what actually happened? It's very bumpy here. We have a tarmac setup. We just lifted the car up. We put some gravel tires. One wire, a coil, fell off from the ignition.
Yeah.
So from the bump, so everything died right on that flying start. And then what you saw, that leak, was an overflow from the gas tank. There was not much. So once the mechanics were able to put it together, the wires were back in business.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for having me, and again, very much appreciate your commentary. You know, it's.
Thank you. I mean, my mind's blown. That's made my day. That's made my week.
Completely.
And you guys are all invited to Los Angeles.
We're coming.
Regardless I get into uphill or not, you are invited to Los Angeles.
I'll tell you what, you are some guy.
Well, thank you so much.
Guy.
And if they let me do the uphill, I invite them too. If not, for now, we'll see.
Congratulations.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Lovely to meet you.
Thank you so much, okay?
Thank you so much.
You guys have a good day. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
That's incredible. Incredible stories here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. The rally stage. I mean, the comparisons that we can draw there, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. Tony Jardine's just headed back into commentary. We'll digest all of what Alex had to say to us there. My goodness, I think we are completely blown.
Wow, what a
Our
man.
minds are blown. Alex, thanks very much. Okay, the stage then has continued on. We've seen some great cars make their way through. We've had a second pass for Jari-Matti Latvala while we were chatting into Alex, and of course he's gone a little bit faster than he did the first time at 2:25 this time around. I feel like I need a glass of water after that. You know, he's a heart surgeon.
He just came in all biz with
No, he
he's
did.
amazing.
He came in, wanted to chat to us. He's been listening to what we're saying. He wanted to talk about, you know, his life. And what a life. I mean, Tony, you came in halfway through that, and I could see your eyes widen like they were saucers. We've got a heart surgeon in here who's doing amazing things behind the wheel, and doesn't just do it here at Goodwood, but does it globally. My goodness.
Well, I caught the tail end of it, yes, and I was listening in, hanging in on every word that was coming out. Yeah, he held our attention, let's say, and incredible stories. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive guy.
So back on the stages, the Audi Quattros. As we speak, there's the least successful of the Audi Quattros, the 200, which didn't quite cut the mustard and was eventually terminated, let's say, in terms of rallying. Just had the thumbs up there from the co-driver's seat. And all sorts of Audis. We've got the Dakar versions, which are really going for it. There's Marcel van Vliet, who has been putting on quite a show, especially when he's been pirouetting down by Delta as well. You can see how different looking that Dakar car is, with the high roof, the big air scoops, those big haunches on there, and they sitting on massive tanks of fuel. And talking about massive tanks of fuel and no holds barred, Group B is here in force. It's the Peugeot 205 T16 World Championship winning cars. You would have seen Ari Vatanen, Timo Salonen in period in these cars, absolutely going for it. Look at the size of that rear wing, and that is the Focus in the lovely Martini colours, shooting over the jump there, the flying fin, and kicking up the dust. That's a sight to behold.
It really is a sight to behold, and it was one of the first sights for me when I was officially working within the WRC, was watching the car of Colin McRae and Carlos Sainz being driven from scrutineering back into the service area at Cheltenham Racecourse for the Network Q Rally of Great Britain. They were the first cars I saw when I arrived at my first WRC event in 1999, and that livery really speaks to me. It brings back so many different memories, and great memories as well.
Yeah, so that was Max McRae there in the Focus. And here's the Audi 200. You can see quite a bulbous car, quite long, quite ungainly. I might be being a bit unkind here, but
jeez, Tony, don't hold back there. Say what you really think.
Well, it didn't do very well. It's just in comparison to the rest of the Audis, you know, they blasted everything, and then this comes along and you go, "Whoa, a bit of a damp squib, that one."
Yeah.
You know? And this is certainly worth a watch. Those people that are down in the forest, which will be coming through, Henk Ladigan from South Africa, South African champion off-road, done a lot of rallying himself, had some injuries, shoulder injuries, made a comeback, but finished second on the Dakar, just being beaten in the final shot there. So there's the Peugeot 205 T16, round delta, gingerly, and quite right, because when I was talking to Mr. Kedwood this morning about this car, one of the things happened, he just rebuilt the engine and the conrod broke. That was all fixed, which took something like 2 months, and then afterwards they put it all together again. Then the camshaft broke, and he said, "No, I've had enough of this now. I'm going to have to get someone in special to look after this." And here we are, the Toyota Hilux, ready for 1.9 miles of the stage. It would be ordinarily ready to do something like 250 or 300 kilometer stage across maybe the empty quarter of Saudi Arabia on the Dakar. One heck of an event, and look at those air vents at the side, the little quarter windows, and then the sliding, building the rest. And a huge V8, as off it goes, and that robust transmission takes all that sort of 450 brake horsepower as it really rockets its way through the stage. Big for this stage, a big beast of a Dakar vehicle. The Hilux, very successful, having won Dakar 4 times. And Toyota with the Hilux have also won the World Cross Country Championship 5 times. So John Kibble coming in with the Peugeot, and more history on the line. We are absolutely steeped in history here at the rally stage at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah, I think we're blessed every single year, aren't we? Every single year something new turns up as well to catch your interest, or a new story like we've just heard with Alex Marmero, who just appeared in with his Audi Quattro A1 that he's rallying here this weekend. But his incredible story of traveling the world, competing, not just rallying but circuit racing, and also, you know, to pay the bills, he's a heart surgeon. You got to pay those bills, Tony, you know, and if one thing's going to do it, heart surgery certainly is.
Yeah. So Gareth Kirkham was off the line there, Neil Kirkham alongside him, and we're talking about the historic Ford Escort and Malcolm Wilson, our original car, whilst we're looking at the fantastic looking purpose-built truck, the Hilux.
It was great to see Oliver Solberg have a crack at this earlier as well, wasn't it? Really great donut here from Henk Latigan, who is back behind the wheel of his beast now. He's had 2 runs this morning. Oliver's been behind the wheel once in this, and hopefully we'll see it plenty more times during the weekend.
I missed it, Bex, because obviously I was out with the camera doing some interviewing. And how did Oliver get on?
Yeah, really well. Was handling it like he'd driven it all his life, and he did an epic donut, as you would expect.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, it's great to have the Toyota team with us, GR Toyota Gazoo Racing. And they have their off-road vehicle up here. They have their World Rally Championship 1. That's the equivalent of the Formula 1 in the rally world. WRC 2, WRC 3, WRC 3, 4 in the pyramid, which chaps at the works, then you know what you're getting. And you know what you're getting with this is drama, is all the different angles. Look at that. Flipping it. Hank is really flinging the thing around, and that, I'll use the bank on the inside. Not a problem for that long reach of that suspension. Those drive shafts have to go up and down. It's quite an elevation for the drive shafts as they take the big hits, but that's what they're used to. Imagine hitting a waddy at something like 100 miles an hour in the desert. It's got to soak it all up, so you have suspension travel.
It has to absorb it, which is why it is built that way. That's what they're designed for. And you know, you watch the coverage of Dakar or any cross-country event, and you're watching the cars on such ferocious terrain, difficult terrain. This is a walk in the park for Henk Glattigan this morning.
There we are. Oh, big air for the inside front, and the inside rear almost following there. That's not an issue for the Toyota Hilux.
So if you're just joining our coverage today, we have had plenty of cars make their way through on the morning run of the Forest Rally Stage. Jari-Matti Latvala has been behind the wheel of the Rally 1 this morning, the Rally 1 Toyota, and has set the fastest time of 2:25. Next to that is Max McRae's time of 2:31, which is exactly the same time Tom Williams set on the shootout yesterday. Patrick O'Donovan has set a 2:33.7, I believe. Yep. So great time from Patrick, and Rory McLeod very much on pace as well this morning with a 2:35.6.
So all to play for as they're warming up for the shootout later on this afternoon, and that's where the big kudos are earned. But in the meantime, they will be getting the cars set up, tuned in as they want, especially those that are vying for that fastest time overall, and to be able to go down in front of Goodwood House for the prize giving afterwards on the Sunday evening and receive their accolades. Wonderful cups presented by the Duke and Duchess of Richmond. Warren Philliskirk. I think, Zav, that is the most rallied 604, or is he the most rallied competitor that is out here on the stages?
I think it's a combination of both, really, and I mean, again, it's one of those cars that we're extremely lucky to have. But Warren has been rallying for such a long time, and I mean, it's funny. I was talking to Val Thompson earlier this morning. Now, those of you who don't know, Val would have been prominent in the running and management of the Ankro Championship for many years ago, of which Sunseeker Rally was normally the opening round. And Warren, just to see the big McRae Enduro beside it, he's a little bit more road than most. But yeah, I mean, Warren has national, international rallies. He also has a Dolomite Sprint. Would be very good for that rewind tour everyone's talking about next year.
Yeah, it will be a great one. Andy Rouse, who won the British Touring Car Championship in the Dolomite Sprint. Dolomite Sprints went into Avon Tour of Britain. Yeah, Rewind Tour Britain coming back in 2027 as the Mini goes off the line. There's a crowd favourite, and Bex will tell you that the last time a Mini was on a World Rally Championship event, the crowd stayed out for hours just waiting for the Mini to come through.
Yeah, the last time regulation-wise, 2003.
Jim Holder
and Neil Burgess in Mildred the Mini. Yeah, every single time it went through a stage, the marshal stayed, they clapped, the spectators clapped, and everybody waited for it to go over the finish ramp. And it had some dramas along the way, you know. It had a very difficult service at one point at Wales Rally GB, and M Sport mechanics rushed down. As soon as they'd finished their service, they went down to help out Neil and Jim to try and fix Mildred, keep her going, and they did. They kept her lit.
And you know what? I think, didn't Corgi make a model of it a few months ago?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And they're nice.
She is still very much celebrated, and Mildred the Mini is still on display various points in the year. So it's always good to keep that story alive.
Yep. Friends of mine that have joined us today and tomorrow, Donald Michael Hearn has rallied a Mini for many, many years. Does some of the local events at home. Lady from Mull, done Mull a couple of times. That is another mega event, the Tour of Mull.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah,
I've been a couple of times, haven't you?
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. You know, people might think, you know, Isle of Mull, small island, how challenging can it be?
Oh no, it's...
My goodness, you know, you're rallying in the dark in difficult weather conditions normally. It's one of the biggest tarmac challenges out there.
The very last stages where they combine the 3 stages into one big long one at night. Yeah, an amazing place.
Just to visit Mull itself, the people there, the place, it's
the Golden
It's an incredible experience to do it. So, you know, it's one worth going to, definitely.
Yeah, totally agree.
So that's Hans-Hu Söderqvist with Ian Hunt, the card owner, alongside him. I suspect that's a mate of Stig Blomqvist's getting a drive in the Mini.
Yeah, we saw him out yesterday, didn't we, for one run? We saw Stig out for one run yesterday. Great to see him. And of course, Stig Blomqvist is going to be celebrating a big birthday later this month on the 29th of July. I believe Stig is going to be turning 80.
Wow. And he's still looking good, still looking very fit, and still driving a lot of rally cars and demos. He's still in demand, as he should be, the 1984 world champion in the Audi Quattro.
Now, you talked with Hal Ridge yesterday, didn't you, about this car that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, very much a rallycross man, very much a rallycross special vehicle with its 4-wheel drive. They are unique to rallycross. In other words, they've got to go from tarmac to loose. They've got to go door handle to door handle. Zab, you know better. You've covered rallycross for many years. But Hal Ridge is also a media man.
Yeah, I mean, he works and provides commentary on the current World and European Rallycross Championship, but was also a journalist for Motorsport News, along with Tim Whittington, and covered rallycross the long years that it's been running. Of course, rallycross was a sport developed specifically for television. I think back in 1967, the first event at Lytton Hill, when World of Sport, for those of you who will be old enough to remember World of Sport and Grandstand, devised as a television sport. Yep.
I remember Grandstand.
Yeah. Well done, Bex.
You're halfway there.
There you go.
I'm halfway to my crypt.
Escadavit Rally Sprint, all those amazing events. But we used to have Raymond Baxter in the early days commentating on doing the auto points, where the little halflingers would go off with the army team and try and go over this kind of course. There's what we're talking about 25 years ago. Since Richard Burns won the World Championship, you see that emblazoned across the front of Tom Williams' car there, and Robert Ricciardo. Gary Lecoudreau, by the way, just executed a perfect pirouette, 360 degrees around the Delta just before, and Amy Lecoudreau is alongside him.
It is a beautiful car, that Toyota.
Isn't it?
It's impeccably kept
And he came in
by Gary.
chatting to you last year and this weekend that he had finally met the Lex Williams. Nobody was. I mean, as much as he was gushing over meeting you, it was like me gushing over Alexander Marmio, who came in earlier. But he was so pleased to see you here last year, and you know, so much rallying that he does, and he also has a Toyota Yaris as well.
Getting up close and personal with the steering wheel here on the VW.
And that was a good example of what we were talking about yesterday, the progress and evolution of technology. Now you have a little square dash display in the dash, whereas compared to the Quattro that we saw yesterday with the old, what we know as a dashboard, and all the dials and instrument, it has become so condensed and so much more precise.
I mean, I have to say, from the point of view of running in the dark in an historic rally car with the old dials, it is very difficult to see what's going on at night. You have to check your oil pressure, you get on the straight. That's the same as when you're racing. Just try and have a minute to check your dials, the water temperature, whatever it happens to be. Inevitably, most of the time, you can't see them. The readouts on modern dashes with the big, and even going back 10, 15 years with the readouts, it's all there, and you can just scroll, press the button as you can on your laptop, and up comes the information.
You find it easier with the more modern versions, just easier as a driver.
Exactly. And I mean, I've been lucky enough to drive just a few of them where you've got the sort of digital display, and at night it's got the light behind it, you can see what's going on. So there's the Fiat 131 Mirafiori. are built on the NX John Bloxham rally car. And that Neil Yates will be driving that. In the meantime, as Steve Ward back out in the X-Pack at Eckland, Subaru Legacy RS with that wonderful boxer engine making that lovely, lovely sound. And Steve Ward, who also owns Beck's favourite car, which is the Alpine A110, the Berlinetta.
I think we're only going to see that first thing in the morning. You know, I don't think he's going to bring that out in the heat of the day.
No.
He ran it first thing, didn't he? And I think we'll see maybe one run of that a day, which I'm fine with. It's a special vehicle. We don't want to see that under any stress whatsoever.
No.
Now we've got Neil Yates, Tom Williams in the stage. There is Tom Williams in the car, which is emblazoned with Burns and Reed. It's 25 years since Richard Burns and Robert Reed won the championship. I know, it was an incredible season for them. They were super consistent. They took a win at Rally New Zealand that year. And you were talking about Zav, the old Cossack hairspray. Well, Rally New Zealand had an interesting sponsor back in the day. It was Propecia Rally New Zealand. Now, I think only the gentlemen will know what Propecia is.
That's when your hair falls out.
That's right.
Don't get personal, Zav.
Zav was up close and personal with Tony's remaining follicles then.
Not nonsense, folks, not nonsense. Samuel and Klaus Thiel in the glorious sounding Porsche 911. The ESO sponsorship, also familiar with Bjorn Volder. As we cut back to a cracking shot of Tom Williams over the jump.
And he was fastest yesterday in the shootout. He did a brilliant job, Tom. So let's see what he will bring to the party a little bit later on today when we go into the second shootout of the big Goodwood weekend here at the Forest Rally Stage.
Neil Yates. And then that John Bloxham car, it's even got the Bloxham dealership name down the side, which it was. And as Zav was pointing out when I was commentating about this yesterday in the Motoring News Championship, one of the big road rally championships, which was devised and organised by Stuart Turner originally. He won all big three of the championships, did John Bloxham. And it was one car amongst many, many escorts at the Fiat. And it prevailed.
Yeah, a great series of road rallying, and Wales, like a hotbed of road rallying as well, has produced some of the world's best co-drivers as well. You know, those night navigation rallies, people learned, gained experience and made their way up into World Championship rallying. Nicky Grist, for example, Robert Reed, everybody, they cut their teeth.
Yeah, it's exactly that, because you're on maps, you've got to plot routes, speeds, find the controls, work out the average speeds. You know, it's all on tarmac, you don't know what's coming up at night. And amazingly, at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, you come to an incredible 90 left or a hairpin or whatever. Tila, going very, very well.
Yeah, well done.
Nice job. And there's hundreds and hundreds of spectators out in Wales in the middle of the night, way up in the hills. So
recent photography every now and again on one of the social media channels puts up an old photograph of, just as you say, 10 to 3 in the morning in the middle of nowhere, and they're 15 and 20 deep at a hairpin or a selective.
Yeah. But anyway, great training for not just for drivers, but particularly for navigators, as they're known in the road rallying before they would become co-drivers. And a lot of them stick with that art, but many of the co-drivers today will have learned their particular art, you know, in the lanes, in the dark, working with the maps, with their little light on, just shining on their maps, working out the time, working out the average speeds. Now here's a big Dakar beast trying to go through on full lock. Just trying to lock that right rear wheel to get a little bit of spin around the bollard, the big oil can. But that's not working so well. Doesn't matter. It's round, it's gone round the right way as Eminence sponsored vehicle, the Porsche, comes back. And quite gently over the jump there. Not too much air. Just keep that car going. Warren Phillips-Kirk, Metro 6R4. Metro 6R4, all those aerodynamics on that Group B machine. Sir Patrick Head and the Williams Grand Prix team heavily involved in the design of that. Cooperation with Austin Rover, John Davenport, boss of the team at the time, trying to catch up and get into Group B with this car. Drivers Tony Pond, Malcolm Wilson, and they went into the championship 85, then 86. The best placing it had was the RAC Rally with Tony Pond, and what a driver he was. You look back at his record and how he took on the best and the greatest in the sport, not necessarily with the fastest car, and he still had some fabulous results. Did a lot of rallying in South Africa as well, did Tony Pond, and had a lot to do with the development of this car and the early car, which I was in the rally when the first development car came out. And I actually was coming down this hill on Peter Russick stages, long stage coming downhill. I got it totally wrong in the Sunbeam because I had a big Chingford fruit packers was my sponsor, and I thought I'll have a bag of fruit. When I stop at each control, I'll give fresh fruit to the marshals.
You're so kind.
I know, but the bag burst and the fruit all came into the footwell, and when I pressed the brake, all it did was squash all the bananas and apples that were under there, and I hit this huge gate post, which is made of Port Talbot steel, and the car bounced around. It was sadly bent around, so I pushed it off the stage. And I just heard no one around, just heard this clapping coming from the hillside, just clapping, and that's all here. And I looked up at the top of the hill, and there's Tony Pond and Rob Arthur sitting on the hill just clapping sarcastically and then cheering, well done, well done.
Frutti Vendolore.
Yeah, and further down the road he'd just they'd broken down.
Well, this doesn't look very good, does it, for Marcel Ludwig? No. Because he's been driving quite slowly while you've been telling us the fruit story there. He's unfortunately been just puttering along here.
Well, at least he's still got momentum. He's still got motion. We didn't have any more motion after hitting that Port Talbot steel.
I have to be honest.
Sorry, Tony.
I love your fruit stories. I really do.
The fruit story is one of the best.
You have so many of them.
There's many stories, and I don't want to bore you.
No, please.
Yeah, we're talking about metros, and it's forever indulged on my brain that, and just Pond sitting there and clapping and laughing. I thought it was great fun.
I suppose all you could do was laugh back. You couldn't.
What can you do?
I know exactly what you
I'm just looking at my bent Sunbeam, Talbot Sunbeam, and trying not to cry.
So do we have Jari-Matti Latvala again here?
We do.
And who is alongside him, Zav?
We have Linda Tomo. It's what I have here. And again, this is the advancement of technology. If you compare Tom Williams' shot into the VW R5 Polo we saw, and then the dash and display details for the Yaris Rally 1, as we come back now to Warren Phillips-Kirk in the Metro 6R4. So Warren, one of those many people that has been rallying for a long time in British and national events. So still warm and dusty conditions here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the forest, we have a superb paddock and display area of cars up here that you can come and see the cars, get some photographs taken, have a look at the engine bay, speak to the owners, glean a bit of history. And as Steve Ward, who Bex interviewed yesterday, invited families to come up and get your photograph taken inside the car. Drivers are really approachable, and there's nowhere better than the Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage to show the openness and friendliness of the rally family.
So you can see Warren Phillips-Kirk is having to slow here because of Marcel Ludwig in front. Obviously there's something going on with that car, but as you say, at least it's got drive. Tony, we are moving, so he's able to bring it back to the paddock area here and hopefully get it fixed. And once these two cars are through the stage, we will be getting back underway with the action on the Forest Rally Stage. But we've had quite a bit of action already so far this morning. It's been Jari-Matti Latvala who set the fastest time out there. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. we go. We come back straight to the warm-up of Jari-Matti Latvala, flexing the wrists, ready to go. We talked about the warm-up procedures for drivers yesterday. Everyone has their own individual style. For Jari-Matti, that is the flicks of the wrist as he flexes it out, ready to respond to anything that happens in the stage, Tony.
Yeah, and you know, those rituals have gone on for years and years and years. The most successful rally driver not to win the World Rally Championship with those incredible 18 wins. And
what a sound as the Rally 1 car leaves the line here at the Forest Rally Stage. Jari-Matti has set some great times out there this morning, and if you're in the co-driving seat, you know you're going to be having a good time right now. And you're right, he's one of the drivers who never actually got the ultimate glory of winning the title. Many WRC wins under his belt, but never that ultimate accolade.
no, great guy, great character. You can go back, his first RAC rally was when he was 17 years of age. He's been rallying a long time, those incredible 18 wins. But what I love about the fact is he's still rallying in the historic rally championship in his Toyota Celica, rallying around Europe in that and having great successes. Didn't go too well in Ypres recently, but other than that, there he's got Juha Kankinen, who's deputy team principal, 4 times world rally champion, also helping to run that WRC Toyota team, and the success they've had is phenomenal. And Jari-Matti has just come in as being a team principal and taken over and running things absolutely fabulously, keeping his hand in. And Bex, I understand he will be in Rally Finland in a WRC2 car again.
Correct, yeah, with Juho Hänninen co-driving for him. They've become quite the duo over the years in the Rally 2 car. I think it was a little clip of the bank there maybe with the rear from Jari-Matti. Ably round the donut though. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing him compete there in Finland. He'll have stiff competition though in the WRC2 class. It is a really tough competition, as he's witnessed now over the past few years. He had a really great battle last year with fellow Finn Rupa Korhonen, and it was Korhonen who took the ultimate win in WRC2. Jari-Matti had to settle for second place.
Nice to see Jari-Matti out there, and of course driving the WRC1 car as well. He'll know what the drivers are talking about. He gets the feel firsthand of what's going on, even if it's going down the Goodwood Rally Stage here. Feedback from the drivers, all important, and the driver himself can understand exactly what they're talking about, translate all that information to the engineers and improve things. Jari-Matti was heavily involved also in the development of the WRC2 Yaris as well, which has helped make it so successful over these last 3 years and make it a championship winning car in WRC2.
Yep, top back now to Kieran Graffin at Delta. Kieran, who has Mark McGarlean alongside. Of course, Kieran, a very successful rally car dealer, has bought and sold many rally cars now over the last number of years, and wouldn't be averse to selling the odd something different, such as a yacht or a speedboat or a couple of tractors. I've seen them advertised by him.
You have to keep your keys in your car with you, otherwise it gets sold really quickly.
There's our heart surgeon, Alex Monroe, who was just up in commentary telling us about his incredible career as a heart surgeon and his love of rallying and also circuit racing, and he is doing a lot of both around the world. The heart surgery is paying the bills right now.
He's some boy, isn't he?
He really is. What an impressive guy Alex is, and a huge kudos to him for coming up to comms to come and have a chat with us. It was lovely to hear his stories, and it's great to hear unusual stories like that.
I went downstairs to go down and get some time results, and they were coming out of control, and he said, you said, I blew your mind, you blew my mind last night. My friend sent me a link to YouTube and I listened to you guys. You guys do a great job. He was buzzing heading out. Yeah, a lovely unexpected interviewer. or interviewee rather.
Well, you're full of admiration for someone's skills like that in terms of heart surgery. And I came on the back of it and he said, I'm holding a heart right there.
Actually, you know what? I'm holding a heart in my hand. You know, us guys here, we're talking about cars for a living, which we love doing. He's saving lives on the daily, and doing what he loves in cars. And those people are just so, I have so much admiration.
But it was when he said I hold it in my hand, it's just like plumbing.
Yeah, I can check. It's just like looking at your ECU on the car. I check that and then I know what's wrong and what we need to do. So there we've got two of those Belga-sponsored cars out of stage. One is a Nightmare, the other one is Quattro.
Yeah, with his
Alex, we're just talking about him, the heart surgeon. There he is.
With his wife alongside, and as he said, she also drives.
Well, he's just taking another little bite at it, making sure you get round there. But it's good to have the car back in after the dramas of yesterday. But also, I was talking to Cohen Donkers this morning. He's got 7 cars, all those Audis, and I think this is one of them under the umbrella as well. And he said, we bought so many spare parts here and we're having to fix some of the cars and keep them going, but we want to keep them going. We want to keep enjoying it. We want to keep the spectators enjoying it as well. So those Audis have been, touch wood, going really, really well so far. Let's hope they continue to do so and entertain us. There's the Porsche badge from Stuttgart in the middle of the steering wheel. Adrian Commode. The boss of Corkill's Porsche over in Liverpool. There are 2 branches. Great rally driver. He loves demonstrating this car, going on demo events, but he has an incredible Cooper S on the island, on Isle of Man. The island of speed, of course, from the TTs, from rallying, Manx National, Manx International. And he's a man who loves his motorsport. He's won lots of rallies in a Mini Cooper S, but loves driving his Porsche as well. So there's the Audi Quattro. That's our heart surgeon coming along to the end.
So shall we book our tickets to LA because we got the invite?
I know that Scott, our wonderful producer, has already been looking up flights because he's coming as well.
We're all going.
So Emily needs to throw her hat in the ring, and Scott's our director, sorry, and Emily the producer, but I think they were quite enamoured with Alexander when he was in with us.
Yeah, it's a Goodwood commentary team, director, producer, trip out to LA.
Steve Ward in the Clarion logoed Subaru Legacy RS. Car synonymous and sponsorship synonymous with Per Eklund and the likes of Dave Whittock. Per ran several works cars as X-Factory cars. Metro 6R4, synonymous with Toyota GP in the early and mid-80s in Toyota Team Great Britain and their forays into the British Rally Championship at the time. But a very successful rally driver, and of course one of many that made his way into rallycross as well, developed his own Saab and four-wheel drive, and of course ended up hiring them out to be used and utilised by other drivers. I think the late great Paul Bird actually hired a Per Eklund Saab and rallycrossed it at Croft many years ago. Of course, still hot and dusty conditions, but the action continuing aplenty. Now there is the Yaris Rally 1 on the start line, and again Jari-Matti Latvala is down as driving with this time Charlotte Lucy Thompson, who is in for a very exciting couple of minutes. And we can see the big wide berth of the Toyota Hilux on the start ramp. It is going to be following Toyota Gazoo Racing team boss Jari-Matti Latvala into the stage. Richard Barrow now through the hairpin at Delta. Richard and Corey John Barrow and alongside this time. And car, I don't think we saw him here last year, but the year before he was here and rolled the car. I think it was on the Friday morning, and then was spent most of Friday trying to get a couple of wings and a bonnet and a headlight in particular, if memory serves me right, so they could continue on the Saturday. So Hank Vatican is in the Hilux with Peter Greaves.
So many people who are lining up to watch the Rally 1 car off the start here at the hands of Jari-Matti Latvala, as we watch the Subaru make its way now to the final section of stage.
And the paddock really busy now. You can really see people starting to make their way up as we listen.
Here we go. Such a dynamic start. Straight down into the corner and down deep into the forest for Jari-Matti Latvala. Then he set 3 great times out there this morning. He's certainly not holding back today.
And if you're in the forest wondering what's coming next, you will get the Lancia Delta Integrale of Jeff Van Hooft. I can see Tom Williams is getting ready for another run. I can see Pat Horan is more than likely going to head out again. Steve Graham in the Lancia will be out. The Cossack Mark II Escort is coming out again. The Mark I Escort that we saw with the broke down earlier on of the X-Mac Monster car, they're going to be out soon. One of the Rothmans Audi Quattros will be out. Dave Kedward looks like he's coming out again. And the Toyota Team Europe Celica 185 is coming out as well. So plenty coming your way. And I think, Bex, as we were saying yesterday, probably the forest under the trees is possibly one of the coolest places around at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. You know, head down into the forest, head into a good spectating zone. Under the trees, it's nice and cool there. There's plenty of marshals in and amongst the forest. There's a total of 120 working across the stage today. That's within the stage itself, 96. And, ooh, a little clip there, boy. It's Jari-Matti Latvala that we're watching right now through the donut.
So he's not hanging around.
No, he hasn't been all morning, you know, and it's, let's take a look at that again. Just heads into shot, yeah, he's a little wide. He clips the rear right of the car.
It's a bit like using the snowbanks in Sweden.
Yeah, he clipped that bank earlier as well. He seems to have a little bit of a fondness for that. That was more than just a love tap, though. I tell you what, if you are a passenger in that car right now, you're getting the full rallying experience. That is for sure. Great jump from Jari-Matti Latvala, as you would expect. It's fantastic to see the attitude of these cars as they're approaching the corners. The entrance into the corner and then the exit as Jari-Matti sets a 228.9. It's the slowest of the runs that he's done this morning because of that little clip of the bank.
It's interesting to note that the more aggressive you seem to drive them, the more time you gain, as opposed to some of the cars in the 90s and the early 2000s. Hank Vatican now in the big Hilux.
Yeah, just did a great donut around Delta.
I just love the way these fill the road. That is Samuel and Klaus Thiel that you can hear leaving the start line in the Almiras Brothers Porsche 911. Down on the start line now is the big Paris Dakar Audi Quattro. And this time with Jans Fons driving. Extra wide arches compared to the normal rally versions. Down over the jump and the flying fin.
Hank's done quite a few runs out there this morning, hasn't he?
He has. Very consistent and very smooth. I just love the way that Hilux almost fills the entire width of the stage.
It does.
I really do. I think that's just...
No, it does look the business, and it has to be. Yeah, for the jobs that it is doing out on the Dakar, on cross-country events, it needs to be able to pretty much take the pounding that the terrain gives it out there. We talked about the suspension travel. You can really see it in these shots.
We were talking yesterday when he got out of the Hilux and into the Rally 1 car, how his perception would change as a driver getting out from the big Hilux into the relatively smaller Rally 1 car. Down onto the start line now is Lee Kedward in the Lancia Rally 037, the Evo 1 version.
Yeah, Tony's favourite car here this weekend, aside from the Alpine, of course.
And red colours are the Martini test colours that Lancia used when they went testing in the 037, the Evo 1 or 2 on the Epic Rally. A nod to Martini's more red heritage, and then the rally cars were more Martini with white when they were actually in competition. On the start ramp now is the Subaru Legacy RS, and we have Bruno Thierry down as driving, along with Jason Torich in the co-driver's seat. So it'll be interesting to see Bruno. Car carrying the rally plate from the 1992 Swedish Rally. One of the very early versions of the Legacy RS that was driven by the late great Colin McRae.
Favourite Colin McRae memory, Zav, over the years? I'll give you mine, seeing as you've got to think. I interviewed him once, he had a bag of peas on his shoulder. That was one of my favourite memories of him. Did many interviews with him over the years. I was always impressed by his coolness and his calmness. But he'd gone off the road. It was Rally Corsica, not the finger incident at Rally Corsica. And he had a bag of peas on his shoulder when I went to interview him.
That would stick in my mind. Right? But for me, probably honestly, I bumped into him at the Autosport show. And he had been doing a round. I think he'd been on with Henry Hook Frost on stage. Then he was interviewed for TV. So he was kind of in demand, but he was there off the record. And I got 10 minutes with him, and he was just amazing. Just friendly, down to earth, nothing was a problem. And he gave me 10 minutes of a time that day, and yeah, that stuck with, for me personally, that stuck with me. Rallying memory, probably when he brought the Escort to Killarney, because it just added thousands of people to come and see him tackle the Rally of the Lakes. And I remember him, there was a service in the road outside Killarney, and he utilised a service truck, I think it was Kenny McKinstry, and he hid in there to get a cup of tea and get away, because the crowds to see him. The race course was packed.
Yeah.
Because Colin McRae was there.
I mean, he's hugely popular driver. Had a lot of draw, and you know, I say to people now, you know, what I do for a job, and some people say rallying, and I'll say, you know, Colin McRae. Yeah. It's still the name that brings back the memories and the knowledge of what this sport is about. That's the kind of impact he had with people who weren't rally fans. They knew the name Colin McRae, whether it be through the Colin McRae Rally game, which was massively successful. I still own a copy of that game, or whether it be through, you know, seeing him through watching the BBC highlights programs back in the day. And
some people thought he was a fictional character that actually didn't realise he existed because of the game. They just thought it was, you know. Yeah, no,
very much not. And we see the car of Tom Williams here with obviously celebrating the fact that it's been 25 years. And Tony said it earlier, and it's so true. It's hard to believe it's been that long since Richard Burns and Robert Reid won their championship title. And I loved Richard Burns as a competitor. He was clinical. You know, him and Colin were very different characters.
They were, yeah.
Very different characters. But, you know, I loved chatting with Richard. I loved chatting to Colin, interviewing them both. They were very different in their approach and in their style, but they both had that same drive and passion for the sport, which was, it was electric when you were around them. And yeah, okay, we all built up the rivalry probably more than it really existed, because that's what the media does, and that's what gets people interested in it all. They had a lot of respect for each other.
They did. And funnily enough, Richard had this persona perceived as very dedicated, very focused, very determined, very single and narrow-minded. But I've been lucky enough, you know, over the years to know Colin McMaster, and of course Colin and Richard were huge friends. And some of the stories that Colin would tell you about Richard, there was a mischievous, misbehaving prank side to him that
there definitely was.
And they shared the house up near in Oxfordshire. I mean, some of the stories Colin tells are fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
Now, we do have a little pause on the stage right now, so while we wait for that to be unpaused, let's catch up with our hard-working Tony Jardine, who's been speaking to many drivers around the paddock area, Peter van der Putten being one of them.
Peter van der Putten, great to see you and the other Dutch over here for the Festival of Speed Rally Stage. How are you enjoying it so far?
Super, just super. The weather, it's hot, you can see that on my face, but I'm enjoying each second, because yeah, it's lovely to drive in this kind of cars, you know, it's a blessing that I can do it, and yeah, to drive on Goodwood, you know, hello, that's super, you know. Yeah, so that's for me, it's yeah, I'm proud to do it here, and I like the stage also. It's dusty and a lot of bumps in it, but yeah, I can make a lot of joy, and I hope that the people also enjoy it.
We're loving it in the commentary box. The spectators are loving it. You're not holding back, are you? You're going for it.
Yeah, if you drive a car like this, you must go for it. Don't. Yeah. It's not to do shopping by the grocery store. It's to do real business here, and the people must enjoy it. And I enjoy it also to feel the power, because it's incredible power that it has. Yeah.
If you go back in time and look at the S1, this was the final big effort by Audi to have a go back at Peugeot and Lancia in the Group B era. And Walter Röhrl even struggled with this car a little bit, yeah?
It's true, because it's a short wheelbase, and sometimes, yeah, he has his, it's just like a person. Sometimes, yeah, he wakes up a little bit bad, and then it's difficult to drive. But it's sometimes your best friend, sometimes not. So that's, yeah, how I explain it. But this car feels for me super. If I drive another car, this is my baby boy.
And you're used to it. But these big haunches, this massive rear wing, at the time, these were all required. These were all needed, weren't they?
Really needed, yeah, because you can, yeah, you see in the modern cars, you see jumps, they are incredible far. But in the time area where this car was developed, they do their best to do the aerodynamic on high level, and that's the result of this. And yeah, it works. It works. It's very stable, all with high speeds. It's stable. Also in the air, it's stable. Suspension. It's a well-thought machine.
Of course, and the Group B, then they go off to Pikes Peak, and Röhrl smashes the record with the S1.
Yeah, that's a little bit more like what here standing, the other car. But the Pikes Peak, yeah, that's also an incredible car. I also drove in it, and yeah. It's just, yeah, I'm an Audi guy, but yeah, that must be clear.
Did you do Pikes Peak?
I don't, no, not yet, but it's on my list. I have the car, so I'm going to do that. But first, I want to do this, yeah.
Well, Xavier McCartan, my co-commentator, and Bex Williams, they open the commentary door so we can hear you when you're off the line, because we're just above the line. So each time, give it loads, give it plenty. We'll be watching, we'll be listening.
I will do that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
No, thanks.
What a great interview.
Everyone's in vintage clothes and there's cars, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Absolutely amazing. Everybody's made such an effort.
Celebration of motor racing, cars, the noise, the sound, and everyone's really in the spirit of it.
It is the best event in the world.
I think it brings that excitement in people when they see these different types of cars racing on the limit.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
A celebration of the eras and people kind of showing their true selves through the way they're dressing.
It's incredible. We walked in and I was like giggling, screaming, like it's so exciting.
It's just a place to come together and really celebrate the style.
Kind of see where Goodwood Revival is going to take me.
What a day to be wearing vintage.
I love the fashion the most, but the racing is also really cool. I like hearing all the cars. But I've got like an eye on a million things. Like I'll get distracted the second I walk anywhere.
Like they have their own style when it comes to vintage fashion.
Like I feel that Goodwood has everything for everyone.
Hank, first of all, big welcome to Goodwood Festival of Speed. Incredible seeing the Hilux truck going around. What was it like in that narrow little stage?
I must say it's awesome being here. It's my first year here. It's a bit overwhelming arriving here for the first time and seeing all the different cars and different disciplines. I mean, I'm a massive motorsport fan, so being here is really like being a kid in a candy store. So it's awesome. And yeah, the Hilux been good, but I must say when I looked at the first corner this morning, I wasn't sure it's going to fit. And so far it's been squeezing through there. But yeah, it's really nice. Not its natural habitat. It's used to more open spaces, but it's going well around here.
But even so, you're still a lot of commitment from you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. It's at least I'm used to the car, not used to the stage or anything. This morning, first run was completely blind. So yeah, it's been a bit of a learning curve getting used to the stage and the roads here, but it's been a lot of fun.
I mean, you're an off-road man, you're a Dakar man, you've had that second place now and also South African champion and so on. Dakar, what's that like?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's tough. It's a very long story. I can keep you busy for a long time about Dakar, but Honestly, it's just about endurance, and you're racing from morning till night. You literally wake up when it's still dark. You get in the car, you drive to the stage, you race the stage. Take a massive hammering in the car takes a big hammering, and then you drive all the way back, and by the time you're back at the bivouac it's dark again, and you go to sleep and you do it all again for 2 weeks in a row. So.
Well, you went out with Oliver in the WRC1. Is that the first time you've driven a WRC1 car?
Yeah, that was my first time. It was a really special experience. I mean, I actually started in rallying, didn't go all the way, but that's where it all started. But I just said to them, I think I haven't driven a rally car in probably 9 or 10 years. So jumping straight into a WRC or a Rally 1 car in this narrow stage was a bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, it was awesome. It took me half the stage to sort of find my feet, but it was a crazy experience.
It must have been even more difficult. You got Ollie Solberg sitting alongside you.
Yeah, it was high pressure. The whole team is here. They were explaining to me what everything cost before the run, I think on purpose. So I didn't want to bump anything.
Has he driven you round in this yet?
Not yet. We were on the start line and now they're going to do the shootout. So hopefully tomorrow morning he'll have a go and I'll have to sit passenger.
And we'll be watching.
Yeah, it will be good.
Thanks, Hank.
Thank you.
And we were watching, and that did happen earlier on today. We saw Oliver Solberg driving the Hilux with Henk Lattigan alongside. So it was good that that happened. Now, Tom Williams is who we can see making his way fabulously around the Delta Donut there. Good to see that the stage is now back up and running, and we have a huge queue of cars ready to head into it.
We do.
Let's listen in to the Rally 1.
Absolutely fabulous to watch them off the line, and look at the way he hurls the car along that long left-hander and down into the forest, 1.9 miles long. And as Bex has said, a huge queue of cars now waiting to take their turn on the stage. The Lada 2105 BFTS, a couple of Audi Quattros. See James Williams getting ready in his R5. David Wright's bringing the Fiesta Rally 2 out. I can see the 4 RS200 Evo, a couple of 6 R4s, so plenty going to be entertaining you down through the narrow confines of the rally stage here at the top of the hill of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as Tom Williams now just crosses the finish line and makes his way up to the end of the stage. Of course, everything leading up to around 3:30 this afternoon, when all the Eagles will get put in the boot of the car and everybody will want to beat everybody else.
For a moment I thought you said Eagles, and I was thinking Eagles, trying to think of some kind of motorsport reference, but it was Egos, yeah?
No, I'm breaking in your teeth for something.
I thought it was some phrase I wasn't aware of then. I've learned quite a few over the past few weeks, Sam, actually, in terms of motorsport phrases. We'll come back to that, though, at another time. This is the Rally 1 Yaris, then. Toyota have had huge success in the WRC with this car in the past few years. Manufacturers' Championship, the Drivers' Championship, and now we go into the second half of the season in the WRC with Elvin Evans in the lead of the championship and Toyota just screaming ahead in the Manufacturers' Championship. It has been a hugely successful season, but the Drivers' Championship is looking pretty tasty, with Sebastian Ogier's latest win at Rally Acropolis moving him up the overall standings to third. So Elvin Evans, Takamoto Katsuta, Sebastian Ogier, the top 3 in the WRC Championship. And Jari-Matti Latvala, who we've seen behind the wheel of the Rally 1 car this morning, will be competing in the Rally 2 category, WRC2, at his home event at Rally Finland at the end of July, beginning of August. Something he's going to be hugely looking forward to. And of course, we next head to Rally Estonia on the championship calendar, and that's where we saw Oliver Solberg take an epic victory last year. So no doubt Oliver Solberg is looking forward to that one, as are we. That is the Toyota completing its run.
And Jeff Van Hooft in the Lancia Delta Integrale with the GS sponsorship. Ex-Italy car. We've seen Jeff quite a few times this morning already. Runs wide down at Delta, and the big oil drum that Bex and Tony were talking about earlier catches a few people out. We've seen a few of them flattened here over the years.
Flattened? Well, yeah, we've seen it knocked over once today.
And there we are, the Mark 1 Escort of the Kirkhams. That looks like it's been repaired from earlier on. This time it's Phil Squires behind the wheel with Neil Kirkham in the co-driving seat. And then we're going to have Ben Smith and Mark Schmull in the ex-Roger Clark Cossack Mark II Escort. Roger Clark and Jim Porter car from the Lombard REC Rally. Of course, that was the time you would have got thousands upon thousands of spectators out in the golden era for rallying, probably the late 70s and very early 80s. Jeff Van Hoof now very gently over the jump.
Yeah, very much off to the right-hand side there, onto the bank. Just looking out of the commentary box window, plenty of people up here in the rally paddock right now, and steady stream of cars ready to go in. You can just see the bumper is pretty loose here. That's going to have to be secured, and a bit of a chunk is missing as well from that rear bumper. Let's just take a look at some action here. Has he clipped a hay bale here? Yeah, I think he has. So it looks like the hay bale has dislodged that rear bumper, but it's held on, and that can be secured now that they're back at base. You know, I don't want to commentator's curse this. I know we've had a couple of cars that have had to just be moved out today, but it's flowed a lot better today than it did yesterday.
It has, and it's good for us and it's good for the spectators in that the action keeps going. There we go, that is Ben Smith and Mark Schull down into the stage at the start of 1.9 miles here, down through Laker, Hopkirk onto Clark. We can see that Hank Ladigan has Tasla Johnson alongside this time for this run. And Dave and Paula Kedward are on the start ramp in their Peugeot 205 T16, Evo 2. This time.
Yeah, managing to get quite a few runs in already this morning, which is good. The Lancia Ypsilon Rally 4, which we're seeing quite the queue for globally.
Yeah, you were saying that yesterday, that there was so many out on Rally de Roma.
Yeah.
Such a huge waiting list for them as well.
There's a waiting list. There were 37 in the entire entry to Rally de Roma, and it was a whopping entry. There were 37 Lancias across Rally 2, Rally 4, which represented 1 in 3 of the competitors opting for a Lancia.
That's some stat, isn't it? 1 in 3. But it was very similar to whenever the Yaris Rally 2 version came out. I mean, the talk was that you couldn't order one to sell. You could only order one if you committed to driving.
Yes.
Very selective and careful.
And there was a huge list straight away.
Yeah,
you know, we saw its debut, and there was probably close to 100 on the waiting list.
We had its debut here, didn't we? Akio Toyota was here, and it was the full complement from the Gazoo Racing team, and we saw it first here, which was an amazing. I don't post much on social media anymore, but I did post when it arrived here, and it was very well received. So Hank Ladigan down into the stage. The ex-John Bosch, Rothmans backed Audi Quattro, is now on the start ramp. Dave Kedward in the Peugeot 205 T16 on the start line, and we have the 306 Peugeot Maxi coming shortly. David Wright in his Rally 2, recently married. We have one of the Steve Rimmer cars, I think it is, the Ford Focus WRC. I saw Alistair McRae out yesterday, and a couple of the Dakar Quattros out again, and I think, Bex, we found last year and the year before, with all the guys from Belgium, Holland, France, Germany, that are amongst that Audi brigade, they just keep going and keep driving, keep going, keep driving. And I mean, if for any reason you took them all out of the entry list, it'd be a lot quieter. Well,
do you know what? That would be quite the chunk out of the entry, because the Dutch are hugely supportive of this event and the cars they bring. And I love that interview with Peter van der Putten earlier with Tony, and he said, you're not hanging about, you're pushing. And he was like, well, I'm not driving to the shops in this car. this is what it's designed to do. I'm gonna hang it out the back end a little on this stage, and that's exactly what we want to see. It's what the spectators want to see out there. We're fully understanding that you have to protect the car to some degree, because these are expensive cars to be able to look after and maintain, but at the same time they're here for a purpose, and that is to be rallied. Oh, the sound.
So Koen Donkers in the Audi Quattro, colours synonymous with John Bosch and Kevin Gormley. John, who was in the lucky position, or good position, of being able to run ex-worked cars during his European rally campaigns. And Koen taking the inside bend there, the car leapt up a bit. Also rallied an ex-ProDrive BMW M3, the E30 version. And they're making a comeback now in the historic rally with Mats van den Brand.
So still the fastest time that we have here this morning has been that of Jari-Matti Latvala. We're 5 minutes away from midday right now. At 2:25 was the fastest time he set. Max McRae was the man who's come the closest to it with a 2:31 exactly. Patrick O'Donovan with a 2:33.7, just behind Max. Tell you what, that camera at the bottom of the hill is going to need a spa day after this stage is finished, because it has taken a little bit of a battering. Now we're going to have a little look at a replay here.
Yeah, just look as it goes in further down here.
Just clips the bank here, doesn't it? Oh yeah, just up over the front with the front right. Now this car apparently is moving pretty slowly through the stage at the moment, so he could have done some damage to some element of the car.
That's Dave and Paula Kedward now making their way out towards the end. That's just under Cooper's and up to Stratus now. Finish line just there, and then gives the cars a chance to slow down before they reach the very end of the station, turn left and come back into the paddock. And if you're in the forest at the moment and maybe don't know we exist up here, please come up. It'll be lunch in about an hour. We break for lunch here to allow changeover of marshals and teams to get a bit of food, a cuppa or a cold drink. But there are plenty to eat and drink here, and it's a chance to look at the cars under the awnings and chat to the owners and drivers, get a few photographs taken, maybe a few autographs, and they're more than happy to take the time, spend that and share it with you. It's a great event from that point of view. The Gazoo racing team, the off-road team, the Hilux, they're in attendance up here as well. The Raptor team, the M-Sport Raptor team are here as well. And of course, a nice presence from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Rally team as well. And for those of you who have some young members in the family, they have a fabulous little mini Toyota Yaris rally car. It's like a baby Yaris. But yes, definitely one to come and have a look at.
We do have the Toyota Yaris right now on the start line, but we are waiting for the car of Koen Donkers to make its way through. It did clip a bank with the front right in here, and we are hearing that the car is moving pretty slowly. to try and get its way out. So while we wait, we're going to take a short break, then we'll be back with hopefully the action restarted.
Goodwood is just absolutely fantastic, and if you guys have never been here, you've got to come here very soon.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Welcome back to the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, and welcome to the Forest Rally Stage, everyone. We are about to get back underway after a brief pause here, and we're about to get back underway with the Toyota Yaris Rally 1.
Ladfella leaving the start line. Cameron Tate is in alongside in the co-driver's seat. Matty now has spent a lot of runs and time on this stage in the morning.
Yeah, he's done 5 runs already today, Jari Matti.
Of course, people have been invited by the rally team to come up and experience a VIP ride. Part and parcel of the promotion and sort of payback to rally fans, competition winners and such the like, VIPs. Right now, and this is the car of Gary Lecadeau. And Gary, who has run in many national events in the UK and ventured occasionally into Europe, also owns a Hyundai World Rally car, which we've seen a couple of times here. The inaugural winner of the London Rally for Heroes that was organised by Southern Car Club and operated, started and finished out of Brooklands Motor Museum a few years back. Brought rally into Aldershot and that area in the south of England. Of course, Southern Car Club synonymous with Rally Sunseeker, and again bringing rally into the south of England when it was predominantly Midlands and based in the north. UK registered Audi Quattro.
Yeah, the Audis are about to join the 2 Toyotas that are currently in the stage right now.
This is Yuka Yalanen with Madeline McClinchy alongside for the run. That's S. Gallagher on the side. And I think that is a connection to Steve Gallagher that owns the Colin Gray Ford Escort. And away we go. Of course, the yellow and white, red colours and Audi synonymous with the HP sponsorship.
Let's see how he handles that corner though, heading down, or I think he's already passed it, has he? The Delta Donut, yeah, he's well past it. The Delta Donut corner, which he's clipped a couple of times for us. Another great run. 2:26 is the time, so that's the second quickest time on the board that he's set so far today. 2:25 has been the fastest run through so far for him.
Plenty of air over the jump. James Williams and John Clayton now on the start ramp, making their way down to the start line very shortly, as we just get a replay of Jari Matti. That left-hander uphill off camber has caught a few people out at the finish of the stage. Marcel Van Ville in the Dakar Quattro now on stage.
You can see the target time there on the board. It's going to be obviously a hard one to catch today because that's been set by a Rally 1 car. We'll be focusing very much on the shootout later on today, which Tom Williams was the victor of yesterday. Well, it's great to see Gary bring this car in particular to Goodwood, though. You mentioned he's got a Hyundai as well. I think seeing this Toyota, and I mentioned before, it's just so beautifully looked after. It is a pleasure to watch, and the livery on it as well.
Yeah, I mean, yourself and Tony were saying yesterday about iconic liveries.
Yeah.
The Castro livery on the Toyota, it's another one of those iconic ones. And that is in the background James Williams and John Clayton leaving the start line. That's James now down in under Laker and Hopkirk. Down towards Clark. That is the lad at 2105 BFTS of, in this case, it's Sjoerd van der Putten and Mark van Dolleweed. So we treated to a Lada in the past here in the hands of Tim Bendel, the ex-New Zealand Rally New Zealand car. This is the 2105 version. Peg Lanigan on the start ramp once again in the big Hilux. This time he's taking Brian McMurran for a run. The quattro comes down now to Cooper's with the hazard lights on. Make its way out the end of the stage, but going quite slowly.
Yeah. At least he's got through it. Beautiful jump there from the Dakar Audi. We've seen that though a couple of times, haven't we? They like to get a little bit of air in that car.
And that's Marcel Van Vlee out over the finish line and up to the finish banner. The cars turn left, make their way back into the paddock and down and get parked up onto the canopy. The big long white canopies that you see stretch the length of the top of the hill. And of course, if you've made your way up through the stage and you're here, there is also a tractor and trailer shuttle service that will allow you to rest your legs, and you can get a shuttle ride back down the back of the rally stage here, behind the commentary box, back down to the house. James Williams here, who was one of the many stars of the shootout yesterday. James obviously maybe just getting his eye in for a run later on when the competition heats up.
Yeah, when the shootout begins. We just had a quick visitor in the commentary booth, Martin Ravenchak and his sister Dora Ravenchak. They're Croatian competitors, driver and co-driver, and they're here to soak up everything that Goodwood has to offer this weekend. But it seems like Martin is going to be getting a couple of co-drives here coming up in the next, hopefully in the next hour before we head to the lunch break. So he's going to be very lucky boy indeed.
Well, anyone that manages to get a run as a passenger or co-driver here is lucky, because it is an unbelievable experience.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking very excited. Hopefully we can see his sister and co-driver Dora as well grab herself a quick co-drive, because it is an incredible experience to have here, that's for sure.
No, I've sat with Chris Meek here, I've sat with Andreas Mikkelsen, Marcus Dodd, and I must admit, you know,
have you ever sat with the great that is Tony Jardine, though, Zav?
I carry too much weight, he reliably informs me.
Excuse me?
That's rubbish. I
do carry too much weight.
Co-driver's seat. Yeah, I don't know how many. No, I'm not sure you've been in the rally car. Any test stages in Ireland together?
No.
Well, boys, you need to rectify this.
Yeah. I can't lose 3 stone. It's not.
Well, do you know what? That's not an excuse. Ballast is just a challenge to go faster.
Exactly. Not a problem. Next test session, you're on.
Right, rewind it is next year.
You heard it here first, everyone. Okay, here we go then, yet again, with one of our favourites so far this weekend, I would say. And certainly been a fan favourite out there.
Yeah, and who can blame them and who can blame us? Because you're looking at 3.5 litre V6 of the Hilux, the Toyota Hilux, the Dakar car, and Henk Lanigan. Yeah, he's the South African. He was South African champion. He finished second in Dakar, and this is one heck of a machine, purpose built for that rally. It's been in Saudi Arabia about 9 years. Listen to that.
We heard your wonderful interview with him earlier. What a guy he is, and you were asking him in that interview about getting in the Rally 1 car, and he talked about, oh, you know, I did rally, I wasn't so successful, and maybe I'll get in the Rally 1 car, and maybe Oliver is going to drive the Hilux, and that happened this morning. Obviously, we saw that happen. But he's quite the character. He really was. Great interview with Henk earlier. Or yesterday, rather. You caught up with him after he did the Rally 1 ride.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those great, you know, South African drivers like Janelle de Villiers. You know, they've been on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, bikes, rally, and off-road. You're in the territory there in Africa to do it and get out into the open and into the wild and so on. In fact, I covered Paris when it went Paris Dakar, when it all the way went down to South Africa. It was called Paris Le Cap. Went all the way through Africa, and that was an adventure in itself. Just trying to cover it with all the crews and as journalists and so on. We had our own challenges, let's say, to cover it. But I shall never forget the sight of Stefan Peter Hansel coming up towards us at the top of the rocks where we were. And he was up on the pegs of the Yamaha for seemed like about 20 minutes as he came into view through the dust haze. And then the cars started to come through and the trucks. It was just absolutely mesmerising, I have to say, and one of the great adventures that I've been on in my life.
Beautiful memory. We've got a bit of a pause here. Apparently someone has spun down at, guess what? Salmon Roll.
No way.
Yeah, Salmon Roll catching everybody out every year since the Forest Rally Stage was begun.
The ghost of the Ranger is down there somewhere, beckoning them all into the tree. Come with me, upside down.
Yeah, Salmon Roll is a tricky part of the stage. We saw Tony last year actually heading out to sections of the track to give us various viewpoints, and Salmon Roll was one of them. And then we saw incident after incident there. So we do have a bit of a pause here while we wait for that car to get back underway.
Because you were involved in the Camel Trophy as well.
Yeah, involved with 10 camel trophies. So been through the jungles and the deserts of the world on the Land Rover challenges with international teams from around the world, obviously. That is great in terms of endurance, great in terms of adventure. Probably my favourite was going right through the Amazon jungle. So 2.5 weeks in the jungle, getting bitten by everything that was out there, filming in swamps and little red eyes looking at you. They were only caiman, I was told. They're only small, they don't eat much, just a bit of flesh wound. But it was just huge adventure, and of course for Land Rover testing the vehicles, it was absolutely remarkable.
Yeah.
We first used the Discoveries in 1990 right through Siberia, Russia, and then right through Siberia. And the car was pretty much standard apart from its cages and its strength and suspension, and they all made it. They were brilliant. A brilliant product.
Have you ever written a book?
Well, a good friend of ours, we all know him well, Maurice Hamilton, a great journalist, BBC Radio 5 Live, The Observer and so on. He's still writing incredible books. He's done a series of kids' books about Formula One. Yeah, they're now in 6 different languages around the world. He's an amazing author, and he has the respect of the Formula One fraternity as much as the rally fraternity, because he won the classic RAC rally with Russell Brooks, great co-driver, co-drove with me in Radio 5 Live times. One of his man from Northern Ireland, so yeah, it's a very good man.
Yeah, I met Maurice a couple of times, but many years ago.
And he said, you should do a book, TJ, do a book. But he said, look, let's do it. What we'll do it sort of paperback type. You put all your thoughts down, all your topics down, and I'll turn it into something. He spoke to a publisher, but I haven't got time.
Oh, come on.
No, you should do.
Because
by the time.
Well, do you know what? Let's get Alex Momorano back in here and let TJ tell him he hasn't got time to write a book and put his thoughts down, because he'd wipe the floor with you, that man.
He'd probably rip your heart out there and then.
Oh, it's okay, it's still pumping.
It's just like plumbing.
Well, look, and then the other thing is then you've got to face the sales figures, and it'll only be my mum and my wife who'll buy it, so...
I'd buy it.
I'd buy it.
When it went into discount on Amazon, I'd buy it.
Send me 3.
But you should. I mean, I'm always at people, you know, to write something like that because of the memories, and it keeps them.
Look, the thing is,
you've got so many brilliant stories to tell, Teach.
But well, you see, there's Teach, there's one. The teacher that became a truck driver, became a tyre fitter with Goodyear in the early days, and then became an engineer. There's so many stories, but all 3 of us pick up on those highlights, those things that we call the colour. And it's the colour of behind the scenes that's what's gone on in, whether it's powerboat racing or world yachting that we were involved with, being thrown off the back of the yacht off the coast of Brazil and seeing Recife receding into the background as I'm floating away, and the fleet have gone, but I've got the film in the canister. They promised to send a boat, but where is it? I'm floating away. There's so many stories, but it's just part of a rich tapestry of my life.
Yeah, but people would be fascinated by the fact of a Scouser who's Scottish and has a home county's plum accent and how they did it in life. You know what I mean?
Well, Scottish father, of which I'm very proud of my heritage. Scouse mum, proud of that too. I'm a bit of a mix because at 2 weeks of age, went back with mum to South Africa. So I was in South Africa till, and I can speak like one of those to you if I need to.
I didn't know you did South Africa as a kid.
Yeah, till I was 9.
This is why we need the book.
Is that why you learned to run so fast?
Look, we're back on the start line here. We can see some bits and pieces of damage on some of the cars now.
What do you call them? Love taps?
Not to produce that.
I don't know.
A love tap really doesn't do anything at all. And I mean, that's nothing. It's cosmetic by the looks of it, but it's just, you never want to damage your car in any way, shape or form, do you?
So, that's the Malheur Dakar Quattro off the start line. Coming down now is the RX Racing car. Patrick O'Donovan with Archie Ferguson in alongside him this time, and Father Ollie following behind with Alan Preble. can see the RX Racing logo, and of course that came from the RX 150s. Used to be the Rage buggies, and then the O'Donovans sort of bought 6 or 8 and eventually bought the whole company, but they ran them really successfully.
Hold on, can I go back?
Rally
The Rage buggies?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they were called, Rage buggies, yeah. The Lepleys have a couple at home amongst many other things, but the RX 150s were a really successful rallycross class for a number of years. Allowed people to come in and sample the sport relatively cheaply, but that's where RX Racing comes from. But that's Patrick down into the station. And of course, we saw some great times from him yesterday. 3-time British Rallycross champion, and before he was 22, he's also a former European Rallycross champion, and there's no doubt the guy is a talent, and Ollie himself, quite a capable pilot behind the wheel, has run a number of X-Works rally cars in his rallying past, but also Rallycross, the same as Patrick. Shannon, the name of the business company. Lovely shot. And if that's a cameraman, he's doing really well. But if it's a drone, even better.
It's Andy, our cameraman, and he's just outside the door here.
Here we go. That's father and son into the stage at the same time. Coming up now is Walter Stoof and Stuart Margarethan. I believe that is in the 306 Maxi. Roy Gillingham now in the Vauxhall Chevette HSR, revoking memories of Terry Capey when he carried sponsorship like that from Shell Oils and the Bill Blydenstein prepared Vauxhall Chevette HSR.
And in period, I think we both enjoyed watching those. Places like the Ulster Rally, rallying in Ireland, rallying in the UK, Pentia Ricola in an HSR, Tony Pond in an HSR, or even, you know, Jimmy McRae in one of those cars as well. But the point about that was dealer team Vauxhall, like dealer team Opel in Europe. All the dealers pay a proportion of their profits into the motorsport campaign. That's how it worked then. That's how they were able to fund it, rather than going to main office. That made sure that the benefits would then shower down onto the dealerships that were participating in the campaign. It became very, very successful in terms of racing and rallying throughout and indeed throughout 2004 in Europe, winning that World Championship with the Ascona as they did with Volterol in 1982. So wonderful times, and great to see a car like that, the Chevette HSR. We don't see enough of them. We do have 2 or 3 of them on the Roger Albert Clark. You know, not necessarily genuine old cars, but cars that have been rebuilt on a chassis to go special stage rallying.
Yeah, Ben Jemison, they have a business and works in them. Now, this is David and Jane Wright. Jane, up until very recently, was Jane Nichol, but David and Jane got married there about 6 or 7 weeks ago. David, who has been here now for a number of years, also owns X-Car Science for World Rally Car.
He set a very competitive time straight out of the box yesterday, didn't he? First run that he did, and he was right up there.
I think one of the things we noticed was how neat he was, how economical he was, and how he was picking up almost racing lines, if you like, and minimising the slide that was going on, and still being very efficient and getting a very, very fast time indeed. Which is what, when I was speaking to Patrick O'Donovan earlier on, he said that's something I've got to try and do this afternoon, neaten it up. How can a rallycross driver do that? You know, no chance.
Oh, they will. They definitely will. I think our camera at the jump has been ever so slightly moved.
Yeah, we're not pointing in the optimum direction, are we? Let's have a little look. Oh,
that's
direct impact.
Knocked it over, was that?
Yeah,
Dadu knocked him over.
Stone.
Okay.
Like I said, that camera's got to go off and have some spa treatments after this weekend because it's been battered.
RS200, Group B supercar from Ford.
Terry Maynard alongside him, Finlay. Of course, Terry has been coming here for a number of years, along with James Avis, who also owns an RS200. My race, it was Terry Maynard had the Lotus Esprit with the skis on the roof, and sponsored by Elgin Plant Hire.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I remember seeing it for the first time on the stage. I couldn't believe it. I think, why is there a set of skis on the roof? But it was, people picked up on it.
Yeah. They could even tell us which Bond movie it was.
Was it Spy Who Loved Me?
Oh, no.
That is Martin Overington, was Paul Abercrombie. Martin, who has been here now for many years, also, as Tony was saying before, a very successful circuit racing driver. This is now back in the original colours that would have been used by John Price, Wright and Jane Wright. Way and percent, very clean lines and carrying a lot of speed very well through a lot of the corners. Not sure what David's time was.
Let's see if I can bring that to you. It's just gone onto the board. Hold on. Oof. Yeah, I'm just going to wait for that to be confirmed. That time.
So this now looks like Japan van der Heyden with Amelia van der Heyden in the HB back Audi Quattro J2. Of course, as we said before, Audi and the introduction of four-wheel drive completely revolutionized rallying in the very early 80s. And I think Hannu Mikkola's first event was on a Swedish national event up against Ford Escorts and the like, and won the event over 6 stages by something like 14 minutes. Completely made other manufacturers change the long-term plans that they had to continue rallying in the World Championship.
So there we go, McRae to McRae, Max McRae in the Ford Focus. And alongside him is Vivian Campbell, about to get a great ride from the man who's won the Jim Clark Rally 2026. He's been building up his success ratio, a bit in Europe, a bit in UK, concentrating on British Rally Championship this year. Part of that McRae dynasty. Alistair, his father, is here as well, and we're expecting Jimmy McRae hopefully tomorrow to come and see what's going on. So lovely to have Max McRae here and his father as well, and lovely to see an RS200. And you think of Stig Block, because he drove one of those. Kelly Grundle drove one of those, and I think Kelly got the 3rd place, which was the best result at World Championship level in Sweden for that car. Kelly Grundle, who was a jet fighter pilot actually in the Swedish Air Force, quite a character. And there's the McLeods. Who is in that car?
That is Rory McLeod and Bruno Thierry. And I believe, according to my listing, Rory's driving and Bruno is in alongside. Martin Overington in the 6R4. Of course, we've previously seen Martin here over the years in a Golden Wonder back livery Metro 6R4, and I think this is the same car, but they have brought it back to the original livery as well as in the original car registration. And
I think what happened there, Zav, is Ramsport, who'd done all the work on the car, told us that was an original John Price car. So that's his chassis, that's the car. Now it's in the colours. They've done 3 years work progressively on the car, and it is absolutely faithful to all that detail. And I lost count of how many tarmac championships John Price won, but a great character. I remember he got me to go and do an after-dinner speech at his motor club, and he was a massive Michael Schumacher fan as well.
Was he?
Yeah, I managed to get Michael Schumacher's autograph for him, which he was very grateful for. And yeah, interesting, isn't it, that a tarmac rally man was very, very much in love with Formula One and very much in love with Michael Schumacher.
And you know what? He was very partial to a bit of Irish tarmac rally, and he was a great supporter and would regularly come over to the likes of Wexford and Killarney. It was an easy access for him as a Welsh competitor, you know, getting the ferry across. But he was a great supporter of the Motor News Route Tarmac Championship, of which Wexford was around. Oh, Max. Getting some air up the jump there.
That was great.
Some great style. Yeah, it could almost be Colin McRae and Nicky Grist in that car, couldn't it? Wow. Tail out, and that last part of the special stage through Stratos and across the finish line to slow down. And there is the little creature.
The hamster, come on now.
Sorry, the hamster from the young ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
And off the line, Tony and Steve Graham in the Lancia Fulvia, the 1300S. Are built beautifully by Ian Chamberlain Engineering. They have two cars. They have a tarmac car. They have a car that they take on the loose. A lot of historic rally events that they competed in, around Europe, particularly the Monte Carlo Classiche and the Roger Albert Clark Rally. I don't think that Steve and Tony have missed an RAC rally in the last 14 years. And they've been running at the head of the field and the Roger Albert Clark Rally amongst the older cars, as in fact I do in the first 20 or so, because mine is a 1979 car.
Very young then.
Yes, indeed. But it's great. I mean, that RAC rally, Roger Albert Clark Rally, it's how I remember the early RAC rallies, and even earlier than that, when I was spectating in 1966 as a 14-year-old and watched Jim Clark in a Lotus Cortina and Graham Hill
lucky man.
in a Mini Cooper S through Penmachnow, and then when there's a little service area, went to watch it, we were all gathered around. I had to wear my short trousers because my mum said I couldn't have long trousers till I was 15. I had chafed knees in the frost and everything, but you know, that's how it was then. I had my scarf on.
But you got to see Jim Clark, so who cares about chafed knees?
Unbelievable. And because he was my Grand Prix hero anyway, seeing him in a rally car, oh my God, and that was it. I was hooked on rallying from then on in.
But what an incredible competitor Jim Clark was.
Yeah.
Multidisciplinary. I mean, such a unique talent.
See, Ayrton Senna told me he's his absolute hero for him, because I worked with Senna for quite a few years, was Jim Clark. And actually, if you look at them in stature and their eyes and the way focal and their natural talent or whatever, they were quite similar in that way. And of course, we haven't got to the story yet of Russell Bulgin, but Ayrton Senna testing all those rally cars in Wales, including a Metro 6R4.
And Alan Edwards, was it a V8 four-wheel drive, big-winged Escort, which, if I remember reading that report in car conversions right, absolutely blew Senna's head. the way it was engineered. It also had it wasn't like a tractor gearbox. You could have a high and low ratio box, if I remember. Yeah, that I remember. It blew Senna's mind really good.
But Jim Clark on that RAC rally was phenomenal. He got up to 6th place, 8th place. He set a couple of faster stage times. He had an off, he got back on, and he finally rolled it. He didn't go home. He carried on work with the service crew for the rest of the rally. And that was really impressive.
I think that shows the mark of the man, doesn't it?
Yeah, totally agree.
It was good seeing Peter van der Putten off the line there in the S1 Quattro, as we're looking at the Grahams now. Coming down the straight, that short shoot of a straight, before you get through to Cooper's, the left-hander, and up to Stratos. Great looking car, front wheel drive, power to weight ratio, really, really good. Fantastic visibility from inside the car when you're driving one. Very, 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 very good handling because of that front wheel drive and the fact that the unit is in front. Most of the canted over V4 engine is in front of the front wheels as well, so it inherently had great handling scars, battle scars.
We have some battle scars. It's no surprise, though, is it? Jari-Matti Lafla's been at the wheel of the Rally 1 Toyota Yaris today, and yeah, he's been very committed out there. There has been a few touches of banks along the way, and we've got a few scrapes to show for it. But I tell you what, the passengers have had a fantastic experience alongside Jari-Matti. And a bit like Oliver Solberg yesterday, you know, we saw Oliver chatting with the guests that were in the car and talking them through various elements of it. Jari-Matti would have been doing the same during the morning, making guests feel comfortable, feel at home.
Yeah. We were up there underneath the awning of the Toyota team. I'll wait for the noise. And there's a little hop and a bump at the end of that tarmac before you get to the loose, and they hook it round to the left. And the inside left rear just gives a little bunny hop as you go over that. Really on the edge as Jari-Matti was there. But what I was going to say, there's a queue of people, journalists, VIPs, who are getting these wonderful rides alongside the top drivers with the Toyota team, and they're putting on their helmets and they're waiting. Some of them looking quite nervous.
I'm sure.
And those that get back, put it back in the middle.
A little bit to the right over the jump there for Peter van der Putten.
We spoke to him earlier on, quite a character.
Oh, I loved his comment about we're not going shopping in these cars, we're here to really drive. Now, great. And he's exactly right. You know, we talked about this, haven't we? We know these cars cost a lot of money. Spare parts are low on the ground, but these cars are designed to rally, and that's exactly what we want to see them doing. And that's exactly what he said he would do, and he's not holding back. No, not the greatest of line over that jump, though, was it?
No. But actually, the Quattro was really good. It just settled quite nicely, even though the fact that he'd unbalanced it back a bit with the inside wheels on the grass there rather than centralising it. Who knows, there might be some sort of bumps in the middle of the crest of the jump that they're avoiding. We just don't know.
Which was set earlier this morning, has been the fastest time on the board for quite some time. He's had a couple of attempts to try and beat it. No, 2:27.3 this time around on the 7th run.
Patrick O'Donovan and Thomas Schlatter on the start line. Dan Ollie behind him this time with Benedict Schlatter in the co-driving seat, and then we'll have, by the looks of it, Henk Lattiken again with Marcus Mannanen. So busy couple of runs coming up. If you're in the forest, you will soon see Rob Gibson's Metro 6R4, the Rallycross version, the A2 Audi Quattro, and the Chevette HSR is coming back out again. We have the McRae Enduro, and in the background I can see the Toyota Gazoo racing team changing the co-driver passenger for the Yaris Rally 1. So as Bex was saying about VIP and media rights, that's going to continue, so somebody's getting ready to go for a run.
Exciting times.
Good to see it busy here, loads of people. And if you are in the rally stage and making your way up, it's worth remembering that we have a live rally interview stage in which Gary Champion will be interviewing guests at 1 o'clock during that 30-minute lunch break, where we all get a well-deserved cup of tea or coffee.
Yep. Zav and I get a tea or coffee. Tony Jardine gets a martini, shaken not stirred, as befits the man. Yeah, some lovely deck chairs over by the stage as well, so you can take a well-earned rest over there and watch whoever's being interviewed a little bit later on while we continue with the action here on the Forest Rally Stage. But the lunch break is fast approaching, and that's when the interviews will be taking place on the main stage here in the paddock area. So if you're up here with us, you are most welcome. Make sure you use the opportunity well, go and have a good look at these cars up close and personal. Take pictures, ask questions.
So there's Richard Barrow, 2010 Subaru, a ProDrive shell. It was built by Town End Garage to Group N spec. Lovely car, great handling car. Elliot Donovan off the line. And there's that little tarmac section where it ends, and then you turn around to the left and go onto the loose, so suddenly a big grip change.
Wise that it starts on tarmac, though. We don't get the big dust tailback you were mentioning earlier, and the ruts. Now, every single stage at Rally Portugal for the past, I don't know how many years, starts on tarmac for that very reason, so we don't have ruts at the start of the stage.
And that's the reason they did it here. I mean, many moons ago, it was just we started on that chalk surface, and I think possibly, Tony, our second year doing this, it rained on the Thursday, and with the wet, it just the guys did a tremendous job on the Thursday evening filling in the ruts, because the surface was so soft, Bex. The cars really struggled. So over time, it's been tweaked and the tarmac's in and it works. I never get tired of that. I'm sorry. It's such a fabulous sound.
It is an incredible sound of the Toyota Hilux, which is making its way around right now.
I'd love to know, Tony was explaining very graphically and poetically about, you know, the likes of the Hilux and the way it traverses the sand dunes or whatever it may be. I'd love to be standing, and as he was saying earlier about the Paris to South Africa.
Paris-Le Cap,
yeah, hearing the likes of that Hilux come in the distance until it goes past you, that cacophony noise must be just amazing. And then it disappears into the distance.
And you also get that sort of heat haze effect, and the dust effect, and it sort of shimmers, and it takes a while for the noise to come through.
Reach you.
You see the shape, you see the silhouette, and then the noise suddenly comes through. You think, oh my goodness me, that's amazing. Oh my goodness me as well, Alitalia, Fiat. The 131, and that car has a lot of history. And who is driving that one? We'll take a look.
Paul Howarth. Steve Henry.
Yes, Paul Howarth. He has a lot of his own rally history behind him, does he not? ProDrive.
Yep, many years at ProDrive.
Top engineer, developed so many cars for the ProDrive team, who of course taken manufacturers to glory, and recently have just done that for Dacia, as they call them, the Sand Riders team, winning Dakar finally, and that's ProDrive getting that monkey off their back as well. They're now down on the list of big winners, and indeed winners of the Dakar as well. The Hilux, the Toyota Hilux, 4 times, and Henk Lattigan, who you're seeing driving on that one, finished second on the Dakar. Very nearly won it. Quite close contest at the end.
And of course, Paul Howarth here the last couple of years in his own Group 2 Opel Ascona. We've seen him pilot that, and some of the other cars that are running under the BGM Sport banner and provided by Steve Rimmer. Of course, I think we're going to possibly do there tomorrow of his daughter Josie. Come up and join us. Myself and Bex will have a chat about the benefits and effort and work that has gone into women in motorsport, pushed and promoted predominantly by Josie, but it has gathered momentum over the years and creating equality for women in motorsport.
So the works team, the Works colours in Alitalia. A lovely car, great handling car. Volterol and time and Marco Allen, great drivers at the time. And Christian Geisdorfer at one stage in the Fiat had the seat in the back for the co-driver for weight distribution. Zav will tell me exactly on which rally that was. It was only done on one rally and then it was stopped, but it was an idea that they tried.
I think it was the 78 RAC rally, and like you said, they tried it once and it didn't really work. It wasn't enough weight sitting over the middle of the axle in the rear. But again, as Bex was talking about innovation and everything else within motorsport, it was worth trying because nobody done it before.
Some things you've got to give a go because it could be a gamble, but it could be a gamble that is going to really pay off for you.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I think Christian was slightly offset so he could still see the road. Otherwise, all you could see was the back of the crash helmet and very successful cars. The 131s, the Mirror Furies, they had 20 WRC wins. And this is Volterol's 1987 Monte Carlo car. It was also had been driven by Hannu Mikkola and Stig Blomqvist, but the least successful of the Audi range, a bit like a big boat. It wasn't successful at all and was soon discarded. However, we're looking at the Wrights, Mr. and Mrs. Wright, and David and Jane. David Wright, who's been here with an R5 car before, and with his other Ford cars as well, in Ford Focus that he's got. Get out the launch control and all the anti-lag built into that as it gets off the line. And that's the Clarks there in their lovely Audi Sport Quattro. A very genuine car in terms of its livery. The way Tim Clark has prepared that car, electrical engineer from Bournemouth. His love of Audis shines through. And on the line.
We're back again. Making the most of it today, which is really, really good to see.
Yeah.
So let's listen into this. The rumble of the car. Incredible sounds and the incredible forces you feel off the start line here. So that is Jari-Matti Latvala into the Forest Rally Stage yet again. We've seen some great runs from him so far. He seems to be having a ball of a time out there, Tony.
But that's what I was talking about there, Bex, is that off the tarmac, and it's like a quick hop, and then it just changes direction all in a split second. It's absolutely fantastic to watch, and that's a WRC1 car. Here's David Wright having a go, getting tuned up for the shootout later this afternoon. We've been talking about his neat economic style, but he's just as good doing the donuts, pirouetting around Delta there at the bottom of the 1.9 mile special stage. Very quick driver indeed. As I say, he also has that full focus, and recently married to Jane. Now, that's the front, the big bib spoiler on the Audi, and they were all needed, believe you me, and those big wings keep it on the deck. Pop bang, pop bang, the power, somewhere in the region of 450 brake horsepower from the 5-cylinder Audi engine, and that unmistakable sound, absolutely melodious, certainly to the ears of rally fans. There's David Wright over the flying fin, through the dust, the sun glinting off his windscreen there, and that is the difficulty for the drivers, but not for Jari-Matti, because he's used to this, getting light, shade, shade again, light again, changing surfaces. That's what top rally drivers are all about. 18 World Rally Championship wins for this man. first drove in the RAC Rally, age 17, totally in his blood. Totally.
It really was. I remember when he showed up at Wales Rally GB, and everyone thought, you know, the comparisons were drawn to Harry Potter because he was there looking very young, his little glasses on. You know, he still remembers that time really fondly. It was, as he said, a bit of a baptism of fire. Wales Rally GB always was. It was a tricky rally, as you well know. Tony Jardy to be able to master over the years. But I think, you know, Jari Matti is a sensational driver, but he will be the first one to put his hand up and say too many things got into his head along the way. And you need to just have that clear mind moving forward. He felt that he was distracted by various elements along the way, and you have to keep full focus on exactly what you're doing. But just one of the drivers who you love to watch on a stage.
Sjoerd van Putten there, he gives a nice donut. It's the wrong side of the oil can, doesn't quite get round it, doesn't matter. He's flicked it round and pirouetted it beautifully, and still going sideways in the big S1 there. Gosh, that is a beastie to try and tame, and it's so slippy down at Delta, doing a fantastic job with the Grahams off the line again in the Lancia Fulvia for yet another run, and a chance to see rally history and a car that Sandro Minari drove to victory on the Monte Carlo rally.
So you had a Fulvia within your collection?
I had a 1300S full road rally spec Fulvia, yes, but sadly it was sold last week to make way for the next car that is coming.
Which is?
I'm not saying till the deal's done.
We'll have to wait till next year's Goodwood to find out exactly what you've been buying.
Going slowly now, hopefully not too much of a problem, of course, unless there's a bit of a hold-up in front of Sjoerd.
This is Marcel Ludwig.
Oh, is it?
Car number 60. Yeah? It's very slow, actually, Tony. It looks like he's he's stopping. Okay. He's got a couple of drivers behind him.
Yeah. Well,
and it could be anything at this point. Yes. We could speculate until the cows come home as to what is wrong here. We're not sure.
It was crisp, it was clean off the line, it was sounding great.
It did look good off the line, you're right.
And something's just gone awry. Hopefully it's something like the little wire just dropping off somewhere. Something that's easily fixable. Let's hope so. Lots of spectators down there under the trees enjoying the rally stage. And Roy Gillingham there in the Chevette HSR is coming through the stage, and he will be slowed down and he will have to stop behind the Audi, as will Tony Graham and Steve Graham. Brothers together, brothers in arms in rallying, and they've rallied all across Europe. They've even done the Tour de Corse in the tarmac version of this beautiful Lancia Fulvia.
Bet that was quite the experience.
Yeah. Tour Auto too, they've competed in that. So, calling for radio to get through, hopefully get...
Yeah, it looks like we might need the recovery vehicle here, huh?
Yeah. It'd be quite an effort in this heat to push that out of the way to get the recovery vehicle through, unless of course it comes back down the stage the other way to tow it out.
Talking about pushing cars, I've seen some sights over the years. You know, World Rally cars are heavy. And I remember Rally Croatia a few years ago, Thierry Neuville and Martin Vidager having to push their Hyundai through the media zone, through the time control and into service. And they got it to the time control, the first time control to go into service, and Martin Vidager just collapsed on the floor with exhaustion because these cars are heavy. It was hot. And you know, you know, we're there with our cameras, and that you're filming it, and you feel guilty for filming it, but it's a moment in time, and it's got to be captured because you need to show the people what it's like there. and what it's like to push these cars and how difficult it is. So yeah, that's not even a contemplative factor here right now. But as you can see, we have a pause, and fortunately the Audi is stopped in the stage. We've noticed it driving slowly, although, you know, we did see it very quick off the line earlier on as Tony and I were watching. But yeah, something has gone awry on this run here, and the Audi has just come to a stop, although, as I said, it looked brilliant off the line. So let's see what we will see. I think we are approaching the stop for lunch right now. I'm not sure what the plan is going to be out there. But you can see we are running under a stop under the red flag right now, as we do have a car blocking the stage.
What did the Americans say? We're on a full course red.
So we wait, and I'm sure we'll get some information shortly about when we restart and how we're going to get this car out of the stage. So while we wait, Zav, let's go back to the fruits of Tony Jardine's labour, shall we? He's been out and about, chatting to the great and the good in the service park, and he's caught up with David and Jane Wright.
Oh, excellent.
Jane, David, welcome back to Festival of Speed, and congratulations, because you got married.
We did, thank you very much. Thank you. 5 weeks ago today.
Yeah, well, it's not that long ago, and is it going all right, you know, the marriage?
No difference, absolutely no difference.
Life is the same as before, so that's good.
That's good. Well, great partnership in the car, great partnership in life. How's it going together on the Goodwood stage?
Yeah, really good. We had a couple of runs yesterday. Found it quite slippy, just quite dusty on top of the concrete surface, so just got to be careful. We had a little misdemeanor into a bail on the shootout time, damaged the wing, but didn't lose too much time, probably 5-10 seconds, something like that, which is a bit of a shame, but
we saw that
all on camera.
So did I.
So Jane, from your perspective, the shootout, are you calling the notes? Have you made special notes?
Yeah, I made some notes, and we're just going for the notes every time. So we actually made a good set last year, so I've just reused them this year, so saved them time.
But you've rallied together quite a lot. Have you done the Grampian together before?
No, I've done it myself, driving and co-driving, but we've never done it together, no. You've not really been in the forest for a long time.
No, it's been probably maybe 10 years since I've been in forest rallying properly, other than this stage, so yeah, I think, you know, a few miles I'll be back into the swing of things, so one day we'll have a go on the gravel, I think, maybe together as well.
I think you should explain to everybody, it is a bit of a baptism of fire. You think it's 1.9 miles, but that place bites in there, doesn't it?
I mean, it's caught me out a few times over the years. You know, the trees are so close to the side of the road, you can easily clip a bank in and it'll fire into the trees at the other side of the road. You know, you've got to be so careful and pick your lines and your braking points, because it's so slippy in comparison to a normal gravel stage. You've got to be. It's very tricky, yeah, very tricky.
So talking about picking the lines, when we were watching the pair of you, you looked very, very quick. You weren't sliding it out all over the place, and you were getting good times.
He's very neat and tidy with his driving. He always has been. Even like on tar, you have to be. You've got no forgiveness in tarmac. So I think that's a good grounding for coming here and keeping it tidy.
Well, you've done well in the past now. Any predictions for today on the shootout, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, avoid the bails for a start. I think just keep it neat and tidy, be as aggressive as you possibly can be without overstepping the mark, really. You've got to really brake as hard as you can, late as you can, but at the same time, don't overdo it. So just keep it neat and tidy, but as quick as we can.
Well, congratulations again. Great to see you both here, and enjoy the rest of the summer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, Tom.
There we go. Great interview there with David and Jane Wright, 5 weeks ago they got married. It's going well, as Jane said. Absolutely no difference. They've been together for a number of years. Okay, we have a recovery vehicle in place right now on the stage, ready to tow out the Audi. And we will be getting things back up and running on the stage with a few more cars before we break for lunch here. So you can see those cars on the start waiting. Enduro the first to be able to kick us off. A few photographs while we wait. Why not? You've got to have some photo memories to remember the experience here at Goodwood, of course. Especially when you're heading out onto the stage itself. But being outside of the car right now rather than in it, definitely the best place to be. It's hot sitting in the cars just waiting to go when you're not moving. So there's the car being towed out, so that was quickly done. Now the Delta Donut has provided us with much to talk about this morning. Some different approaches from our crews. Oh, we're seeing some great examples here right now.
Nicely done by Aoife Raftery.
The flying fin jump, though, was on form yesterday, or the drivers were on form over it, rather, and again, it's produced some wonders out there today. But our stage side camera definitely working hard out there with all the gravel that is flying at it at the moment.
Ollie O'Donovan. Changes position.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. O'Donovan. Camera facing directly the wrong way there. Okay, this is good. We see some balaclavas and helmets going on. That means we're not too far away from the restart of the Forest Rally Stage here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Shouldn't take us too long to be back underway then. And we've just got a few more cars to go before the lunch break happens. And that's where we get then a change around in the marshals, who are doing great work out on the stages. Everyone gets the time to have a sandwich and a glass of something pretty cold, because the temperatures are pretty high. And of course there will be interviews on the stage for everybody to watch here in the service area and for you at home as well. Got some great names lined up who will be chatting to Gary Champion as soon as the lunch break kicks off.
The crossing, so it won't be long.
There we go. Won't be long. Those are the words we want to hear. Do you know what I think, Tony Jardine? I think it's high time, when we go to the lunch break, that you get that ice cream treat you promised us yesterday. Seen a lovely little ice cream van. I'll have a 99, please, barman.
99. One flake or two?
Two.
Of course.
And a dribble of raspberry as well, please.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. There he is. Look, see, we can give you directions. I can write you some pace notes to get there. Over to the ice cream stand.
And then you'll need to get some sort of lead around me and a collar so you can drag me over there.
I've got a wrench to open the wallet. We're sorted.
No worries.
Oh, perfectly timed.
Excuses, aren't I?
You are running out of excuses rapidly, rapidly. It is ice cream weather here, and it's being enjoyed by many spectators who've headed up to the rally stage. Welcome up here to the paddock area. We are on we're about to come out of, rather, a very brief pause in proceedings. We've got another few cars to go through the Forest Rally Stage before the lunch break, and then you'll be entertained on the main stage in the paddock area with some interviews with the crews who've been behind the wheels this morning.
So Charles Sincock is ready to go. Charles Dunn is alongside him in the 2008 McRae Enduro Evo. McRae's and their big effort with their buggies to go into the off-road sector. Obviously that wasn't followed through. Various things happened that stopped going all the way, but there are still some of those McRae Enduros around. And this one exclusively runs on biofuel, much lower emissions. It runs on the Sustain fuel, which I use in historic rallying, up to 70% less of those poisonous gases coming out of the back of the exhaust. And it's mixed from second grade animal feed. It's the feed which the animals reject, which they don't eat, and it's mixed up and mulched in and made into the incredible fuel. And Corrigan mix loads of different fuels, including for Formula One, so they know what they're doing. So does Charles, off the line with this BMW engined vehicle, the Enduro, and it's got that reflective material on the front which you would use in the desert to keep off the heat to a degree. And the oil as well is plant-based.
I mean, it's all sustainability, isn't it? We talked about this yesterday. We want to continue to hear the beautiful engine sounds of these cars and use combustion engines. We need to find sustainable qualities elsewhere, and that comes from the fuel and like you're saying, the oil as well.
Yeah. And it's clever people, like Corrigan, that mix these fuels. They're able to do that, and that is real. It's genuine sustainability, and it's led by Motorsport UK. It's led by Goodwood themselves at the races, at the members meeting, at the revival meeting, where they insist that you're using the sustainable fuel. And that's the way to go. Otherwise, you won't hear that incredible noise, as you're just saying, Bex, that 5-cylinder engine noise. It's got to be outlawed, and it's got to be all electric. Well, I think there's a big bunch of us, especially in motorsport, who don't subscribe to that view. We subscribe to the view that there are other channels, there are other avenues that we can take to being sustainable and still keep the internal combustion engine. I'm all for the hybrid, I'm all for the recharging and so on, but I'm not for replacing it totally just with electric motors. All you get is the whir and the whiz, and in the end they're going to have to put little machines on the back to put out the noise of an engine, aren't they? Otherwise they'll just go whir.
Yeah, but that doesn't work either, I don't think. And we used the hybrid in the WRC obviously for a few years, and then we moved on to work without it. When the cars were in hybrid mode, you could barely hear them moving towards you. We used to call it ghost mode, and they eventually had alarms on the cars that would go off to warn people that they were coming towards them. Otherwise you could not hear the car at all. It was so quiet.
I have to be honest and say to both of you, as much as I respect you as colleagues, co-commentators, I am supremely impressed with my own ability to withhold myself. I'm not going to get involved in the conversation about electric cars. Because you talk about Pandora's box, you'd be opening Saab's box.
Well, Patrick O'Donovan is down the stage, Charles Sincock is down the stage, Jari-Matti Latvala is waiting on the line, ready to go in the WRC2 car. And that is lovely from the Audi Quattro S1. Pirouetting around a Delta. And Jari-Matti is off. I don't mean off into the bales or woods. I mean, he's just off the start line. Absolute rocket. Look at that.
Yeah.
The front end changing direction there. There's a couple of quite big ruts as they turn in down Hopkirk and through to Clark. As Charles Sincock comes home in the McRae Evo.
I was just thinking earlier on, yourself and Becky talking there about the Z-Worry cars. I don't think, and I don't remember that McRae Enduro ever breaking down.
No, me neither.
In all the years you and I have been here, and the last 3 years with Bex, I don't remember it breaking down. Patrick O'Donovan with Anthony Whiteman.
Just beautiful, wasn't he, round Delta? Did you see that?
Yeah, he's got
fabulous.
Yeah, I have to say. Jari-Matti Latvala with Kala Lai alongside for the run, and Marshall quickly doing, I'm guessing...
The donut dance, I feel, putting the oil barrel back into place, Stav, we think?
Yeah, I would say Patrick possibly tipped it.
Oh, he's just nudged it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, oh, we're gonna see that quite a lot, I'm sure, during the day. It's been knocked over completely by one of the earlier cars. Jari-Matti Latvala just really has amazed impressed us out there today, hasn't he? I'm looking forward to seeing him in the WRC2 category at Rally Finland, his home event, for another crack at taking the win there. It's been really tough competition in WRC2 so far this year, so to add Jari-Matti into the mix yet again for another year is going to be exciting to see.
And you know what? I love it whenever they start ending, like before the Super Special. The enthusiasm and the anticipation of starting the Friday stages is coming off him. It's amazing to watch. He's like a kid in a sweet shop. He really is.
But you couldn't have a more electric atmosphere, could you, than in Finland?
No.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, the entire WRC takes over Jyväskylä. It's my favourite event on the championship calendar. If anyone ever asks me which event they should go to, which event they should go and see, for me it's Finland, because the incredible speeds these cars reach, but it's the organisation behind the rally, because it's not just about the stages. The service park is so full of things for people to do, for families. There's so much to see and do there, and the entire event takes over Jyväskylä. It is just an incredible feat. It's absolutely, by far and away, my favourite event on the championship calendar. And that is our last car for the morning session. We are going to take a little break here, but hopefully when we come back, we're heading off to the stage, and we're going to cross out to it now and find out what Gary Champion is up to. We'll see you after all of this.
The original proper rally. So I'd like to introduce a couple of people up to the stage, if I can, first of all.
Gary, I think you just said I was fluffing for Toyota drivers. I'm not entirely sure how comfortable I am with that.
No, you'll be fine. So let's introduce, first of all, you introduce yourself. That's perfect.
Hello everybody, my name's Tim, and the plan is to race the little Mini that you can see there, because Minis make everybody smile, right? So it's to race that Mini.
Will that be a mini adventure?
Dakar. That would be a mini adventure, Gary. I like your thinking.
Thanks. Let's introduce the man as well who is involved in the event itself. Introduce yourself, if you will.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chris Gale. I'm the head of the competitors department of the Africa Eco Race, and we are here to, one, discover Goodwood. It's our first time at the show, and two, try to show you that yes, it's hot in the summer here, but we go to a hot place in February.
Right, tell us about this event, because I don't want to call it the Paris-Dakar, partly because it doesn't start in Paris, but it finishes in absolutely the right place in Dakar.
Indeed. So we actually start in Morocco. We cross Morocco, we cross Mauritania, and we finish in Dakar, in Senegal, on the Lac Rose, where the Dakar of the 80s, 90s, and 1000s would finish. And you can actually see on Google Maps, there's a podium there all year round. And it's we keep the spirit alive.
How long's the event?
So we have 11 days of racing, but ultimately it splits over 2 to 3 weeks with the scrutineering, the transport, and all in.
Okay, so, and each day, I'm assuming, as Dakar used to be, a long day, a tough day. It's an endurance event.
It is definitely an endurance. It's not a sprint. We wake up in Camp A. The racers go left into the dunes and into the rocks, and they drive happily 500 kilometers in the day to get to the next place. And then at the same time, the service vehicles go onto the road, and they do 600, 700, 800 kilometers to get to the next place.
Wowza.
And all this while folding up the camp in the morning, installing the camp in the evening before the drivers arrive.
See, I was really interested in the event, and then you mentioned the word camping, and then that's put me off. I'm sorry about that. So does everyone have to camp?
Well, there's different levels of camping, aren't there, at the end of the day? For me, camping says you're not in a building. So we do not go to towns. We don't go to the outskirts of towns. We go to 10, 20 miles away from the closest town. So we're literally having an adventure. And you can go from blow-up air mattress on the floor to a bed in the field to a fully built trailer truck with your sanitaries, with the double-sided bed.
Slowly persuading me this might be worth coming. Okay, I'm almost there now. That's fine.
There's all levels of camping.
And why is it called an eco race? Is it because there's no fuel used or something? What do you do? The car's powered by wood-fired turbines or something?
We do have electric cars. We do have electric cars. Last year we had 3 electric bikes, which drove all the way to Dakar. But eco for us is more an economical. And economical not for savings, but economical from a financial point of view, where the countries don't pay us to come to their country. We bring to these little towns, sorry to say, in the middle of nowhere in Morocco and Mauritania, 400 vehicles, 800 people, and we got to buy fuel. They got to buy food. They got to buy little things. So it's bringing our wealth to these places and sharing it.
And can I mean, if anyone out there wants to enter, can you enter? Is it as easy as that? What do we need license-wise and so on?
Basically as easy as that. You do need a motorsport license, an international motorsport license, but you can turn up with your own car and you can prepare it to your, as you wish. An entry fee for normal cars is under £18,000. But at the end of the day, that's just the money side. But that entry fee includes the transport on the boat to Morocco, the customs, the transport on the boat back from Senegal, all the food during the bivouacs, and the security of the rally. Because when they're racing, like Tim will probably share with us later, security is really important. And when you have an accident, you want somebody to be by your side as fast as you can. We've got 3 helicopters which fly constantly. We've got
I should probably, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, I can personally vouch for the helicopters. If you want to maximise your entrance fee, the secret is to get a ride back to the hospital on the helicopter. But we can talk about that in a minute.
Oh, so fall off the motorbike like you did.
Talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay,
but maybe not day 2. But maybe not day 2. Then you actually enjoy the rally a bit.
Yeah. Okay, Chris. Thank you very much. Let's swap you over with Steve and bring him up onto the stage. Now, for those of you that are a certain age, you will remember the name Nigel Harris. This man is related to Nigel Harris, Steve Harris.
Absolutely, yes, thank you. Yeah, Nigel's one of my elder brothers, obviously no longer with us. Unfortunately, passed away in a plane crash on the Ivory Coast Rally, so many years ago now. But I've continued rallying, been rallying on and off since then. So yeah, there's a lot of rallying in our family, a lot of background.
Right, let me move you to next to Tim, because you are a pair, so to speak. So you're the co-driver, he's the driver. Now let me just tell people, you're going to be doing this eco race, and you're doing it terribly economically because, as Tim has alluded to, you're going to have a mini adventure. So you 2 lunatics are going to get into that little baby over there, and you're going to do this event for all the days that Chris has talked about, all of those miles. Why? What on earth possessed either of you to do it in that, when in that tent there's a perfectly suitable car you could have used?
If you, I think if you look at the back of our shirts, somewhere, Gary, it says, because I can.
No, why not? It says lunatic actually on the back. That's what it says. What made you choose a Mini?
Beer. No.
one bottle of Malbec.
Well, we started.
So basically,
yeah, go on.
I ran out of talent, right, Gary? So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, please, come on, listen in, have a beer for a minute. I'll tell you a story. So essentially, I make really poor holiday choices. Yeah. So in 2015, I climbed Everest, but that was when all the earthquakes were on, so it was a pretty terrible time to find yourself in Everest, frankly. 2018, we climbed the Matterhorn and the wildest storms that were ever seen there. And then a couple of years later, we decided to go on an all-expensive trip to Ukraine, and the kind of Russians got involved with that. So that was pretty messy. And then I decided what I wanted to do was challenge myself a little bit. And as Chris was saying earlier, the Africa Eco Race is like old-school Dakar. It's big days through the dunes, etc. And I said to myself, what I want to do is I'm going to do it on a motorbike. And if you're interested, the bike is actually on the Africa Eco Race stand over there. And I said, right, I'm going to do it on a motorbike. That's what I'm going to do. And my wife, who thinks spreadsheets are interesting, my wife looked at me and said, Tim, two small problems. You don't have a bike and you've never raced off-road before. I was like, details, details, details. So off we went, and we did Rally du Maroc, in fact, with Henk Gladker and the guys are at the top of there. They're all the same, and Nasser Alatea and the guys. And somehow, much to my surprise and frankly everybody else's, I got to the end of it. That qualified me. So we then, right, Africa Eco Race, let's go. As Chris stated, we got 2 days into the rally, and I spectacularly ran out of talent. Essentially. So what happened was, well, I don't really know what happened, to be honest. I came round in the desert, and I was paralysed from here down. And I couldn't move my legs, and I sat upright, my right arm flopped into the sand, and we're quite involved, I'm ex-military, we're kind of involved with sort of trauma medicine, etc. I thought, well, generally speaking, this is bad. So I tucked my arm into my jacket, because it was kind of no use to me at that point. And then using my one good arm, it took me 25 minutes to crawl 10 metres back to the bike. Because one of the things Chris alluded to is the safety systems involved in the rally, which are fantastic. And on the bike, there's an emergency call button. And at that moment in time, all that mattered was getting to that emergency call button. So it took me 25 minutes to crawl 10 metres back to the bike, push the button. Has anybody had lunch yet? Sorry.
Are you going to tell us something really gory?
Yeah, because what I then had to do was get my helmet off, because my helmet was all crushed on the side of my head, annoying, and essentially vomiting unconscious in your own helmet is, generally speaking,
you could have just said the V word then, couldn't you?
Sorry, Gary, sorry.
I mean,
So I get my helmet off, and eventually the helicopter comes, which was marvellous, frankly, so I maximised my entrance fees, so that was excellent. And then from there, it's a little bit messy. We ended up sort of back in Morocco, and then we got x-rayed, then we got back to the UK, and then I sat in Lady Scott's people in the room. So I sat in Larbert Hospital for 11 hours at A&E, having travelled 3 days back across the desert. And the doctor came running out. He said, don't move, don't move, don't move. And I thought, we're a little bit past...
I won't move.
We're a little bit past not moving. I'm 3 days into this job. And anyway, he said, you fractured C4, 5 and 6, which is here, if you're interested. And I was 1/1000th of a millimetre from not talking to you today. And the reason I'm sort of standing well back from the stage is because it makes Mike down here really nervous at the thought of me falling off the stage. Anyway, not to be beaten, the bit Gary kind of hasn't told you is that Steve is in fact my wife's uncle, and Nigel Harris, co-driver of the 6R4 Metro, Malcolm Wilson, etc., was my wife's late father. So Steve turns around and says, I think we can be a bit naughty, Gary, can't we? Steve essentially said, if you've got the balls to get in a car, I'll sit next to you. And I was like, well, if you're sitting next to me, you've got bigger balls than I have. So we built a little Mini. And it was £1,400 from eBay, if you're interested. Toyota will take $1 million off you if you want to go and do Dakar. We're sort of budget's slightly different. We built a Mini, and we turned it into a Mini Rally Challenge car, and Steve co-drove. And we did that last year. And we got a few podiums. So, of course, then these things start to grow arms and legs and credit cards. And essentially then what happened was the Schlesser said, Tim, did you know that car you're driving, we've got this new historic class now, and your car, your Mini, is eligible. And we said, is it? Brilliant. And I could see
and by the way, during the Mini Rally Challenge, he was just subtly dropping out little things about doing the Africa Eco Race. And
what sort of subtle things?
Well,
it'd be nice if we rallied in the sun.
That's fair.
There is one of those when you're in Scotland for a while.
And he didn't mean the Festival of Speed.
But no, just did you ever fancy doing the Dakar Rally when it was the Dakar Rally?
Oh, that's subtle.
Yeah. Well, I did, yeah, but you know, you've got to be careful when you've got a small family and stuff. So it never actually came up that I was to do it. And then, of course, he's oh, right, okay, and you just left it. You know, it's just little subtle comments every now and again with myself, the service people, etc. They're all like, he's just hooking this all in as the year's going on. And then
it took less than a minute, Steve. Let's be honest.
It's because he's a spy. He's an ex-spy. right. That's what it
can't
is.
tell
I'm not
people
allowed
that,
to tell
Gary.
you this, but I'm going to tell you. Okay, he will tell you. So what are you, XMI5 or something?
I'd have to kill you, Gary. So I'm a former covert intelligence officer, which makes me quite good at influencing people.
Which, bearing in mind the way he is with a microphone, I don't know how he got away with the covert bit, but never mind. Tell me more about this car. So, I mean, the car inside the tent has got, like, between the tyre and the top of the wheel arch, about 3 feet. That's got about 25 millimetres, and it's got some really nice, like, plasticky bits behind the wheel to just stop stones whizzing around.
There's a good number, Gary, actually. Funnily enough, the guy that built the car, Ben, if any of you are staying all weekend, Ben will hear tomorrow, actually, but Ben phoned me up the other day and he said, Tim, we've got 25 millimetres less ride height than a Tuthill Porsche. The good news is we're £250,000 better off, so you can keep your millimetres.
I mean, it's not that much off the ground, is it?
It's a bit significantly more than it was for the mini rally challenge, but yeah, it's a little car. You can't do too much without...
So with his military connections, have you taken it onto Salisbury Plain or something to try and give it a bit of a whirl?
It's coming, yeah.
I thought
Unfortunately, the car was only finished last weekend. To get it here, and then we can start doing some testing and a bit more rigorous training for the eco race.
Can I mention as well that this is insignificant to most people? The number plate says KBO, and something that Tim and I were talking about yesterday, I'd never heard the phrase before, but when Stuart Pringle, who is the CEO at Silverstone, got an OBE, he said the OBE is for everybody because...
It stands for Other Buggers' Efforts.
Thank you. And had he got an MBE...
My efforts.
Thank you. And so, I have to say... KBO, without being funny, is very significant and poignant to you, isn't it?
Now, you've got me again now. You're trying to make me cry on stage, aren't you?
Yes.
So...
Zoom in.
So, essentially, we lost my father 2 or 3 years ago. And my dad's favourite expression was KBO, which was Winston Churchill. And Winston Churchill used to say, keep buggering on. And in those days, 1943, that sort of thing, that was their way of saying, don't give up, keep going, that kind of British spirit. And whenever I would be down through military selection processes. I spent more time in Afghanistan than we did in lockdown, to just give you a frame of reference. And my dad would say to me, just KBO, Tim, just keep at it. Anyway, we spent 2 years getting everything together to go to the rally to Morocco on a motorbike. And the day I left to go to the rally, my father was diagnosed terminally ill. And essentially, he didn't tell me. He told my wife because he knew that if he told me, I wouldn't have gone. Simple as that. Anyway, so I did the rally, finished the rally, super ecstatic, get back from the rally. My wife meets us on the motorway and says, I've got some really bad news for you. So we went to see my dad, and my dad passed away 3 weeks later. So at that moment, I thought, well, I need a number plate on the bike that says KBO. So we put the KBO number plate on the bike. Fast forward a couple of years, I'm now doing the Africa Eco race. I come off in the desert, I'm lying in the desert, I'm paralysed from the chest down, and I'm like, you've done it this time, boy. And I look up, and on the number plate on the bike was KBO, and I could just hear my dad going, KBO, son, KBO. So that's what inspired me to crawl back to the bike to get the thing. So as we are now going back, and ironically, obviously with Steve's other brother Nigel as well, we're like, well, the KBO just needs to go on the car, doesn't it, really? So that's the story.
So a fair amount of determination for you to basically to KBO, but now, I mean, you didn't quite leap up, but you didn't struggle up the steps. I'm not going to ask you to barrel roll off the front of the stage, obviously, but you seem like, incredibly, you've recovered back from it, and to go and do the event in that mini, you are going to get bashed about a bit. Has anyone told you? I'm not sure if anyone's told you both that.
Well, I mean, what was quite interesting was the surgeon that spoke to me. He said, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "Sure." And he said, "I can't prove it medically." So it was really interesting. I've only met 2 other people with that much spinal damage that are still here or not in a wheelchair or whatever. He said, you all have something in common. You chose to be a part of your own solution. And he said, when you lay in the desert, you essentially forced electrical current down your spine to get yourself to that button. One of the other guys, I remember Ed Davis, the rugby player that dived into the swimming pool, and he was the same. And he said, we can't prove that medically, but it's about having a spirit and kind of not giving up and kind of keep pushing forwards, really. Anyway, so 2 years later, we were laughing about the microphones. So I still have pens and needles in my hand. And weirdly, my left thumb feels like it's burning, right, which is pretty random. And if you come and see us at the stand at the end of the day, you'll see that I kind of trip over things. And that's not the 4 pints of lager we've had in the cold. It's just because my spinal starts to compress. But funnily enough, we'd wear the same kit as everybody else. So in the car, we've got very expensive seats. We wear a full hands device and the right helmet, Steve, don't we? And in fact, we had a bit of a moment in a Welsh forest last year, and we sort of came to a sudden stop against a Welsh bollard. And in fact, we were more concerned about trying to get back in the rally. About 2 hours later, Steve said, "Go your neck," and I hadn't noticed. It was fine, and the hands device had obviously done its job. It's the fine motor stuff I haven't got.
Okay, Steve, navigating this thing on a, I'm going to call it the Dakar event. How does that all work? Because I'm sure no one here has got a clue. I mean, you don't have an OS map. Is it sat nav? Is it how does it guesswork? Does it look at the sun? I don't know.
A good point. I'm glad you asked that. I think I need to leave now. I've been rallying for quite a long time, but always used maps and road rallying and pace notes on stage rallies. This is something totally different. So when Tim sort of said, right, we're going to go and do it, and I was like, oh, hang on a sec, that's a totally different type of navigation to what I'm used to, because it's all compass headings, and I've never done that sort of thing before. So he says, well, you've got 18 months to learn, are you going to man up or what? So I was like, yeah, fair play. So I've been fortunate, I've got a good few contacts, and I've spoken
manned up.
And I've been able to talk to a few people, but when I spoke to the organiser, spoke to Chris a few times, and it's like, well, I'm a little bit concerned. You know, what happens if you've got to go 20 kilometres on a certain compass bearing? What happens if you don't find the location you meant to? Because all it is GPS coordinates. There's nothing physically there that you've got to go and see. It's just a grain of sand. Well, there's one or two.
Well, hang on a minute. So when you get there, Chris doesn't put out like a little cold bottle of water and a sandwich or anything?
No.
So, Gary, we're not doing it then.
Gary, we should laugh, actually. Steve's doing himself down. So a couple of years ago, well, last year we did the Greystoke Rally. And you, obviously, with your amazing road rallying heritage. So Greystoke said, right, this rally, it's a forest rally, mega, it's M Sport's kind of home base if you're into that sort of thing. And anyway, they did it on OS maps. And Steve was like, brilliant, we've got this. So we get there, and let's just say that we're a slightly more seasoned crew compared to a lot of the people in the Mini Rally Challenge that possibly could be half our age. Anyway, so we're there, and Steve's just marking up the maps, he's going through it, he's like, Tim, when we get here, we do that, we do this. And we kind of look around the paddock, and there's about 10 young co-drivers, which is a fantastic way to get into sport. I know you two will absolutely go for that. Completely perplexed. So I go across and go, guys, what's up? What's the problem? And they're like, what is this? I'm like, what do you mean, what is that? And they're like, this thing, what is this? And they'd never seen a map before. They had never seen an OS map. Not used one. They'd actually never seen one. If it's not on a phone or an iPad, they were like, what do I do with this?
Well, we covered the British Rally Championship for 2 years for ITV, and every single one of the camera crew were told, because your mobile phone quite often doesn't work, so they were all given OS maps and given a coordinate. And they'd never seen an OS map, these cameramen, because they're all young, unlike our cameraman down here, who's slightly not young.
Well, I think he lost the map look. He left 22 years ago.
but also, you're like, these are coordinates. How does that work?
What postcode's this?
How do you put coordinates on a map? And so we had to teach the cameraman, literally, how to use an OS map. And you're like, well, were you never a Boy Scout? And they're like, well, no, what was the Boy Scouts? Like, so at that point, I'm like...
Times change.
Yeah, thank you and good night. I'm off. Yeah. So, yeah, it was very different. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to us. If you want to find out more about the Mini, or indeed you want to go and do this bonkers race, go and find it. It's over there on the Africa Eco Race. Have yourselves a great afternoon of rallying here on the rally stage, and thank you for joining us and listening in to these two nutters.
Guys, by all means, just come and sit in the car. Come and see the car, sit in the car, have a look at it, see what it's like. It can be done. We'd love to see you. We're running a Smiles competition. So anybody that sits in a car, smiles, gets a picture, puts it on social media, we'll pick the best smile, and what we'll do is we'll take that person out on a test day sitting next to us in the gravel of the car. How's that?
Not in Morocco.
Not in Morocco.
Okay, just to clarify that.
Go on, but the other thing is, there's the buggy on the stand there, which is a purpose-built machine. People can't really relate to that, to their road cars and stuff. Surely they can relate to a two-wheel drive Mini going across the Sahara Desert.
You've never seen my car, have you? Actually, you have. You saw it yesterday. Yeah. It's the same as that, but the estate version, it's fine. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll let you finish off your lunch, and the rally cars will be back out on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Come and see. Everyone loves a Mini.
Thank you, chap.
Join us again soon on the Goodwood Rally Stage Live Lounge.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard, and welcome to the Forest Rally Stage start. We are done with the lunch break here, and we're about to get going for the afternoon of action, which, of course, we will see the shootout part of. We've already got cars queuing up and on the line, and we're almost ready to go. Myself, Bex Williams, Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan are ready to guide you through the Goodwood Forest Rally Stage. 2.5 kilometres of stage, which we've seen many cars make their way through so far over the past day and a half of competition here, and beautifully all the corners and straights, jumps and donuts are named after famous elements in rallying. So boys, good lunch, you ready to go for this afternoon? How are we feeling? We're ready to go, we're fired up, we're hyped up? Give me a big yes.
Refueled and ready to go.
Lovely job, Tony, lovely job. Zav?
Yeah, I'm delighted to see Mr. Jardine has some colour back in his cheeks after a little sandwich and a cuppa and a few.
He's refreshed. Look at him. He's good to go for the afternoon. But this is not the best of sights to see, though. The first car that was on the line is now being pushed away.
That's Stephen Gallagher's car. Charlie Gallagher was alongside him. I think there's a little exit further down there.
There he is.
The Mark 1 Escort of the Kirkhams used that this morning whenever it had a kerfuffle on the start line. And they managed to reverse out and get it repaired.
Now, Zav, I'm just going to ask you, is that a genuine McRae Escort?
Yeah, no. That is the Mark 2 Escort that he had built and kind of was going to use quite comprehensively after he kind of retired.
Yeah.
That car saw action that I know of in, I've said it back earlier, I think you were out in an interview, that turned up in Ireland and it just added tens of thousands of spectators at the event, but he also did the Manx National in it as well. I think 2006 might have been, I think. But he loved the Manx. He loved the nature of the roads there and the fact you could be leaving Douglas and the sun splitting the trees, and by the time you get to the top of the mountain or the mines or up near Brandywell Cottage, the fog would come down.
Yeah. Or you come down Druiddale down the other side.
Yeah. So the Manx was a unique challenge for him as it was for everyone else. He liked rallying in Ireland, and of course they loved having him. But yes, it is a genuine. I think we actually saw it here as well.
That's another great rally, the Isle of Man. I did that with Maurice Hamilton. I did it with the Daily Telegraph with Mike Calvin, and we crashed. We hit a dry brick wall and that telegraph pole, and that came down and sort of bent the car. But we sort of managed to crab out, and at the end of the stage, the bottom of the stage, you come down to Ballacray by the bridge where the bikes take off. There's a pub there. We managed to park the car, steam pouring out of it, called the team and said, you better come and get the car. And then we had a drink at the bar. There's nothing else we could do, and that was in our build-up to the RAC rally.
Yeah.
And then my biggest crash was with the sports editor of The Sun when I wedged the car in the middle of the stage and got the stage cancelled, and people like Alistair McRae were trying to go for the British title. And Mark Dewis, I remember, he was particularly upset with me having crashed the car and wedged it between the banks.
So there we go, first car of the afternoon underway. Piet van der Heijden, Millie van der Heijden in the co-driver's seat. And of course, colours synonymous with the Audi backing from HB at the time. And colours seen in the hands of Walter Roll and Anna Mikkola as James Williams with Adele Williams. And it says here, Nee Holland, which means she was Adele Holland before she was married. James got married recently, a bit like David Wright and Jen Nicol.
There's a lot of people getting married in the rallying world this year.
They all didn't get married to each other. I meant them in two separate couples. If you know what I mean. I better clarify that for us.
Yeah, it's not a mass marriage here.
No.
We're not
like
some kind of cult.
You mean like the Moonies?
It's not the hippie commune.
The Moonies. Wasn't it them that had like 5,000 marriages all at the one time?
Who is that?
The Moonies.
Probably. You never. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure Scott, my producer, would know.
He knows lots of random facts, which he's proven so far this weekend.
So
James Williams will be very much concentrated, won't he, Zav, on the shootout a little bit later on. We saw some great times throughout the day from him yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to see them this afternoon in the build-up to the shootout, which is coming up at 3:30.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the fact, you know, like James yesterday, we hadn't seen him in the morning. He was out about this time yesterday, got in and was on the pace straight away. The same with David Wright, and we heard Jane telling Tony that, you know, David is neat and tidy. And we've seen from him already today, he carries great speed in the lines that he takes. So here we go, folks. This is the oil drum at Delta. This is the most, if you like, furthest part of the stage away from us in rally control. Over those fields, and you make your way down to Goodwood House. And in the background, I can just hear James Williams leave the start line with his wife Adele in the passenger seat. So this could probably be for James a wee cycling lap in the lead up to the shootout. Shootout is scheduled, from what I've been sent, to begin at 3:27 and run to 4:01.
It's very precise, Sav. Very precise. In the meantime, we've got Pete van der Heijden, who perfectly executed that 360 round the oil drum down at Delta, and has been on it on his right foot there, and maybe a bit of left foot braking as well as he slows down across the line in the Audi Quattro. Wonderful shape, wonderful noise. And then Aoife Raftery off the line, and Yvonne Clinton is alongside her. We're talking about her rallying in the United States of America very successfully, mixing it a little bit with British Rally Championship earlier in the year, the Seven Valley Stages, where she finished 7th overall. And she was telling me this morning about the support that she gets into America and about the fantastic stages that they go through. The Olympus Rally being a rally with great history, but now a rally that will be revived, and hopefully when we get the nod from WRC, part of the World Rally Championship as early as 2027 in the United States of America, and we hope the same for Scotland too, Bex.
Absolutely, yeah. It's exciting times with new events coming up on the WRC calendar in the future. Nothing has been confirmed yet, nothing is set in stone, but all looking good, of course, for Scotland next year, which we're all very excited about, and America. And I think it's really important for the WRC to be in America, to be back in America.
Totally agree. You know, hindsight, this should have been there years ago.
It's easy to say, Zav, but it's such a massive country, and it's got so many different divisions of motorsport, and they're very loyal fans. If you're a NASCAR fan, you don't go and watch, you know, the Indy cars, vice versa. Formula One, I mean, I started off going to Watkins Glen. It was a fantastic following there. We went to Phoenix, we went to Long Beach, we went to all sorts of places, sort of built the following, and then Bernie Ecclestone would fall out with whoever it was that was the promoter, and then we try again and go somewhere else, because everyone understood and recognized that you needed to be in the United States of America. It was only when Bernie sold Formula One on to American promoters that they understood what they needed to do, and one of the things was Netflix, you know, the Formula One films, which are carrying on behind the scenes, a series, but the all three American races now are like sellouts. It's absolutely amazing, the following they've built. So if you translate that and transfer it to rallying in those areas, they've got to promote the heck out of it, and they've got to find ways, which the Americans are good at doing in terms of promotion, find ways of getting it through to people what rallying is all about in its purest form.
Yeah, was that the Drive to Survive series?
Drive to Survive.
You know what? It's worked really well.
It has.
My daughter, you know, would never show interest in sort of anything like that. But her mates were watching Drive to Survive. And the next thing she was coming past into me, I see Lando Norris put in it, and the next thing she was watching it.
Yeah.
So it worked.
It does work, and you know, there were a few people who were kind of against it, and the purity of the sport and this, that, and the other. If it's bringing new people into the sport, that is what we need. It's what we need across all forms of motorsport. It's what we really need in rallying.
There was yourself and a group of mates in Northern Ireland all of a sudden became Formula One fans.
Well, that's kind of what it's done around the world with Netflix, and that's what it's done for Formula One. But then you get the pizzazz of America when they really promote, like the Miami Grand Prix, basing it around the Miami Dolphins, getting football teams involved with what's going on down there and across there. So you take a little bit of that and let it rub off on WRC, and I'm understanding that the promoter in the United States is that exactly what he's going to try and do in a rally form, and it's needed because they've got the space, they've got the territory, they've got the fantastic stages. WRC will absolutely love it, and the likes of Marco Allen and co, when they were last there at the Olympus Rally the last time it was held, were just in awe of the place. I thought it was brilliant.
We do have a car stopped in the stage right now, which is why we have a little bit of a pause on proceedings at the start line. I can see the only car we have in the stage right now is Jim Valentine.
Well, Jim, when we met him last night, was in his overalls doing lots of work on the MX Javelin, but it has run a couple of times this morning, and it was running well. And let's be frank, it's run for 14,000 kilometers around the world in 2025, halfway around the world, to go from Peking, as they call it, Beijing in real world, to Paris. And that is literally half the world's landmass, and it's the biggest landmass that they go across from China and right the way through Uzbekistan, etc.
Now, sorry to interrupt you, Zab, we just had Aoife Raftery through the stage, and Tony caught up with Aoife, so let's listen in to that while we wait for the next car to get underway.
Right, Aoife, been trying to find you, trying to catch up. We've been talking about you on the commentary as well and watching you in action. Going well in it, 2026 and here.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back for another year. I really always love coming here, and it's so much fun, and you meet so many great people. But yeah, we've had a busy year so far, and it's been great. We're competing in America with the Dirtfish Women in Motorsport Driver Program, rallying over there and doing some here in the British Championship as well. So yeah, it's been fantastic, and try and keep that momentum going.
Well, you started off with Seven Valley Stage, a great 7th place, and went back to the States, being successful there. But I think it all really started to get momentum in the United States last year, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Josie Rimmer and the Dirtfish team, they showed a lot of belief in supporting me last year, and we carried that into this year, and it's really taken off, and I think we've improved our pace. Every rally we're getting quicker, and we just need to keep going in that direction.
And the prospects of the Olympus Rally becoming a World Rally Championship event are in the 90s, probably quite secure. So is that something hopefully you can enter?
Yeah, I'd love to. It's really exciting, and everybody in the US is doing a fantastic job at promoting the rallying and getting it prepared for hopefully next year, and we can see that happening, because the rallies I've done, everyone has ran so well, the stages are unbelievable, and I think just more people need to see it and realize it. So yeah, if we can get the WRC to America, I think that would be a massive step for rallying, and it would be great to see it happen.
So we don't understand over here what those great stages are in the United States of America. You've got a lot of space to play with, haven't they?
Yeah, so the stages it's all gravel rallying in the USA, which I prefer the gravel, but the stages are incredible. They don't rut up and they don't get too rough. It can be quite tricky because it's loose on top, because it's so compact, and then you've got the loose gravel. But they're unbelievable stages, and every rally I've done, they're still quite different in each area, but always a really good surface.
And who's co-driving for you in the US?
So I have Hannah McKillop, who has been co-driving with me for the last number of years, and she's sitting with me in the USA. So yeah, Hannah's a great, and we get on well, so it's very nice to have a teammate in the car like that as well.
So amongst all these fantastic historic rally cars and amazing drivers and historic drivers, who's your favourite rally driver of all time?
Sebastian Ogier. Yeah, I suppose I watched him when I was growing up, but then obviously there's so many, like Craig Breen would have been a big idol, and then of course Michelle Mouton is always, what she achieved was absolutely incredible, and there's been no one like it since. So it's just what she achieved in the time was incredible. I'd love to get the chance to meet her, and hopefully we can try and push and get close to anything that she was like. It would be incredible.
Listen, go well in the shootout, go well in the United States of America. We'll be watching.
100%. Thank you.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Absolutely amazing. Everybody's made such an effort.
Celebration of motor racing, the cars, the noise, the sound, and everyone's really in the spirit of it.
It is the best event in the world.
I think it brings out the excitement in people when they see these different types of cars racing on the limit.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Good Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
everybody to very much live coverage of the Forest Rally Stage. We are still on a pause, however, right here while we wait for a car to be retrieved from the stage itself. And then we'll be back up and running in a few moments, hopefully, because we've got quite a few cars to get through this afternoon. But we've had a great deal of action already so far today. Let's take a look at some highlights. There we go. We are back, and as you can see, drivers and co-drivers standing outside of the cars here. Helmets coming off, balaclavas coming off, I think. It is incredibly hot right outside this building that we're in. We're on the very start line here with our commentary booth. But like I said, there is a bit of a pause in proceedings right now. We're not exactly sure as to why. We know there has been a car stopped in the stage. We know that there was some kind of retrieval process happening. And yeah, all I can do is let you know when we're ready to get things going again. So while we do that, so far we just saw some highlights there from the morning action. We've got balaclavas going back on now. That's a good sign, isn't it? I've got Tony Jardine here, and I've got Zav McCartan alongside as well. We saw some highlights, boys, from the morning. Standout highlight for me, I think, today has been Jari-Matti Latvala and his runs in the car, because huge commitment out there. What about you, Tony? What's been the highlight of the morning so far?
Well, I think it's seen the Ford Escort, the RS 1800. He only did a couple of runs, but Tom Cave, who had Matt Edwards alongside him, was like super quick, super efficient. I just like the fact that those two are in the cockpit together. Yeah. I love the car. I love the fact that it's a Viking Motorsport car. So yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. You asked me first thing this morning what I'd really enjoyed. It was watching a WRC car, of course. WRC won, and Jari-Matti's been brilliant, but that I really, really enjoyed with the two Welshmen together. Yeah, nice. What about you, Zav?
Yeah, for me, it is motorsport related, but Alexander Marmiano, I mean, you could see the love he has for motorsport, rallying, LMP, Porsche racing in America, and that to me typifies the desire that's in all of us for the sport we love. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and it was good to see him get the wires fixed on the coil in the boot that we saw penalise him yesterday. So for me, yeah, I just enjoyed that. That was a moment for me. But the action has been terrific. You know, the Hilux we've seen, it has made people smile, it has made people stand back on the stage. All those things it's super.
Yeah, it has been. I'm with you as well. Alex Marmirano, who came in, popped into commentary earlier today just to have a chat with us. He's in the Audi Quattro A1, and I have to say that hearing him talk about his, everyday job at home, which, he's a heart surgeon. That's what he does when he's not behind the wheel of a rally car or a race car. And hearing him talk about his passion for motorsport and how much he's enjoying being here at Goodwood, and kind of giving us similarities between the focus you have to have when you are behind the wheel, the stamina, the precision, the focus, and equating that to actually what he does in his day job as well. He's a very impressive human being, and I'm really glad he came into the commentary booth for a little bit of a chat.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good, and a completely different insight. So yeah, really, really enjoyable, and just for us to understand the enthusiasm that other people have. But I think you're right, Bex. Hopefully we'll be up and running soon. I would say it has to be bacon hot. For the group there at the moment.
Yeah, it is. We talked to a couple of drivers during the break, and they've said just, they take a peek out of the awning, they have a look at the queue outside to get into the stage, and they think, oh, we'll let the queue go down a bit before we go in queue to get in, because sitting there in a baking car, it isn't pleasant right now. And if you're going to find yourself somewhere, it's right on top of that start ramp where the Mini is at the moment, in that piece of shade which is covering you. That's the only kind of shade you're going to find anywhere before you dip into the forests under the trees.
And once we get up and running, Kieran Graffin is on the start line. We have the Mini on the start ramp, and the cars you're going to see in the Forest Rally Stage very shortly. The Group N Subaru, Rich Barrow, I can see Steve Ward's Camel Legacy and Clarion back with Subaru Legacy RS. I can see the Grahams are bringing the Lancia out. We have a couple of Audi Quattros, a few Lancia Integrales, the Dakar Quattros coming out, the McRae Enduro, and that's just a few of what's on the way.
Yeah. Good stuff, Sav. So to everyone here in the paddock area, or service area as I can't help but call it, because paddock is not my domain, you are most welcome up here, and it's your chance to get up close and personal with the cars right now. And if you are watching at home, you're watching at work, wherever you're watching around the world on our live stream, then welcome along to the coverage. And thank you for your patience while we wait for the stage to get back underway. You can see how hot it is, how hot it's been the past few weeks here, because the grass is no longer green around this area. It has turned a funny shade of browny kind of yellow. It's parched lands here, aching for a little bit of rain, but we're not going to get any during this weekend, and we're kind of glad of that, because it makes the stage incredibly slippery out there.
Yeah, an ever-changing surface that has caught people out in the past. Have you driven this stage, Tony? I think you have.
I have, yeah. But only just to do a couple of demo laps when people have kindly said have a little go in my car. And I think Yvonne Meta, who's here today, was the one that I was telling you about. She let me go off in the 240 Nissan,
nice.
Which was a great car that Shekhar had taken through Africa, a very valuable car. And before I went, I just got in and all the belts were on, and she put her head inside and she said, if you bend this, I will bleep, bleep, blah, blah, bleep, bleep, and they'll find bits of you in the forest somewhere. I said, got the message, Yvonne, don't worry, I will look after this precious piece of kit, and I did. But it was just fantastic to drive it, and fantastic to drive the stage and feel what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, Zav and I feel the same way about our lack of ice cream, so you've been warned.
Long queue.
Very long queue. We talked briefly about Shekhar Mehta yesterday, and obviously Yvonne is here today, and we talked about everything that they both achieved together in rallying, the stories that Shekhar would tell, which were legendary, about the events that he'd accomplished. And I think that's what I love the most about rallying. Yes, the cars, the technology, the machinery, as we just watched, unfortunately, Jim Valentine getting towed out here by the Land Rover 101. It's the human quality behind it and the stories that come out of this incredible sport, which are pretty unique and you don't really hear anywhere else. That's what really floats my boat.
Yeah, I think this branch of motorsport rallying is the most human part, because it's the most accessible part or branch of motorsport as far as I'm concerned, whether it's service areas, whether it's stages which happen in the middle of the city or in the middle of the town, where people can actually go and see it and watch it and feel it and smell the whole thing and soak in that atmosphere. And generally those are a lot of people who are not motorsport fans, but they enjoy the event, they enjoy the vibe that goes on, and they come back for more. It's a little bit like United States of America. If you look at some of the areas where they convert down in Miami, for example, a lot of people are being entertained, but they're not all watching the racing necessarily, but they're there because it's happening, because it's a big event. And this is happening more and more in rallying. And since the closed roads was lifted from being an act of parliament to an act which the local governments could bring into play, which was something that I campaigned for and went round with Motorsport UK to a lot of political splinter groups and meetings after they had their big party conferences to try and educate MPs about this. And after about six years, including working with Ben Taylor, who you remember.
I remember Ben well.
And Ben is Chief Executive of the BARC now. It was successful, and that's why regions can say, okay, we're going to put on concerts or whatever, but some of them put on rallies. Clactagon, C, I mean, Ceredigion, I think as far as Wales is concerned, it has its own legislature and it sorts out itself, but the rest of England's so far behind.
Yeah.
And you need, especially in the winter, Zav and I would be working together on Rally Sunset. I'd be driving and help promote it. That stage on Friday night that went through the winter gardens and along the prom, there were like 5,000 people out.
Well, it's the same. You mentioned Rally Ceredigion, how successful that has been. I was very lucky to work on the first outing of Rally Ceredigion and then the next few versions before, unfortunately, WRC decided to send us off to South America and we couldn't come back for Rally Ceredigion. But a really successful event, run incredibly well, organised spectacularly well. And they have a brilliant super special stage around Aberystwyth, the street stage which runs, and it brings rally to the people. So you've got your fans who are there to have a look at the street stage, but you know, your true fans are really out in the forest all day. They'll come back into Aberystwyth. It's a great place to go with families and get to see rally cars up close and personal in a beautiful setting. I think there's a lot to be said for running stages such as that. We see that on many events around the world. Now it is a pretty hot day out there, and it's nice to see in the dust here a thank you to all of the marshals who are volunteers, remember, volunteering their free time to make sure that everything is kept safe out there. You're kept safe if you're out there spectating, that everything is running to time, and if there are delays, they're on it as promptly as possible. And they're doing all of that in the baking sunshine this weekend. Approximately 120 marshals working across this stage, including within the stage and as part of the timing elements as well.
And they're from all over the UK. Southern Car Club, Worksop District Motor Club, Buccaneers Motor Club, Redditch District Motor Club, Falcon, Farnborough, Southsea, Bognor Regis, Maidstone and Mid-Kent, Craven Motor Club, Plymouth Motor Club, the Scottish Sporting Drivers Club, Borders Motor Club, Matlock and Newcastle Motor Club. So all over the UK have marshals here that are helping out this weekend, somewhere in the region of about 300 plus. And most of them actually marshalling actively all 4 days.
I mean, I am very honoured to be president of Southern Car Club. I'm very privileged to be able to work with other car clubs because, you know, they are the bedrock of our sport. Without them, it's not going to happen.
Yep.
And they give up their time. I know they're enthusiasts like we are, but at the same time, they give up their time. They go and volunteer to do a lot of training, you know, safety training, all these things that allow them to become the marshals that they are and turn into the officials that they are. This is great. We have the full support of Motorsport UK. We have stewards here. Even one of the stewards is John Weatherly, a former competitor himself in the work Citroens, and Rick Smith, who manages everything behind the scenes so efficiently, was his co-driver in the day. Yeah. So that old team are united. One's a steward and one's the organizer behind the scenes.
Brilliant. So we are still waiting to get underway. I promise you it's not going to be too much longer here. We should be up and running very, very shortly. And of course, we're building up to the shootout this afternoon, which is the officially timed run, which will go towards who effectively wins the Forest Rally Stage at the end of the weekend. It was Tom Williams who set the fastest time through yesterday.
So it's like the aggregate then of each day's time specs that they see, and there's the laborious journey of the Javelin, the MX, the endurance rally car of Jim Valentine, sadly broken down. We're not sure what's happened, but it's being towed out, and as soon as it's clear, and then the clerk of the course, Michael Weeks, is happy, we will go again. So it's reached the flying fin now. It's coming towards the end of the stage before we resume that action. But Jim, I'm not sure, was that any damage on that front left wing, or was that just me not seeing things right in the shade underneath the trees? We'll see. But certainly Jim Valentine in 2025 did 14,500 kilometers halfway around the world on the Peking to Paris rally, and unfortunately here, about a mile, no less than a mile in, the car stopped. But to be fair to Jim, the car has been running faultlessly.
Yeah, he's done quite a few runs, hasn't he, across yesterday and already this morning as well. So it's a little bit of a mystery as to what has gone on here. But we will endeavour to find out, and if we hear that news, of course, we'll let you know first. But they're not too far away now from clearing the stage.
Actually quite nice and shady, isn't it, for spectators out in the forest?
It's the best place to be, I would say.
It's where the sun don't shine.
Yeah, in amongst the trees, in the shade, keeping out of the intense heat which is baking down. I mean, it's good to have sunshine instead of rain. We'd much prefer that, but please be careful out there if you are out in the sunshine today. Plenty of liquids, plenty of sun cream, plenty of ice cream, and you're good to go. That is a sad sight to see. It's not what we want to see here, but the recovery truck hasn't been that operational today, not in comparison to yesterday, where it was used twice in the first 20 minutes of us getting underway yesterday morning.
I think the second time it was the Fiat 124, if you remember, broke its right front suspension.
Yeah, the suspension just seemed to collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Mark Bendel.
Oh, it was Mark Bendel, was it?
And we haven't seen it today, so I'm kind of guessing possibly we can get it repaired or get the broken elements replaced. But beginning to hear an increase in the volume of engines, so as Bex was saying, we might be seeing signs of life beginning again.
Good. Excellent stuff. Like I said to everyone, thank you for your patience. Not too much longer now before you will hear the roar of engines, and the Forest Rally Stage will get kick-started again this afternoon, coming up to 24 minutes past 2 in the afternoon here.
And it's worth saying that we have got the creme de la creme, not just of historic cars, but the latest WRC machinery, the latest Dakar machinery. There is promise and a threat of the Ford Raptor Dakar car, the M Sport car, maybe making a visit. You might know more than me, Bex.
Are we just being really optimistic? We've seen it, so we're really hoping that we see it make an appearance here. I'll make a few calls, Tony. I'll find out what I can for you.
The thing is, there was a knock at the door last night because I was working a little bit later on, just trying to sort my notes out, as you know. And there
by candlelight?
Yes. Well, not quite. and knock at the door, and there were two M Sport technicians at the door. Is there anyone around? Where can we park? Well, we've got a Raptor on board, sort of thing, in the back of the track. So I know it's here somewhere. Hopefully it's not just running up the hill, and it will come up here. And hopefully, as I said to them, is Nanny Roma coming? And they said yes. So we get Nanny Roma as well, the guy who's finished second, who's won Dakar, won it on 2 wheels, 4 wheels. My God, we'll be in good shape. Kieran Graffin ready to go off the line. He's been waiting a long time. So have we. So's the queue of cars behind him. And off he goes down the 1.9 miles of the Forest Stage here in the Sussex Downs. And they will go down all the way to Delta, to the hairpin at the bottom. And it's very dusty, it's very slippy down there, and it's slippy all the way through, as Bex was saying. It's been compounded, it's bumpy, it's rough in parts. ever has it been thus. There are huge banks, huge trees, huge tree roots at the side, and there are some ruts as ever. And first of all, you got to get past those big bales which are staked into the ground, and if you do hit those, it will be like hitting concrete. They're meant to keep the cars out. So this little chute here, which starts bending, bends quite acutely in a moment when you leave the tarmac and you go off onto the loose, as you'll see with the Mini in just a second.
That's George Clark away.
There we are, onto the loose and down into Hopkirk, named after Paddy Hopkirk, who won the Monte Carlo Rally famously, and the Mini going from left to right, probably avoiding some of those bigger ruts on the inside of the special stage, but doing a great job there. Now we're talking about Tom Cave, and there is, and alongside him, can we confirm? Yeah, no, it's Callum Perry alongside Tom Cave now. Tom, one of the great Welsh rally drivers, had an enormous amount of success, rallied for a lot of the works teams, won Rally Thailand, a lot of international events, and very nearly won the British Rally Championship a few times.
An incredible driver, but I have to say also an incredible commentator, because he's been working with me on the European Rally Championship, Rally Ceredigion, and also most recently at the Royal Rally of Scandinavia, and a very talented commentator. Obviously knows his stuff, and he's a great teammate, let's say. Great to have him as part of our crew. Now we are hearing we've got another car stopped in the stage.
No.
Yes, I know, I didn't want to say it. I never want to say it, but we do have another car stopped in the stage.
Where's that, John?
Oh boy. Okay. Well,
so while we wait, we are going to have a listen to some of the wonderful interviews that Tony's been doing, because he has been busy out and about in the service area, and he caught up with Patrick O'Donovan. Let's have a little listen in.
Right, Patrick O'Donovan, great to see the O'Donovans here. How are you enjoying Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage so far?
I'm having an amazing weekend. You know, the atmosphere here is brilliant. It's really warm. It's definitely hot inside the car, but I mean, yeah, like the atmosphere and just being here makes up for it, and it far outweighs it.
How does this compare to Rallycross?
Yeah, it's a little bit different. The margins are definitely a little bit smaller. You tend to not have the ability to hit a tree in Rallycross, or if you can hit a tree in Rallycross, you've done something very wrong. But no, I mean it's epic to be here. I mean such a cool little stage, super tight and technical. You know, the Rally 1 car yesterday was going around. The times weren't too dissimilar to what an R5 or a Rally 2 car can do. And I think it's obviously they've got so much more power, and the underpowered car just it levels the playing field a little bit. And yeah, just super tight and technical, and it's really cool to be able to showcase the car off to so many amazing fans.
But in Rallycross, you'll go from a bit of tarmac then onto the loose, and the other thing, you might be 4 or 5 cars abreast.
Yeah, no, of course. I think the only thing we're missing here is car-on-car action, because we've got a bit of tarmac out there for the donut, a bit of gravel and a bit of chalk out there, and then a jump as well. So it's basically Rallycross. I think if they just set me and my dad off about 2 seconds apart, we'd put on a bit of a show.
But you're a big title winner. How's it going this year, 2026, on the Rallycross scene?
Yeah, I mean, the pace has been really strong. I can't knock myself for that. I've just had a bit of bad luck, and I mean, it happens. I guess it comes in roundabouts, it comes and it goes. But yeah, I can be very proud of the pace I've had so far this year. I've had a 5th. I was on for 2nd or 3rd pace in the 2nd round, and the last round there, I was leading overnight and unfortunately got a puncture. So it happens, but you know, it's good. We're just going to keep our head down and keep going.
You touched on it, but the rivalry between your dad, who we can see behind you here, and your brother and everything, how does that happen? Is it friendly rivalry?
There's no rivalry. I'm faster. It'd have to be closer for there to be a rivalry. No, I'm just joking. No, it's all. Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of a rivalry when we were younger, but I mean, when I was younger, sorry, but definitely, I think as I've got a bit older, he's become very proud of everything I'm doing. It makes me really happy to be able to see that as well, and to try and when I get a good result, it gives it back a little bit, and it makes it all feel like it's worthwhile for the investment and everything that he's put in. And yeah, I mean, I think there isn't as much of a rivalry as people might think, at least on my side. Maybe he has the rivalry, I don't know.
Well, that's the confidence of a champion. How are you going to play the shootout today?
I mean, of course, we're just going to keep our head down. I mean, I think Tom Williams was the fastest through yesterday, and he has a lot of experience, and it's a brilliant car, but we're trying to gap up now, and I know where I'm going now at this point, so yeah, just going to keep my head down, try and stay clean, nose tidy, and I was on the bar and sliding everywhere yesterday trying to put on a show, so I think today I might have to do a little bit less of that for the shoes and try and get a better time.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Absolutely amazing. Everybody's made such an effort.
Celebration of motor racing, cars, the noise, the sound, and everyone's really in the spirit of it. It is the best event in the world.
I think it brings out the excitement in people when they see these different types of cars racing on the limit.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
A celebration of the eras and people kind of showing their true selves through the way they're dressing.
It's incredible. We walked in and I was like giggling, screaming, like it's so exciting.
It's just a place to come together and really celebrate the style.
Kind of see where Goodwood Revival is going to take me.
What a day to be wearing vintage.
I love the fashion the most, but the racing is also really cool. I like hearing all the cars. But I've got like an eye on a million things. Like I'll get distracted the second I walk anywhere.
Like they have their own style when it comes to vintage fashion.
Like I feel like Goodwood has everything for everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. We are awaiting the restart of the Forest Rally Stage.
And by the way, I'm sure Tom Cave can hear me sitting in his car there waiting to go. I hope he's getting nice and hot and he's perspiring really, really well. And just to prove how super fit he is, we know how fit he is, so it'd be nothing to him. Just a couple of little beads of sweat, that's all it is. But you know what? You look at the guy, he started at 13 years of age, didn't he? There he goes. And we're back and running with the RS 1800, building those revs. Wow, what a fantastic noise from that Viking Motorsport built Escort, which I watched certainly, and a lot of people did on social media. In-car footage when he was testing this machine on Sweet Lamb. It's a left-hand drive car. It's ex-German championship. It's done tarmac events, and now it's Tom's, and hopefully we're going to see him out more and more. Hopefully we'll see him on the 2026 Roger Albert Clark Rally.
That would be fantastic if that was the case. You know, again, it's the RAC, the Roger Albert Clark, has become so popular in the past few years again. We saw wonderful scenes last year, the start in Wales, the Christmas lights in Carmarthen, building up to the start, and a great event.
Richard alone off the line in the Ford Fiesta Rally 3. So we have WRC Rally 1, Rally 2, Rally 3, Rally 4, and that's where it is cutting up quite a bit through Laker and along to Hopkirk, and as they come out through Clark. So some of the cars like the Mini before, was just avoiding some of the deeper ruts on that side. So that's something that the crews will look at tonight and hopefully fill that section in as we look at the Mirror Fury 131, the Fiat on the line. Waiting to go, and that's Tom Cave in light and in shade. Gone. There we go. Lovely. Great donut, perfectly executed and on his way. And that in the shootout is what he will need to do. Neat and tidy. Get that power squirted back on and get it pointed the right way to go back up the hill, the other side of the stage, as the John Bloxham car. John Bloxham, the late great rally champion, triple champion of road rallying, with Neil Yates at the wheel, goes down the stage.
You've had a few passenger rides in your time, haven't you?
I have,
Have
yeah.
you driven a rally car? You know, as part and parcel of WRC Live or...
Officially, no.
Right, unofficially?
Unofficially, yes.
What was it?
It was a Peugeot. It was an old Peugeot 206 that I drove.
One of the Cup cars?
Yes. And I really enjoyed it, I have to say. I am not a patient woman, and I like to be in control, so I could never be a co-driver because I have to be behind the wheel, and I'm not intelligent enough to be a co-driver. They are the brains of the operation in the co-driving seat. You know, you need to have yeah, you need to lose a few things in the driving seat. I loved it. I've got to be honest, I loved the experience, but I wouldn't make a good rally driver because I am impatient, and you need patience, you need to breathe, and you need to let the times come to you, and I would be overdriving and very rapidly into a ditch, and I say that frequently, and it's the truth.
And did you learn a lot from it?
I did learn a lot from it, yeah, absolutely, and I think it is good. I mean, I've been very lucky to be in the co-driving seat of many different cars and watch how the pros do it, how they dance with the pedals, how they manage so much and look as if they're just going to get some milk from the shops. You know, it is an incredible experience to be in the co-driving seat, to watch that. But for me in the driving seat, yes, I did learn a lot, but it's something I wouldn't be able to do.
So Fabio Schwartz is off the line. Richard O'Lane has just finished, and out there in stage is the Neil Yates Fiat 131 owned by Matt Fairman. And there's Fabio again going through those big ruts on the entrance to Lake and through Hopkirk, throwing the car around a bit, and some cars are avoiding it, some cars letting them just drop into those big ruts. And then we have Rallycross represented by Hal Ridge on the line.
Yeah, do you know what? You're so used to hearing Hal talk wax lyrical about Rallycross, hearing his voice in your head, and now he's behind the wheel of a car that has taken quite a bit of time to develop and poured a lot of love into that car. And I think he's enjoyed himself behind the wheel so far this weekend. It does look really unusual to see it.
It's really good. I remember when he bought it, it was in such a poor state, but it was a Steve Munday 1996 BTRDA championship winning car, and Hal and some of his friends have spent, as I say, 8 years rebuilding it, getting it back to shape. Since finished last year, runs a YB Cosworth, sort of relatively mild 500 horsepower and a four-wheel drive, obviously. And as he was saying to Tony yesterday, it has a rear axle very similar to a rally car and a sequential gearbox. And on the start ramp is Josie Rimmer. Josie, who we saw out earlier at that stage, it was Paul Howarth that was alongside her, and I think Paul did along with her beginning.
Yeah, I think we got some images when we were waiting earlier when the delay was on, the camera was out, and it looked like, yeah, it was Paul Howarth that was sitting alongside her, certainly.
Fabio Schwartz there, not content with one donut, he has two donuts,
yeah,
with a few sort of little crinkles and cream on the top of that, and then off he goes upstage, driving really, really well. Look at this.
When you do it as well as he does, why not have another crack at it?
He's got to, Bex. He's just, you know, even on this little stage here, I mean, this is a real little cracking little testing stage. If you can do it down here, you can put it together on the big stages, and clearly he does. He just needs more time or his circumstances to be right. And there's a little battle scar on the right rear as we look at rally history, and with the 131 in the Italian colours. There's only one of those. I think it's one of the original cars, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an ex-Marco Lane car. I think Walter Roll possibly drove it at one point in the sort of bi-coloured blue stripes, if you remember. Hal round the hairpin at Delta, making his way up through Gambles now towards Dakar.
So, fastest time through so far, James Williams, 2:42.7. Sorry, TJ?
No, I was just going to say, I was with you on a comment that you made on the Hal Ridge car. Great car and everything, but it just doesn't look like a rally car.
I like the way it looks. I don't dislike it. It's just, it's an odd looking car, isn't it?
It's Hensford Raceway on the Friday night going around the oval.
It just does remind me of, it's got a Japanese feel to it, definitely.
There you go, Marco Elen, Ile Kivimaki. Ile Kivimaki is a loyal co-driver for many, many years, and they developed this car into a winning car, one of a kind, a unique car. So don't want to be damaging that car, but it is great to look at, and it's great that Fiat, before they were all, Lancia was gobbled up by Fiat, and then Lancia said, okay, well, Fiat said, look, we're going Lancia, we're going to forget about the Fiats going rallying, because they dropped out and they put all their weight behind Lancia, who they had bought at the time. But that lovely little spoiler on the boot there, that lovely sort of boxy shape of the car, and the great twin cam engine as it goes down the stage. You can see how deep it is down there with those particular ruts. Just a little bit of avoidance.
Sandro Minari also drove that car, but Marco was the man behind the wheel most of the time. Rally Brazil 1979, the Safari 1979, the Rally Côte d'Azur as well. So a really good checkered history on the Fiat 131. Back now with the Grahams, this time Tony.
There's a little bit of a stop there.
Yeah, it was stalled.
A stall, yeah. A little stall.
It's not unusual to see when attempting donuts.
But it's quite difficult in that front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, front-wheel drive.
car like that.
And donuts do not mix.
And not a lot of power in the 1300S. Probably about 95 brake horsepower. That was certainly as much as I got out of mine.
Steve Chamberlain and Tom Hume. That's who we're looking at the moment. You can see bonnet stickers there from Lombard RAC and Monte Carlo, as Tony Graham and Kusa Jakute way out now. Cooper's and Stratus out towards the stage flying finish and up to the finish line.
Great colour scheme. Again, very striking, very clear, very bold, and it was great to have the national airline of Italy with Italy's finest rally cars. And Sandro Minari, as you said, Zav, appeared in those colours too, very fitting, because he was a very introverted character but a fantastic driver, and we lost him along with Stuart Turner recently, certainly since we were last here, and those are two of the very key figures in rallying that were sadly lost to us. Chris Hellings in the Volkswagen. Am I correct, Zav, because you've got a bit of history on this car? Is it an ex-Jockey Kleint car?
It's a car that Per Eklund also drove in 1972. And Jockey Kleint, they were car 31 on the 1978 RAC Rally. And it was kind of, I'm not entirely sure really the idea behind the Group 2 car, because it wasn't overly competitive, but it had some prominent names driving it in terms of Per Eklund and Jockey Kleint. But was saying to Bex yesterday, when you think this is a long distance cousin to a Volkswagen Polo R5?
Well, that's where I was going with this, because at the time you think, okay, Volkswagen, and then experimented with twin engine ones and all sorts of things to go up Pikes Peak, goodness knows what. You think, well, hang on a minute. And then they were coming into the WRC. And actually, that was when Sebastian Ogier, because he was a little bit rattled with Citroën, because they'd asked him to not move over but stand back for the other Sebastian to come through, and he got a little bit rattled by that, and he signed up with Volkswagen, who were coming back, and some people went, oh, I'm not sure that's a good idea for him to actually do that, but he did. And in that first year he ran in Super 2000 cars throughout the year to bring himself up to speed, and then came back with Volkswagen and just won all the championships. And Volkswagen were brilliant, and they came in and then they disappeared.
Yeah, well, it was kind of a mix of reasons as to why they disappeared back in 2016. They could have still been going right now, because the epic people they had working for them, the engineers, they went for the best. They took the cream of the crop of rallying engineers from the WRC and put them all into one team and created an incredible car. And that 2017 car that they built, ready to go with the new regulations, we never got to see in action.
No.
Which is one of the biggest disappointments of the past decade or so in WRC for me, is that Volkswagen left the championship and we never saw that 2017 car.
Oh, it was only ever seen in testing, and all the reports at the time were saying, you think last year was good, wait till you see this. And away they went.
But it was a brave move of Sebastian Ogier to take effectively a step back for a year and run in Rally 2 again. I think we might have another car stopped on stage, from what I'm hearing there.
Wings for Life sponsored them in that for the year, did they? Does that?
Yeah, Wings for Life is our Red Bull. Wings for Life is the run that is done once a year. It's every May. Wings for Life is a race, basically, around the world, which is for people who cannot race. You're racing for others that can't. And that's another story entirely. That's a fantastic program. But yeah, Red Bull sponsored Sebastian Ogier for years.
Yeah.
They've been on board with him for years and continue to do so.
Yeah, well, obviously they get a return. It's along the lines of Monster Energy and Peter Solberg and Oliver Solberg. You know, it's what funds a lot of things, and if you get the returns that promote your product, that's how it works.
Okay, another pause then. While we wait, I'm not sure who has stopped this time around. We had two cars in the stage, Chris Hellings and Tim Mangham. But yeah, a little bit of a pause here, and car door open, trying to keep some cool air coming in here if possible.
So we're just looking at the old dials versus the new space age cockpits. And they're your circular dials with your needles that go round and up to the red line.
So that's Tim Mangham that we're seeing
that's Tim
there.
Mangham, yeah.
So is, unfortunately, then Chris Hellings.
Must be Chris.
It drives itself, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
The one his mate said, you know, get rid of your escort cars or buy a Mitsubishi.
There you go, there's the dials. Look at that. Your oil pressure, your water temperature, your rev counter.
Turbo pressure.
With the red needle there and that massive orange light. It says switch off your engine quick. It's not getting any oil, or it's just bust a conduit.
I mean, could that light be any bigger, that orange light? Problem.
I do like to have a big light. Something goes bong, all right, okay. There's no mistake in that.
Yeah, that goes on. What am I checking? Everything. You're checking everything if that goes on.
But even at night, when you're nervously waiting to go into a night stage, and you don't want to put all your lights and stuff on because of the pressure on the battery.
Yeah.
So you wait till the last minute to get all your switches down and stuff, or what. And even when it's all manual and You know, sometimes I get the wrong ones. They're not up. They should be down, or whatever it happens to be, and get the demist wrong because there's a bit of fog going on, messing around, and then you hear 5, 4, oh, go right, they go.
And that ties in with why most rally engine bays are white. Is that if you have an oil leak in the engine bay, you can very quickly see it. If it was a black engine bay, you needle in a haystack.
Now you could see the Land Rover 101, the recovery truck, heading in to pick up the car of Chris Hellings, which is stuck in the stage, or is stopped in the stage right now. So as soon as that is out, we will resume. So while we wait, we're building up to the shootout here, and the fastest man through the shootout yesterday was Tom Williams. Tony Jardine caught up with him yesterday afternoon.
Tom, it's absolutely great to see you here again. You've been so quick in successive Festival of Speed rally stages. You're quick again.
Oh, I haven't been looking at any times. We're here to enjoy ourselves and demonstrate these really good cars just in front of so many people, and actually quite close to home. It's only an hour and a half for me, so it's nice to have all the friends and family down here. And my first time actually in a Volkswagen Rally 2 Polo, so that's new to me. Last year was new to a Skoda, so yeah, brand new car, and we're celebrating Richard Burns and Robert Ree's 25 years of winning the World Championship. So we're running the livery here, and yeah, really enjoying it.
No, it's great to see Burns and Reed on the side, and a lot of people have forgotten it's 25 years ago, and he was your godfather.
Yeah, that's right, and we got all the family and friends. We've got a lot of Richard's World Champion. Well, he's got his World Championship winning car there, the Legacy that won the first British Championship in the Legacy, and then of course we got all the Subaru support from Subaru UK with their new road cars. So it's nice to have that support as well. But yeah, no, it's a great event. It's hot. You caught me right in the middle of the moment.
Well, this time last year, as Bex reminded us, you were quick then. You were fastest leading up to the final shootout.
Last year, yeah, we that was good. There was quite a few drivers there, and this year I think there's probably double the amount of drivers. I think we got Fabio Swartz, we got James Williams, we got Callum McAleer. There's 3 Toyota Rally 2 cars. There's 2 Hyundais, there's Fiestas. It's a bit more competition, so that's always good. And yeah, we got the first run in about 10 minutes, I think. So yeah,
I'm sure you'll be in there amongst them. Just go back to the States now, where you're doing so well. I'm just congratulating you on your recent podium, and then you told me I had an accident. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, we had a fantastic year. We wanted to be back in the States since the level playing field out there, since it was Subaru up against Subaru, Leah Block and the Hyundai. There was a lot of good competition. The American Rally Championship was a good place for me, so I was in my Skoda, and we got a podium on the first round, and then the second round in the Olympus Rally, we were just sitting behind Jari-Matti Lavala in the factory Toyota, so I was quite proud of that, and just kind of following him. But unfortunately, we did the job. It was a 200-mile rally, the biggest one there's ever been in the American Rally history, and we were just cruising to the finish on the final few stages, just trying to get to the end. And when you're driving 80%, it's easy to make mistakes, and we just, as I was backed off, we made a monster mistake, and it caused a write-off of the car, probably the biggest accident I've ever had in rallying. And yeah, quite a lot of work to do now, but we're all fine. Me and Ross were absolutely fine. The car wasn't so. And
so Ross Whittaker was with you?
Yeah, Ross was with me, and yeah, it was a big one right at the end, so a lot of people didn't even know it happened.
Well, we're so glad that you were both okay, but that was the kind of test event, shall I say, for USA coming back into the World Rally Championship, and I understand, or we understand, they may have passed the test.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the guys very well. Matt Cruz, who brought Indy to Nashville, and he's bringing WRC to Nashville now, so that's going to be, he showed me how it's going to work. He's going to show me where the start ramp's going to be, and I think it'll probably be one of the biggest rallies there's ever been in the World Rally Championship. So I think, yeah, next year.
Well, you show us how to do it in the shootout, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Tom Williams, and that's the car we've been waiting for. Not to see it on the back of the recovery truck, though. But there is also Kieran Graffin's car. That was stopped earlier on. That's been making its way quite slowly through the stage, but the Volkswagen being towed out of the stage right now. So once these cars are out, the stage should resume. But I think it's going to be could be a bit of a tough afternoon for some stoppages. Has been so far, certainly, boys.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Kieran has managed to get that fixed in stage. That looks like it's a broken steering arm or a track rod, and he's possibly
We watched him on some of
together.
our cameras try and make it round the bottom corner down at Delta, and it was quite a painful watch steering wise.
Yeah.
So yeah, could well be. So we have a queue again on the start ramp right now, and quite the queue right the way up into the paddock area.
Big style.
A number of cars waiting to go into the Forest Rally Stage. But like I said, shouldn't be too long now before we're up and running again, because the recovery truck is making good progress. But we saw this Volkswagen get towed out yesterday as well, didn't we?
Yeah. And when Tony and I were walking around yesterday evening, they were still, the car jacked up, and we're working away at it. And then with our camera footage this morning, we saw it driving out of its slot under the canopy, and I thought, yeah, we're good to go. But one of those things, really.
And there we go, there's the close of the stage. So next couple of moments, hopefully we'll hear the roar of the cars right under the commentary booth here on the start line of the Forest Rally Stage, and we'll be back up and running.
So you're seeing the finish line, then the stop line at the end of the 1.9 miles, and then at the beginning of the stage, they sit on the ramp, waiting at the top until they're called down to that start line where the Audi is sitting now and waiting to start. But clerk of the course has to give the okay and the all clear from all the different marshal stations and make sure everything is ready to go again, and all the safety crews are back in position, and importantly the recovery and medical vehicles are all set and ready to go, and only then will he say, okay, the stage can be opened and we start to get back to business. So it is a bit of a fryer in there inside those cars, and it's not air frying either. I mean, it's hotter than that. So you imagine sitting there in your 2-layer Nomex, and that's your underwear before you get onto your fireproof suit as well. And if you got your fireproof balaclava on, and then your helmet on top of that, and then your gloves, that is certainly making for a lot of internal heat inside that lot, and you're hoping that we can get going and I can get a little bit of air coming into this car. But like with all rally cars, you know, with the engine and the transmission and just the bare metal floors, the heat generated from inside that Audi Quattro will be absolutely immense. But we're off and we're back up and running. And a very, very grateful crew inside there with Pat van der Heyden off the line. So Audi Quattro, part of that rallying revolution. Richard Barrow sitting there with his Subaru, the Group N version, 2010 chassis, which has run so well.
Ex-Pro Drive car, Courtney John Barrow alongside, and then we have Karsten Locke on the Forest Rally Stage start ramp. We're approaching 3 o'clock and leading up now and building up to the shootout. And if you weren't here with us yesterday, you missed some super action. And as Tom Williams was telling Tony in the interview there are a number of cars all within literally seconds of each other. So we should be in for a highly competitive half hour, somewhere around the 3:30 mark.
Yeah, it was impressive to see yesterday.
It was.
Like you said, the build-up was fantastic. Drivers were very much on pace. And then we got to the shootout itself, and it was just a ferocious battle to try and set the fastest time out there. So hopefully we're going to have a rematch this afternoon at 3:30 for the second shootout here at Goodwood.
I mean, there is a lot at stake. This is a big honour. This is one they want to win. it doesn't matter the fact that it's a short, sharp little stage. The fact of the matter is that it's one of the greatest motorsport events on the calendar. The Festival of Speed, it covers everything from motoring, motorcycling, off-road, rallying, Formula One, every form of motorsport, and every star and superstar and clubman are here representative. So if you manage to get the fastest in the shootout on all the stages, then boy, that's some accolade, and it's worth that trip down the hill to fetch that cup from Duke of Richmond. Come on, give us that cup, son. I'm going to fill it with something.
So
Tony Jardine and his array of accents, Zav.
Yes, I know. Sometimes he phones me. I don't know who it is.
He's tried to do yours a couple of times.
It's quite difficult.
Now we are building up to the shootout. We're also building up to a presentation on the main stage here in the paddock area of the Forest Rally Stage. And that is going to be coming up in the next few minutes to celebrate a very special driver, and that is Stig Blomqvist.
Is it a surprise, Bex? What's happening? You're not telling us.
I'm not telling you. No, I don't know. We'll find out.
It's announced it.
What? Did you give it away?
Look, all of our lovely markers of the distances have now been eradicated, moved on, destroyed.
What's going
Finito. Kaput.
I think the word there is flittered. They're absolutely flittered.
Peter.
Piet-Hein van der Heijden.
It wasn't going fast
Okay,
enough,
we are going to head over, chaps, to the main stage now here at the Forest Rally Stage to join Gary Champion.
To this event, and as you've probably gathered, it is a bit of a garden party, so we get to talk to people that normally you wouldn't talk to. You bump into the likes of Pierre Gasly down there, and he's surrounded by people taking his photo, getting autographs, etc. I am in awe of this man and delighted to say that throughout my career in motorsport, he's been a part of it. Probably, to be fair, one of the most difficult people to ever interview, because he is a man of very few words. So this may go amazingly well or amazingly badly. Ladies and gentlemen, he is 80 years old. 80 years old, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stig Blomqvist. See, like his speech, his pace is the same. He walks slowly, but he drives incredibly quickly. Stig, happy birthday.
Okay, thank you.
See, I told you, expect nothing less. Now, look, let's come forward a little bit to the camera. So let's just, 80 years. Okay, you didn't start driving at 1, but it was early.
Now, okay, I've been driving now for about 65 years at least, so that's enough soon.
Now, I was in North Wales, and you drove that little baby down there. How cool was that compared to all the other cars like Quattros and so on?
Okay, it was quite cool, but quite a big difference. But okay, it was those things I was competing against when I started with Timo and Rauno and Paddy and those guys. So that's where it started in a way, but I was in another car then.
Now, when I was a young boy, not that young, but a young boy, I remember going on to, and are we allowed to mention RAC Rally? I think we can. And there was Stig in a Saab.
Yeah, okay, that was one of the few rallies we did outside Sweden, because that was fitting our car quite well with the condition you had here in England. You never know, it could be anything, could be snow, mud, dust, everything. I think dust was only 1 year, that was 83, the rest was wet.
An enjoyable rally though, hard back then compared to these days, but enjoyable.
Yeah, of course it was. You could have a puncture, you could do something, and you still could come back and be fighting for the win.
And then it became four-wheel drive Quattro.
Yeah, okay, that was quite later on, but okay, then of course I had a fortune to be able to run this car, and I did start 82 with that, and then I did 5 years with Audi. And okay, I was doing England here with David Sutton and the Audi Sport UK. And we have a fantastic season, 83. And on top of that, I managed to win the RSE 83 with Audi.
He's so modest, honestly. I love him. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some special guests to get up on the stage. The first of them I'd like to welcome, if she'll come up, is Jill Robinson. Jill. Jill was obviously involved with the Sutton Motorsport thing with you, so are you now dreading what she might say about you?
No, I don't know. You never know with Jill, but she's normally quite careful with things.
Let's see. Here she comes. Hi, Jill. Ladies and gentlemen, Jill Robinson. Now, Jill, we've got you up here because obviously the reason we want you is to tell us all the deep, dark secrets.
Well, I don't think after all this time I could possibly reveal them.
Shall we turn our back and maybe just whisper?
I could tell you that we used to get very anxious because before the RAC rally, he used to disappear off. We used to send mechanics to follow him, keep an eye on him, and he used to come back sort of 3 or 4 in the morning and get in the car and drive the rally.
Remarkable. Where did he go? Should we ask?
No.
Okay.
I didn't ask that.
No. Would it have been a bar, Stig?
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
That was after the rally.
No, before.
So Stig says it was after the rally. Jill says no, it was definitely before. So, but phenomenal driver, and also I'm assuming a great team player.
Yes, he was always quite quiet, not noisy and demanding everything. He was very easy like that because we had a few drivers that were demanding everything, you know. Car was wrong. Stiggy just got in the car and drove.
That is one thing with him, I think, that hang on, Stig, let me just ask you that Jill's just saying there, you weren't a diva as a driver. Did you just feel that you just got in and just had to make the best of it?
No, but I always got the best car because that was we was telling all the rest, and even the mechanics was following me. So I said, okay, Stig always have the best car. So I was quite lucky then with the boys.
Oh, there you go, see? Did you give him the best car?
We always aimed to, but we had some really good mechanics and they thought a lot of Stig and they would do anything on the rally to keep him going.
Thank you, Jill. Mike Greasley is there with a microphone. We're not going to bring him to the front of the stage, but Mike, did you not manage this person at some point? I mean, that's a job in itself.
It was. He was, I have to say, Stig was a great bloke to manage. He was such no ego at all, you know. He is the original Stig, the Stig. The first time he met me was at a Saab test track where he tested a new car. And guess what? We shot off the road, or he shot off the road and took me with him. Yeah. And there's a picture of us both laughing like hell. I mean, he was such a great bloke to work for, and also he taught me so much about many things I couldn't put in print or talk about anyway.
Was drinking involved in that as well?
Oh, sometimes.
What do you think, Mike, made him such a great driver?
I think an innate natural talent. I mean, on loose surfaces, he was practically unbeatable. On the tarmac, he had a bit of trouble with Michel Mouton, but he worked over that. So he was, despite his public and his image, he was incredibly dedicated to what he did, and a very proud Swede, I have to say, which is great. I mean, he taught me so much rude words in Swedish. I have to be very careful what I say. Something he told me doesn't mean much, and is probably the dirtiest words you could say in Swedish. We had many happy nights in Stockholm in him teaching me. Yeah, so no, I became a great pal, one of my best pals in rallying, and he gave me one of the best experiences I have had on the sport. He told me to go up to the test stage after the Swedish rally, where they've been testing next batch of studded tyres, and he pointed to a road which stretched away down the hill for about 2 kilometres, loads of bends. He said, "I'll tell you what, I'll take you down here at rally speed, and I will not touch the brakes." I can't repeat what I said, but he actually did, and it was brilliant. It was like watching, what a talent, what a man, yeah.
Now, do you not do, am I right in thinking you do an impression of Stig, or you just speak Swedish?
I did, well, funny enough, my Swedish that I do know, fellow Swedes say I speak with a Örebro country accent.
Can you speak? You can't speak to him in Swedish, though?
No, not much. We just teach him the dirty things, and then so he knows something.
No, we won't do the dirty things. Right. Now, I think we can hear from a few other people. James, I think we can hear from, first of all, or I'm rather hoping we can, hear from Ari Vatanen, who has a little birthday message for Stig.
Impossible to forget how I saw you for the first time. In Myhimpa, 73. You came over the brow towards me, and I thought you will fly over myself instead of the turning the right-hand corner. But you did the corner, and amazingly, and since then you have done many corners. You had done plenty of pleasure, plenty of enjoyment for millions of people in the rallying world. And I have to admit, Stig, that because I always, I would say even hated Saab. And anybody who can drive Saab as fast as you, and there's nobody else but you, has to be incredibly good. Så Stig, tusen tack igen för allting vad du har gjort. Jag hoppas att du har en riktigt bra födelsedag. Rita hälsar och halsar dig också. Hej hej.
There we go. Ari Vatanen, thank you. That's nice.
Yeah, it was nice. Very nice.
Good. Okay. We've got another one. And I want to play this one because this is somebody that everyone out there will appreciate as well. Michel Mouton has sent a message to Stig Blomqvist. A happy birthday.
Hi, Stig. Hope you are keeping well. And I wish you a very, very happy birthday. You know, the numbers doesn't matter today. What is important is what we have in our head, and we are still very young. So keep going and enjoy every day. And I really hope to see you soon, somewhere. We don't know where, but sometimes. And enjoy your day with all your friends, and have a great time. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
ciao.
Michel Mouton.
It was nice from Michelle. Hope to see her sometimes, what she said. So nice.
I'm assuming, again, the connection there would be Audi.
Yeah, it was actually, because, it was a little bit before, because I was doing ice notes for Valdegard in Monte, and Michelle was then in the Fiat, and we was the only ice crew who got through to that service. So she was asking us about the condition of the road, because Björn was also in Fiat at that time, so we was trying to help him out a bit.
Okay, cool. Kevin Gormley, perhaps if you can come up quick, because we'll have a few words with Kevin. Again, somebody that has a lot of memories, of course. Right, Kevin. So far, nobody's spilt the dirt. It's your turn. Come on.
Right. I first met Stig, I'm sure he forgot, in the 72 RAC. That was the year he got stuck on a park bench, a year after winning it, when I helped the then Saab team boss, Bo Hellberg, around the route. And then we were actually, well, I knew him from then on to a minor degree, but then we were in the same team with the original 555 Audi Quattros in Hong Kong, Beijing. And that was in 85, 86, 87, I think. Ford's the third year, and you won it on the in 86. Yeah. So, yeah, we go back, unfortunately, a very long time.
And again, I'll ask you the question, what makes this man so phenomenal behind the wheel?
He's obviously a natural. He was a natural. I think he was born driving a car on the loose or on the ice. He's just a phenomenal driver. Absolutely superb. Still is.
Kevin, thank you very much indeed. And Ian, let's just have a quick word with you, because your name's on the Mini, so we ought to talk to you. And this is your fault that we're doing all this.
Yes, unfortunately, with Stig's wife also, we decided that we needed to do a little celebration for him. So she said, oh, it'd be nice if you could ring round a few of his friends. So 60 phone calls and messages later, and trying to keep this a huge secret from him. And when he announced today, oh, I'm going off for lunch at the big house, it was like, oh no, are we going to be able to get him up here? So we've had to let in a little bit that something's happening, but he's a fantastic driver. I co-drove for him on the McRae rally, and I've sat along Stig a few times just in practice, but on a rally he's an incredible driver. Absolutely just a bit of a machine, really.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the embarrassing bit, and I'm hoping this is going to work. After 3, could we all sing Happy Birthday to Stig? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Stig. Happy birthday to you. He loves, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. He loves Kit Kat, and the cake is a Kit Kat cake. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've celebrated his 80th birthday in style. I think we can now safely say with the Kit Kat, Stig, take a break. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, for coming and celebrating. I mean, he will remember it for years to come, and he's going to be with us for years to come, because look at how young he is. Must be something to do with snow. I don't know what it is, but thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, for celebrating this birthday. There you go. Happy birthday. Now, let me just check if there's still...
Lovely scenes there, then. That is Stig Blomqvist, who will celebrate being 80 on the 29th of this month. And quite frankly, I wouldn't share that cake with anyone, Stig. You need to eat that all for yourself. Now, I'm delighted to say that we are very much, and we have been up and running during all of that. You've seen some of the action of the cars moving through while we listened in to Stig Blomqvist, and some lovely messages from Ari Vatanen and Michelle Mouton to celebrate his birthday there. And that is Gary Lacodeau that has just completed the Forest Rally Stage. We are building up, of course, as well to the shootout, which will be happening very shortly indeed. Fastest time on the board so far this afternoon has been set by James Williams. It's a 2:33.7. Roger Duckworth with a 2:40.3. And we've got Tom Williams now ready to go on the start line of the Forest Rally Stage. Lovely scenes there with Stig. He's a very humble man. He is a man of few words. He doesn't like a lot of fuss, so it's always difficult to celebrate him, but that was nicely done.
The thing is, he has that smile, he has that twinkle in his eye. I was with him on that Hong Kong Beijing rally, for example, working with a guy, and you get to know him a little bit better. I got to know him pretty well through Mike Greasley, when Mike Greasley, who was speaking, managed him and so on. And you know, yes, of course, he's quiet and doesn't like talking much, but he has a great sense of humour. He's a great human being. He's very warm, brilliant rally driver, great competitor, and he's proved it, you know, all the way through from that early career with the Saabs and winning the RAC Rally, winning the World Championship, and then even latterly running in the Group A Sierra Cosworths, and then running all sorts of events. And he pops up at events all around the world still, and in fact competing in the Mini that we've seen in the national championship, and taking the Mini out which is typical of Stig. You know, he just loves the rallying, and I think fittingly what Mike Greasley also said was Stig is a very, very proud Swede, and we mustn't underestimate the rivalry between the Swedes and the Finns in terms of rallying prowess. But a lovely man, and you know, when we saw him downstairs yesterday, he still looks incredibly young, even though he's just coming up to 80 years of age. He looks remarkable.
This Peugeot's not moving too quickly, is it?
No, it could possibly do with some chocolate cake. But yeah, moving slowly since about a third of the way into the stage, but making its way under its own steam, which is good. And not long now until we head towards the shootout. Fabio Schwartz is going to be next away, I think, with Richard Mende alongside for company.
Yeah, I think Tom Williams is going to be in danger of catching the Peugeot here. So this build-up run to the shootout. Maybe stuttering once we come around the next couple of corners. Tom obviously fastest in the shootout yesterday with a fantastic time on the board.
That in the background you can hear from the commentary box is Fabio Schwartz in the Armin Schwartz Motorsport Toyota Yaris Rally 2. We've seen Fabio a couple of times yesterday, a couple of times today. Did Rally Sweden earlier in the year, and then as Bex explained yesterday, just made an announcement that competitive outings for the rest of the year would be to be continued, which is a pity because he's actually been very impressive both yesterday and today.
Yeah, we've seen some lovely action from Fabio Schwartz, and yeah, for one reason or another, I think there was a myriad of reasons as to why we're not seeing him in competition for the rest of the season. Hopefully we will do, but there's confirmation, unfortunately, that Tom Williams has indeed caught the Peugeot in the stage. So the Peugeot's been moving pretty slowly for a good bit of this stage. So now the next piece of competitive action we'll see will indeed be the shootout, which is coming up next. And Tom's got to stay true to form here, hasn't he? You know, he won the shootout yesterday, but he has some stiff competition out there. He was only 0.2 of a second faster than Rory McLeod on the shootout on Thursday afternoon. Patrick O'Donovan was a 2:32.9 to Tom Williams' 2:31. And James Williams, of course, in the mix as well. So plenty of drivers to take a look out for.
And I think the times are slightly slower today in comparison to yesterday. And whether that's to do with there's still a lot of hanging dust or the heat.
I just think, Dad, that like on the entrance, for example, through Laker and Hopkirk, you know, there are some quite big ruts appearing down there. We can't really see all of it, but some of the drivers said to me it is pretty bumpy. It is getting bumpier, and it's going to, because it's getting hard packed. You know, it's where the sun's really beating down on it. It's getting really baked. It's getting probably a little bit more polished, a little bit more slippery in some parts as well, because a lot of dust has been cleared off. You've got a few of the rocks and things which they're skirting around. For example, if you know when they're coming up to the Flying Fin, a lot of them are staying over to the right. There's probably a reason for that, and why Marcel took out all the marker boards, because he was staying right, but he was staying too far right. That's possible.
Okay. We are rapidly building up to the shootout. That we're going to be back after this short break.
There's no better place on the planet where you can see great cars, great people.
You get to meet your heroes. It's a big social for motorsport as much as a celebration of motorsport. There's no better place in the world.
They're racing now down towards the final 2.5 furlongs. Racing up towards the line, it is Scandinavia who takes the Goodwood Cup.
You try your best and a bit of luck on your side is good.
They're off. A furlong to go. It is Kirat who have got the lead. Rosalia now powering down the line outside. Henri Matisse is running towards the inside. 100 yards to go. Kirat still has the lead, and it will be Kirat in a shot in the Sussex Stakes.
And she's actually drawing further away, and what a great filly this is, and World wins the Nassau in fantastic style.
Yeah, it's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I don't think I've missed a day's racing.
Woodcote Girl is getting up from Doha.
Oh, unbelievable. One of the best things I think I've ever done.
As they race the line, Giant Jungle has lifted the King George Qatar Stakes. The stand side, Two Tribes has come through the lead away from his second run, would run Strike Red. On the far side, bursting clear is in the white cap. Twilight Calls, but near side, Two Tribes wins.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, and welcome to the Forest Rally Stage and the second shootout of the Goodwood weekend. We are ready to go. The shootout is all important now to find out who will ultimately win the Forest Rally Stage for 2026, and we are underway. It's been a tough day here at the stage. It is starting to get a little bit rougher out there, and it's of course getting a little bit hotter, so everyone's a little bit hot under the collar, and we've got some birthday celebrations going on here, it seems. I've got Tony Jardine and Zab McCartan alongside me. Always great to be celebrating birthdays here at Goodwood.
Yeah, so I'm presuming that that might be for Stig. It says happy birthday at the top and the bottom. Maybe not, maybe it's Ben Smith.
Well, maybe he has a birthday today. We'll find that detail out for you.
Actually, I think one of them has. It might be Steve, or it might be Ben, because there was a balloon inside the car as well earlier this morning. And I'm not joking.
Ben Smith did really well yesterday in terms of the times that he was setting. And in the class that he's in, the Birth Stage Rally in Class 22, he was the fastest time through with a 2:43.7. So let's see what he can deliver out there today.
Yeah, very impressive. Yes, nice clean lines and gain speed. You can see him gaining speed through the corners. This is Chris Hellings in the Group 2 VW Golf GTIs. We cut back now to Phil Squires. Car previously seen many years ago in the hands of one Malcolm Wilson.
Mark 1 Escort, and coming down, Phil Squires there at the wheel. Great national rally driver, has competed with me, or I've competed with him a couple of times at Silver Fern Rally New Zealand. In fact, I held him up on one stage in a cloud of dust. But Phil has forgiven me for that since. So a quick fix then for the Volkswagen. We don't know what that was.
Luckily, it was a quick fix because we saw it getting towed out just less than an hour ago, but it is back in action for the shootout. So good work to all involved to get that car back out there.
Yeah, I just noticed Tom Cave was listed as the third car starting the shootout, but I don't think we've seen him. So he's possibly maybe not going to run or running late. We did see yesterday there was Steve Ward had to sit up for 10 minutes but got his run in the end, so possibly Tom doing something similar. Squires down, out over from Finn and down to that left-hander at Cooper's, and up through Stratos, and out from under the trees over the timing beam, and then up between the bales to the finish line. And those bales don't move. We've seen over the years here. There we go.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a slower time than he posted yesterday on the shootout. Yesterday was a 2:54.5. It's a 2:57.3 today.
Well, let's see if Zav's right. Could be a little bit slower today, or that just could be a slightly slower time for Phil Squires with the Audi on the line. Be interesting to see what Ben Smith with Stephen alongside him does as they come across the flying fin. Nicely taken, not too much air. Keep it on the deck, keep that traction going through the left-hander, through Cooper's, and up through Stratus. Get across that timing beam, duck your head down. There we go. Time is in.
Yeah, 2:57.1.
Well, the car looked good. We'll see how that plays out as the Volkswagen makes its way through the Group 2 Volkswagen against what would have been Group B prior to that. Group 4, the Audi Quattro.
So 2 times on the board already then, and Ben Smith is the fastest with a 2:57.1.
Now Marcel Van Vliet, Marcel Pronk, they're on the line. Piet Hein van Heijden and Malia van der Heijden already out on the stage as we're watching Chris Hellings now in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, sorry, one of the original pocket rockets, vying for the market share with the Peugeot GTI. I preferred the Peugeot GTI myself. Classic, gorgeous looking car, but VW and a lot of motorsport history with them, particularly in the World Rally Championship. Sebastian Ogier, which we were talking about earlier on. But Marcel Van Vliet, we have to watch out for him in that Dakar-based Audi because he's been throwing it around.
And he was quickest out of his group yesterday with a 2:43.5.
So here is Peter Hein van der Heijden. Off up the stage. Now they're going up the hill now, through Gambles and up through Dakar and into Mexico. We were talking about the 1970 World Cup Rally, Mexico, the Mexico car. Hannu Mikkola winning that rally. That was a big landmark rally win for Ford. And now the Vauxhall HSR. Dealer team Vauxhall, dealer team Opel, General Motors into rallying. A lot of these big manufacturers represented by the cars that you're seeing in some of the glory days of rallying of yore. Pentti Ricola would have been in a car just like that, as would Jimmy McRae, as would Tony Pond. So Roy Gillingham in that car. See how far he's staying to the right-hand side there, and there's a bit of a dip on the right-hand side of the stage as well. Got away with that. All right, did Peter. A nice little control there, Piet van der Heijden. The Dutch here in force, but he touches the bank on the right-hand side. No harm done. That will hardly have affected the times, and it was just a little glance, really. Specs would call that. It was just a little kiss the bales.
Yeah, a little love tap. 2:51.7 then. Fastest time through for Piet van der Heijden.
That's Sjoerd van der Putten with Erwin Neber alongside. Be followed shortly by Martin Overington and Paul Abercrombie. Big guy over the jump, doesn't worry about anything in terms of the surface right outside. And as you were saying, Bex, earlier, he does tend to fling this around a fair bit.
Yeah, he's been epic over the jump this week so far. And it's a good time on the board. 2:43.5 is the new fastest time through.
So that's the John Bosch lookalike, Rothmans Audi. John Bosch, the Dutchman who went rallying in the Audi as a Metro 6R4 blast down the line. Martin Overington, that's the John Price car in the Duckham's colours, faithfully reproduced there, a genuine car. And he's just straddling those big ruts on either side and going on the two berms, one at the side and one in the middle. That was clever, picking out a path by Martin Overington there as he went down through the stage. I'm going to be interested to see his time as well, Martin Overington, whether he can beat those Audis. Sjoerd van der Putten, we're waiting to see what he's done. Ludwig Marcel we saw just before. The big Quattro, the big Dakar Quattro. Quite a character. Well, they're all characters.
Yeah, they
all those
are.
Dutch guys, amazing people. And they're huge Audi fans beyond belief, They take those cars all over Europe. Warren Phillips-Kirk off the line. And a very famous Metro indeed. And Warren Phillips-Kirk has rallied all sorts of cars, but the one he enjoys most is the Metro 6R4.
Yep.
Was third fastest in the Legends of Group B, Class 23 yesterday.
Yeah, and quite a number of runs today already. Steve Ward now we're looking back on, and Richard Conley alongside him in the Subaru Legacy RS, a car that was built by Martin Spurrell from the Automotive concern. And although Martin did move out of the business and bumped into himself with Tony yesterday, and he's busier now, he's retired, than when he was working full-time. And was involved in various bits and pieces at Silverstone last weekend, and had nothing but high praise for the event and the way it was organised. Martin Overington now in the 6R4. We have seen this car in a previous life here in the Golden Wonder colours of Ken Wood, but as Tony said, the car now back to its original registration, back to its original colour scheme and the way that it ran under the hands of that Welsh rallying legend John Price. And of course he had his son Stephen Price, and he was called Half Price. If you remember, Stephen had a massive accident, funnily enough, on the Manx International, or the Manx National Rally rather, and I think it's kind of it sort of reduced the number of days he went competitively. I really hope I didn't see that, but it looked like Warren Phillips-Kirk was going quite slowly towards the end. I just love the way the sun manages every now and again to get through a gap in the trees, and it's like you were saying yesterday, Bex, it's like lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off, but it just, that silhouette effect can be really good to watch sometimes.
Gary Lacudo also picking his path down that first part of the 1.9 mile special stage here on the Sussex Downs, West Sussex in particular, and the Goodwood Estate. Who'd have thought it? There was originally a little rally stage on the side of the hill, and then they hewed out of the track that came through here and through the trees this incredible rally stage designed by late great Hannu Mikkola himself. And there's Warren Phillips-Kirk still going okay, I think. maybe something just switched itself off temporarily, a fuel pump or something, and gone on to reserve. You just never know. But out through the stage, okay. Warren Philliskirk, the MG Metro 6R4, the Group B car, V6 engine, 3 litre. The Clubman cars had the 2.5 litre engine, the engine right behind the driver and the co-driver. As we look at a Group A car now from Lancia, and we're loving all the Lancias that we're getting here. Lancia Delta Integrale. And the Group A car. Group A came in strongly after Group B was banned at the end of 1986, so start of 87 and 88. Mickey Piazion, the Lancia already had great advantage because they'd already got that Group A technology working really well in the Lancia Deltas. And Mickey Piazion being a great driver. He was and still is in historic form, because we've seen him here at Goodwood. Took advantage of that and won those 2 world titles.
Because they cancelled Group B quite late in the day, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was why Audi had to go to the big, cumbersome Audi Quattro 200. And Lancia, at the time, all they had was the very basic Lancia Delta Integrale, or Lancia Delta HF, I think it was at the time.
Yeah, but at the time, all the drama that had been going on and the accidents and the loss of life, both drivers and spectators and so on, it was extreme. And, you know, various drivers of the top echelon were saying, you know, look, even this has gone too far now, it is too dangerous. And the problem was with the cars which were no holds barred. Literally, there weren't that many regulations that could hold them back. You know, the Lancia, for example, was a plastic supercar, you know, sitting on fuel tanks. As you already told us all, you know, supercharged, turbocharged, all the rest of it. Incredible machine. But in terms of safety, good God, no. There we are. That was well round the Delta and up
and he's
on the inside. I suppose
just up on the inside. Yeah, Gary Lacotto there.
Losing time, unfortunately. And I don't think the Lancia Delta went round the oil bollard. I could be wrong, or we just got a glimpse. But that time would be struck. It did go round, we're told. That's okay then. No problem whatsoever. And then that time will stand. But this is the shootout. This is Friday afternoon. We've had one shootout on Thursday. Just look at the dust. Look at the surface there of that concrete, and broken rear wing too.
Yeah, where's that happened?
Don't know. He got a bit of a woggle on, a bit of a wibble and a woggle earlier in the stage, and he was going all over the place. But then maybe he just hit something in the back and it came down. I don't know. So we will find out.
So Jeff Van Hooft out over the flying fin now and down towards the left-hander at Cooper's. Jeff, we've had out several times today, and a car that is so far running very reliably. James Lepley and Lucinda Cockle now in the Mitsubishi Evo 6.
I think the top of that spoiler's gone now, hasn't it?
It looks like
Yeah, it's disappeared off, unfortunately. That is somewhere in the stage, hopefully to be retrieved by somebody and taken back. But it is fastest through from James Lepley with a time of 2:42. The thank you marshals has almost been covered up with new dust.
There's plenty of that out there.
Yeah, there really is.
Supply, is it?
A great run there from James Lepley.
George Clark in the number S.
Snowplow.
Yeah, we treated like the hay bank there, like a snowbank.
I think George there was trying to avoid the big ruts, and he went on the outside, the top of the berm, but very, very loose for the front-wheel drive Mini, and it just ploughed its way through with that bib spoiler and slowed its progress somewhat, but he got through it and got going again.
Roger Duckworth now just coming up over the timing beam, and Roger takes 5.6 seconds off the latest fastest time.
Yeah, great run from him, 2:36.4. He was the fastest in his class yesterday. Let's go back and have a look at that again. Just ploughing through the dust on the inside. Yeah, it's starting to just rut a little there, and he's headed into it and just kissed the hay bale a little. Not too much though. Nothing to worry about.
Richard Barrow in the Group N Subaru 2010 car. That's run very, very well throughout the weekend so far. And I think that's Tim Mangum and Cara Duggan over the jump. And George Clark, who we've just seen in the Mini, he's out on the stage, the next car behind Tim. And then Richard Barrow, who has Courtney John Barrow alongside him. There's George. Get the handbrake on, George. Neatly done.
Yeah, now you can see some of the names on the rear window there have been marked out. We did have a question in about that earlier, because Holly McRae and John Armstrong are the names on the back of that car. That was the last time he was in competition, so that's why the names are crossed out, because they're not using that car this weekend.
But it's nice to have the evidence, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Put across.
And both of them will be here tomorrow. John Armstrong will be here driving. Holly McRae will be here also.
Tom Williams now on the start line. Doors open to let some of that heat dissipate. This time Ross Whittock is in the co-driver's seat as Richard and Courtney John Barrow.
So Ross Whittock, the son of Dave Whittock, who famously was Per Eklund's co-driver for a long time. Worked with Dave Whittock, or worked for Dave Whittock in my agency for Nissan Motorsport Europe when he ran the program. Mark Higgins was driving the cars. We did a lot of European Championship and some World Rally Championship events together, like Thousand Lakes. So we'll do some work with Dave Whittock, a great competitor, a great organizer, as rally navigators and co-drivers tend to be. But Ross Whittock, definitely a chip off the old block, a great rally co-driver. Been with Tom in the United States of America, and if you did hear Tom's interview earlier, he was talking about one of the biggest accidents he's ever had on the recent Olympus rally. As we look at David Wright now, and Jane Wright alongside him, always quick here. Very, very efficient, taking his racing lines, not trying to slide too much. Always conscious of the clock ticking away. And just doing his sighting, looking as far down the stage as he possibly can. Getting his markers ready, listening to his notes, which is why Jane will be calling to him. It's the road in code from the pace notes, the severity of the bends, the cautions, what is the number of the bend, or the descriptive system that they use: fast, very fast, slow, medium, and then it'll be double caution, jump, and the distance after the jump. And you've got something like 90 after the jump, and then you go into that fast right, which just has David Wright through Coopers and up to Stratos, conscious that he wants to get it neatly across that line, get that power down.
That's a good time.
Very good time.
Yep, 2:34 is now the new fastest time on the board. Yesterday, he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fastest out of his class through the stage yesterday. About 9 seconds off the pace right at the front of the field, which was held by Tom Williams.
You just saw Creighton's there, that sign on the back. William Creighton, of course, who was British rally champion. And then you see Motorsport Island on the front. And then you know that's Rory McLeod and Callum McLeod, and off they go as we're watching Tom Williams now. His efforts to keep up those quick times that he's been setting. Tail just coming out there on the VW Polo GTI.
Well, we've got some expectations now, haven't we? It does go faster so far. It is a 2:32.9. for Tom Williams, who was the winner of the shootout yesterday.
Sam Mason now down at Delta and round the barrel to complete his donut, so his time will qualify for the shootout. On the start line is Ollie O'Donovan and Donna McElheron. Donna, who is from Mull and has her own Mini that she rallies at home in Northern Ireland, but Ollie's here this weekend with his son Patrick in a brace of Hyundai R5s. Patrick just coming down onto the start line now as well. Tony did a good interview with Patrick earlier on. There's a competitive edge to the O'Donovans. I don't care what he says.
I loved the interview with Patrick when he said, you know, rivalry between you and your dad. No, I'm faster.
Yeah.
Straight away, you know, he didn't even bat an eyelid.
No, he didn't. Sam Mason now coming to the end of his run. Of course, dovetailing the British Rally Championship with some national events this year. First time when Goodwood was here last year. He had a good BRC campaign. So a 247.9 for Sam Mason, who had James Seymour alongside. That's Patrick O'Donovan. He has Elaine Lachey alongside him. And based on what Patrick was telling Tony Jardine earlier, I think the competitive juices will be flowing.
I think the gloves are off.
Oh, I definitely think they are.
Ollie O'Donovan, Patrick O'Donovan from the world of rallycross. They know the world of rallying very, very well. It's great to have them both here. It really is a treat for us. As it is indeed to have both McLeod's father and son, who have been really enjoying themselves and setting quick times.
Yeah, very quick yesterday. They were second fastest yesterday by just 0.2 of a second. However, a little bit more off the pace this time around, third fastest. So Tom Williams still the time to beat. 2:32.9 is the time to beat out there.
So I would say, Tom, for all he says to us, well, yeah, no, we're just here to have fun. And come on.
Forget it. Do you ever believe a driver who says that?
Not with the smile on his face that he had, looking like an assassin.
Brilliant.
So.
Yes. So just touch of the bank on the inside, but keeping it well pointed up through that last bit, not getting the taillight like some of the others on that fast right-hander through the finish. Ollie O'Donovan.
This won't be a bad time from Ollie, but he won't beat 2:32.9, that's for sure. But a good run. James Williams running a couple of running order late, if that makes sense. A couple of cars ahead of him, so it's going to be. The gloves are off, as you say. I think James would be very, very up to give Tom Williams a test and challenge.
Well, I'd love to know if they have put any new tyres on or only, you know, slightly worn tyres on. Keep the edge on the corner of those tyres. That's where you get the grip. That's where it cuts in when you need it on this chalk, on this hard base, and perhaps they've got some softer compound tyres on. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the front runners are doing that, and they've got those sort of tyres in their locker if they need them. That's for sure. I don't think there's any advantage in staying out a little bit later because the heat's not going to dissipate at all. It's not going to come down at any stage this afternoon until much, much later on. But it's certainly a little bit quick. So how do the times compare, Bex? Is it slightly slower today than yesterday? If you
it is slower than yesterday. 2:33.3 is the time for Patrick O'Donovan. That is second fastest. So the fastest time yesterday was a 2:31. That was Tom Williams. And the fastest time so far is 2:32.9. So it is a little bit slower out there today.
I think that has to be the heat and just the continuation of dust.
Yeah.
You were saying about the surface heat we've seen over the years, polishes. I don't think because it's dry and that hot, you know, and we see grass lawns that when they start to get a load of sun, they dry out, then they start to crack.
Yeah.
And I think that could be possible as well.
But where are the lumps and bumps, and where we've got those big sort of divots and the big berms where you're going into later in that first part, that's where you're losing a bit of time, because that's getting softer each time. You had to look at the little front wheel drive Mini, trying to look at all the dust that are built up on the outside.
Now,
okay, so they're probably cleaning it a little bit here on the concrete.
Yeah, I would say a little bit on the concrete, but I think you've got to put in together a lot of factors that, we've had quite a few cars through it. It was already bumpy when we started the weekend.
That's true.
It is getting a little bit more bumpy in there. That is going to slow them down a fraction. This is the last car we're seeing now on the shootout. So, James Williams, what can you do out there is the big question. Oh, remember, we've got the time to beat of a 2:32.9. That is Tom Williams' time.
And if anybody will want to beat Tom Williams, it'll be James, that's for sure. His first run yesterday was very competitive.
Right, and even though he had a little nudge of the oil bell there down at Delta, it would have made a huge amount of difference, unless, of course, the clerk of the course says you can't touch the bollard or the big oil drum.
So 2:32.3, it is quicker. By 0.6 of a second. It's a good run on the board for James Williams this time around.
That's not just gloves off, that's thrown down the gauntlet, isn't it?
It is. A gauntlet glove.
Yes.
That's one each, one all.
Game on.
A great shootout then, and again it's 0.1 of seconds separating our drivers right at the front of the field. We were put on a great display yesterday, and that certainly has happened again for the second time. And I'm sure it's going to happen on every single day of the shootout here at Goodwood.
James was coming into that bend, wasn't he? Already committed with the inside front, really, really close to the bank on the inside, but he just kept his foot in and had a lovely slide through there, and it all controlled. Really well done. Well done, James.
There we go then. Confirmation of the shootout standings with James Williams taking that top time. Tom Williams just behind, another strong time on the board from Patrick O'Donovan. Then it's David Wright and Ollie O'Donovan, followed by Rory McLeod, Duckworth, Lepley, Vlett and Lakodo to complete the top 10 for us through the stage. But a 2:32.3, the fastest time on the board. And there you can see Tim Mangham with a 2:47.7. Again, we've seen some great times throughout the field here, but right at the front it has been hugely competitive. We'll give you a full breakdown, of course, of the winners in their classes as we go through. But that is it for Friday's shootout. 2 more to go this weekend before we crown the Forest Rally Stage champion. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then of the second shootout.
Goodwood is just absolutely fantastic. And if you guys have never been here, you've got to come here very soon.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Second day, we are now back in action with our regular runs on the Forest Rally Stage, and we're almost ready to go here. Myself, Bex Williams, Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan, all ready to chat with you across the remaining time that we have left for the Forest Rally Stage runs on Friday. Interesting action, Zav, out on the shootout this time around. Advantage James Williams.
Yeah, today James Williams takes the victory. Yesterday it was Tom Williams, and as I was saying, it's kind of off air, that's 1-1. Now I wonder tomorrow, will we get another interloper? Maybe David Wright might pop in.
Maybe, or maybe Patrick O'Donovan.
Yeah,
yeah,
you never know.
Who knows?
I mean, the gauntlet is well and truly thrown, so the next couple of days are going to be a really enjoyable and a real battle. And it won't be until Sunday around 4:30 that we find out who comes out on top. Aoife Raftery on the start line now in her Ford Fiesta Rally 3. Had a great interview with our colleague Tony Jardine earlier on. And then back on the start line is the Group A Audi Quattro. And this is Stephen Gallagher down as driving this. This has oddly an English registration. But good look inside the car. And
he's mimicking some of the eye exercises there that we see Thierry Neuville doing.
All we need now is to see him doing the Jari Matti.
Yeah, he needs to do the wrist flexors next. Yeah. Come on. Let's get the whole spectrum covered. Jari Matti's warm-up is my favourite because he does the wrist flexors, and then he kind of claps his hands together. It's like a full psych up. Come on, come on, before he gets going. And other drivers don't do anything at all. They just stare into the middle distance, eyeing up the stage in front of them. Yeah, Woody and Buzz, they were looking second-hand yesterday, but Buzz is fully out of the car now. He was kind of half in the boot yesterday. They're still hanging on for dear life though, aren't they?
Yeah, but good to see they're still here and no requests over the PA. Can you please return Woody and to the rightful owner? Off, down and into the stage in the Ford Fiesta Rally 3. 1.9 miles. We've seen some good runs from both Richard and Aoife over the course of the last 2 days.
Yeah, we've seen Aoife do many runs in the car herself, and it's always good to see Aoife here at Goodwood. She's been a regular attender now for the past few years. And the Audi's back on the start line, ready to go again.
And of course, for those who weren't here earlier on, we had celebration for Stig Blomqvist's birthday on the main stage, and the Quattro, a car his name is synonymous with. That 5-cylinder bar tells you the Audi is off and into the stage as the big Pikes Peak Quattro in the colours of Ollie Arneson. Ollie, of course, was a rallycross legend whenever all the Group B cars that were banned from rallying at the end of, I think it was 1986, made their way into rallycross. The Ford RS200 Evo version, the likes of Martin Shanka, Matty Elamaki, Ollie Arneson, and rallycross became a hotbed of high competition and great spectacle sort of to the late 80s and into the early 90s. Richard Alone, MD of the ROL Group.
Incredible sound.
So Putnam off the start line. This one E2 with the Pikes Peak version. They had a much deeper front spoiler and lips around the front and a slightly wider rear spoiler. And of course radiators in the back. The idea is trying to cool the air through there. And Soderquist next on the line in the Mini along with Matthew Goodrich. That's the Ian Hunt car. Richard Alone up over the finish beam and up to the finish line.
Love the shots of some of the spectators there just hiding amongst the trees, trying to find shade, watch the rally cars in amongst the Forest stage. It is, I think, probably the coolest place right now in all of Goodwood to be able to watch the action in amongst the trees of the Forest Rally Stage. Now, we've seen the Austin Cooper out there quite a few times so far, but we're back onto the start line with the Skoda.
Steve Rockingham in the ex-Tony Gardemeister car. Steve popped in for a quick word with our colleague Tony earlier on. Steve himself has some wonderful cars in his collection.
Yeah, what's he got?
The last count, a TR7 V8, an ex-Works car, an ex-Works Talbot Sunbeam. He has one, or certainly one, if not two, ex-Works Subaru Pets WRCs. And again, like we said before, Bex, they are cars that he used to take on the stage. But some of those cars now, they increase in value to that extent. It's you know, the conditions, it doesn't do your car any good.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. So the Skoda Octavia, seen at the hands of many a driver over the year. And we saw Stig Blomqvist on the stage earlier. He also had his hands on a Skoda, but we do have a red flag, it seems.
Full course red, as they like to say in IndyCar. Yeah, Kenneth Eriksson began life in that Skoda Octavia, then Tony Gardemeister, then Jan Kopecky. Also had stints behind the wheel of it.
He's on the start line, working again at last.
Yeah.
Alternator packed up.
That was tour de course for Kenneth Eriksson in 2002. Tony Gardemeister did Rally San Remo in 2002. Steve's had this car, he's had it quite a while, because he just literally turned up here one unit, and he had a couple of cars that were down in the front of Goodwood House that brought up the hill and then would come up and jump in this.
Well, if it was easy, anybody could do it.
Has an ex-works Sunbeam Lotus, next works Triumph TR7 V8.
No, we're going to give you 2. Yeah, we're going to give you 2 minutes.
Thank you for that.
But it was you would have called it up, wouldn't it?
That'd be a laugh, wouldn't it?
What, catching up and overtaking?
So we have a little bit of a pause here again while we wait for a car to be retrieved, I guess. I'm not hearing anything about what's gone on in this one, but I'm guessing someone has stopped somewhere along the route here of the 2.5 kilometre stage.
Well, my guess is it's an Audi, because the last 3 cars that have gone in are all Audis. So it's going to be one of them.
Okay.
Sjord van der Putten, Hans Hugh Soderquist. Oh, well, Hans Hugh Soderquist was in the Mini. Stephen Gallagher in the Quattro, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, that was Steve Rockingham, as you say, who just popped in before to tell us what was going on, and they tried to get these various parts. And one of them is a special alternator they got this morning. And they fitted that and then got it going, which was part of the absence of yesterday with all things going wrong. So it just came up to tell us hopefully it's going to go all right. We're running car 22 and have a run this afternoon and check everything's okay. So it'd be nice to see, after all their efforts, if the big Octavia can get through and keep it running, because there's still 2 days to go.
Yeah, totally agree. Bex, as you were saying, there are people keeping cool, but nice to see so many spectators at the rally stage.
I don't think I've ever seen so many lining the Forest stage. Certainly the shots where we can see them, there's lots of them. And I hope that the tannoy system is working down there and they can hear our commentary. We did have a few issues with it yesterday, but I'm told that it's been fixed.
Yeah, it's because a rocking gate great truck went through the lovely cable which connects us to the service area, the paddock, the Forest stage, but I believe that has been rectified now. And very sensible people in the Forest right now. They're in the coolest place there is to be, lining the stage, watching the action and taking shelter from the sun. So this is one of the Audis coming through, at least.
Yeah, the Swedish colours there on the haunches of the Audi S1. That big 600 bhp Quattro. All power, all meat, all muscle, all wing, all great big shoulder pads on the side. Huge monster of a car.
Now, while we wait, as usual, Tony Jardine saves the day with a microphone, not an ice cream, Zav, unfortunately.
No, I don't go there.
But we let him loose yesterday to go and chat to quite a few people. Gareth Kirkham is who he caught up with. Let's hear from him now.
Right, Gareth, the Kirkhams and rallying, it's a long history in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, tradition started by my father. He's always been keen on the sport and built some cars, so we've taken him out and have a bit of fun with them.
But you're the musician, aren't you?
I am, yes.
So go on, tell us about your latest concert.
Not doing that much gigging at the moment. We're more doing design and manufacture of audio systems, so the deploying and sort of sound reinforcement side of the industry now.
What was your last gig then?
It was an amazing festival in Liverpool Sefton Park called Afka Oye, where we supplied audio and sound support for the stage there.
So what do you play, Gareth?
Bass guitar predominantly.
Oh, fantastic. Now, we're just talking to Phil about this amazing car and its links to the past, and in particular, its links to Malcolm Wilson. So it's quite an amazing car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great car. It's got a lot of history to it. It was originally Malcolm Wilson's first first rally car that he built from scrap cars from his dad's, I believe. My dad acquired the shell some time ago and had it in storage until he decided to renovate it to its current glory.
Have you still got the G3?
We do still have the G3, yeah, it's in hibernation at the moment. As Phil said, this car's a lot more nimble and a lot more fun to drive around this stage.
And your dad's here, isn't he?
He is. He's lingering about somewhere. I'm sure he'll have to have a chat with you if you can spot him.
Have fun.
Thanks very much. Take care. Goodbye.
Now. The Austin Mini Cooper very slowly making its way around their Delta. We're hoping that we're going to be up and running again very shortly on the stage at full pelt. We've got the Skoda Octavia waiting on the line, ready to get going. But we have seen some incidents out there today, but it's kind of part and parcel of it, Tony, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the knocks, the hits, the breakdowns, all part of the sometimes cruel sport of rallying. Just when you think you're going really, really well, something happens. It's like John Armstrong just setting his first fastest stage time at World Rally Championship level in Greece, and then on the very next stage, the turbocharger fails, and then he's in real trouble. But at the same time, what we've got here is quite a few support mechanisms. As we take the case of the Dutch and all the Group B cars, they brought loads of spares with them, and so far, when one of their group of 7 cars has been in trouble, they've managed to find the bits or to fix it and get it back out there. And there's quite a few cars that have managed to get back onto the stage. I mean, the Volkswagen, goodness knows what happened before the shootout with Chris Hemmings, and it stopped and then he reappeared again.
I know. You know, and he's used the luxury of the recovery vehicle twice in 2 days, but he still managed to get back out there, like you say.
I'm not sure he's been offered a cup of tea, though, are you? From that special kettle?
The special kettle that's on board the Land Rover 101 here. Special kettle there, which brews up a tea or a coffee. Strength depending on how bad the damage is to your car and how much sugar you might need, but said kettle on board has fed Tony Jardine.
Certainly.
Yeah, we're going to find a sticker of your face and put it on that kettle.
Yeah, honestly, it's such comfort, you know, after the harrowing stage, and there's a car in bits, so you have to sit down, have a cup of tea.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
There's nothing better, is there, than someone trying to comfort you with a cup of something warm. So,
and I want to go back to the hot days, because we're talking about my days doing these adventurous events like Camel Trophy in the Amazon, and this is a fact, because we all tried it, but the most thirst-quenching drink was hot tea, just with a bit of lemon in it. Honestly, in the jungle, it was amazing. Beat water, beat any of the tree sap we tried to drink, any of that.
Tree sap?
Some of it's quite invigorating, I was told by the natives.
Did you see any anacondas?
I didn't, but I saw, we did see a puma, which it was at a distance, I have to be honest about that. We saw caiman in the water where we were filming at night in the bogs and so on, which was a bit scary. The noise at night in the jungle is unbelievable. Everything's talking to everything, and the noises around you. It's very difficult to sleep, I have to say. There we are, Mini coming through. 100, and Stig Blomqvist is not 100 yet, but he's 80 years of age, and we enjoyed his celebrations. Hosted by Gary Champion beautifully. A lot of great guests, Jill Sutton amongst them, Mike Greasley amongst them, Kevin Gormley amongst them, all celebrating Stig Blomqvist, the original Stig, as they said.
Yeah, exactly. He is the original Stig, and lovely voice messages from Ari Vatanen and Michelle Mouton as well, who joined the celebration.
So Steve Rockingham waits to see if the fix has worked, and the Skoda Octavia can get through the stage. Let's hope that's all okay. Exactly the same sort of car that I rallied in Ireland. Sav was there.
Of course he was. He's been everywhere apart from at your side in the co-driving seat.
Donegal is such a brilliant rally though, isn't it?
Do you know what? Ireland has such a wealth of great rallies though. They're sitting on a little gold mine in terms of the quality of events in Ireland. Donegal, West Cork Rally is my favourite. Killarney, Galway, all favourites.
But it's such a great, it's a great sport. It's Belgium, Ireland, UK. These are great places to go rallying. You know, same in Ireland, they close the roads like they do in Belgium, like we are doing over here now, and we will be doing in Wales very soon, the end of August, beginning of September.
Yep.
And it's just phenomenal.
But they're too set in their ways.
Who's too set in their ways?
They were asking, but I can't say who was asking for suggestions to, you know, spark up the championship. And I said, well, why don't you move every event on a yearly basis one slot forward? So instead of Galway starting in February, Galway would start at Easter. The circuit would move to May or June. Donegal would move to sort of August, and they move them around one. So you experience different conditions, the stages would be different. But we're so lucky. The roads at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, and such beautiful, beautiful stages, and a real challenge as well. I mean, you go to Ireland, you're getting a proper 2-day, 3-day rally event out there with a good amount of kilometres. Now we are seeing the recovery truck swing into action. We watched it head in. It now has a car attached.
There's two stages in Ireland, I'm sorry, they don't use anymore in any rally, and that's what's called Ockavana and Sally Gap. And they would have been the third and fourth, or second and third stages on the Saturday, when the circuit was the complete circuit of Ireland. And they were a real wake-up call over the Wicklow Mountains. They're fantastic, fantastic stages. Almost remind you of some of the army ranges like Otterbourne or in Wales.
Epping.
Yeah, they don't use them anymore. It's a huge pity. They were real driver stages.
So this is Stephen Gallagher then.
Yep.
That is getting towed out right now.
Is that the same Stephen Gallagher who also owns the Escort?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I was saying to you about that McRae Escort. We saw it here last year, and Steve bought it at auction when Collins' cars went up for sale. And last year he didn't drive it. John Armstrong behind the wheel at one point, possibly named Gwyn drove it. But over time, Stephen has the confidence now to get himself behind the wheel. We saw Alistair in the Escort yesterday, but this is the latest addition to his stable. So hopefully, like everything else, we'll get a few spare parts. There's enough of the Belgian, Dutch, German and Holland Audi people might be able to help out, which always happens here. So Steve Rockingham on the start line now with the Octavia.
So we're almost ready to get back underway, and we should be there in around about 20 seconds time. We can hear the car being fired up from our commentary booth here on the start line, and it is the Skoda Octavia that we're about to see launch into the Forest Rally Stage.
And away we go. That's Steve Rockingham down into the rally stage, heading towards Laker, Hopkirk and Clark, as the action on the Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage continues. Target time there of 2:33.7, but I don't see him breaking that, as explained to Tony, new alternator, and they're just in the car test run. Next up is Pietijn van der Heijden and Mario van der Heijden in the Audi Quattro. Again, those distinctive HB colours that the Audis ran with, and Autosport Vigel.
Yeah, Autosport Vigel, and they've done a lot of work on the Audis, converted a lot of repaired a lot of them, modified a lot of them. Their workshops in Holland. Build of those revs and that 5-cylinder engine, glorious note. It really is a glorious note. I think even Gareth Kirk can be happy with that in one of his musical concerts, wouldn't he? Have that background music of the Audi 5-cylinder engine. It is melodious.
Good word, melodious.
Both looking at me like.
No, I like
Where
it.
did that come from?
You're getting, you're waxing lyrical as the afternoon goes on here.
But, you know, but Bex, when you work with some of the greats like Murray Walker, for goodness sake, I mean, I'd be pit lane commentator or in the studio, whatever, and he's commentating, and all the engine notes are rising, and he goes, there's a cacophony of sound here, and you go, oh my God, and you can hear him above the engines. Amazing character. He loved Goodwood. He came up to the Forest Stage a couple of times as well, Murray Walker.
Yeah. Loved Rallycross as well.
Oh, he did, didn't he? He made one of his great faux pas of all time, didn't he? When the Mini, he said he's got a slot in the window and he can see exactly what's going on. It's covered in mud. He went straight on this Mini and hit the bank.
It was Keith Rip in the Mini,
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Good old Murray.
Yeah, and that slot in the Mini is so in these conditions you can see exactly what he's doing. When the Mini takes bang, Murray Walker goes, what have I just said? The Mini's mid-air at that point. And then Keith Rip got a big sponsorship deal out of plastic padding. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Tins like the eyes upon to fix the Mini. So Steve Rockingham now out over Flying Finn. And happy that the car is running tickety-boo, as they say.
Right, Murrayisms though, quickly, because he said, I don't make mistakes. He said, I just make predictions that go wrong. and
that's the best way, right?
Yeah, the best way, but then the teams would tune in and listen, and he'd predict them to win, and they wouldn't go out for qualifying because they knew that was the kiss of death. Anyway.
Car number 68 there, being driven by the scruff of the neck, as they would say, by Piet Hen van Heeden. Round the barrel.
Oh, it's nice.
Nicely done.
Nice.
Not easy to do in an Audi four-wheel drive, I have to say.
No.
Oh,
let's do it again. It was so nice. Not so good the second time.
It's a bit wide. Quite a bit wide.
Gets away with it. And then on up the stage, on towards Gambles and through Dakar. I think this is the Clarks.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. Tim Clark, who's the electrical engineer. Wife Nicky Clark alongside an Audi lover. And Audi in those traditional colours. The car you see going through there, Piet van Heeden, that's the one with the HB sponsorship on it. And there's the boat, the 200 boat, just going past the Quattro.
Heavy Quattro, the Group A version.
Wisely missing out on the Delta there. Not sure you'd get that round, would you?
No, you don't want about 3 or 4 goes at it.
But we don't want anything that's going to cause any of these cars problems, okay? We've had enough stop-starts
Keep them going,
here on the Forest Rally Stage so far. We want to keep this blowing.
Absolutely. Keep us entertained.
If you don't think you'll make the donut, avoid it.
Yes.
So Tim and Nicky Clark on the start line there in the Quattro behind them. Steve Chamberlain with Joe Blundell in the passenger seat, and behind that again is Martin Overington in the John Price Metro 6R4. If I take a little look out our balcony window, we have the Chevette coming out again. I can see Patrick O'Donovan's going to come out. Lee Kedward in the Lancia Rally 037. Dave in the Peugeot 205 T16. He's going to be taking somebody else out.
But just a reminder of the success of Audis, and we've got a string of Audis here, fabulous cars right through to Dakar Audis as well, as we're looking at the Ford.
James Avis in the Anthony Kavanagh.
We've only seen it out once before, haven't we?
Once yesterday. It was on the East African Safari, and the way the roll cage was built on those cars, very similar to the London Mexico cars.
Yes.
The roll cage ran down through the roof, and it gave extra strength
And then
to
into the
inner
top of the
wings.
struts?
Yeah, and into the top of the strut mounts. And what it did, it gave extra rigidity to the whole chassis and the shell, because sometimes they learned very quickly when they were testing, especially with the Roger Clark. You remember the big jump at the Millbrook Proving Ground?
Oh gosh, yeah.
The struts and inner wings would move inwards with the impact of landing heavily, so that's what the idea of the road.
Even rougher than that was when they go to the Bagshot Proving Ground.
That's the one I meant, that Bagshot.
Yeah, there weren't rocks there, there were boulders, and Roger Clark used to go down just to try and wreck a car and see what would break on the early Escorts and loads of Cortinas and so on. And I've actually been through a rally stage in there, and Southern Car Club, we ran stages through there as well, and I've been through. Oh my goodness, no wonder they don't use it anymore. It's just for tanks, really.
Okay. A bit like the Panzerplatte then, a Rally Germany.
Yeah.
But it's great to see the Escort out, and lovely to see it in that format, in this safari format with the bars to the fore. Lovely, because I love an East African safari. I love those stories. I love the adventure part of rallying. And Audi and the Clarks and all their success. We're talking about their first World Rally Championship win with Hannu Mikkola, Arne Hertz, 1981 Swedish Rally, and then Michel Mouton and Fabrizio Pons won the San Remo Rally in 81. Hannu Mikkola and Arne Hertz won the RAC Rally that year, and then Stig, who's with us today, with Bjorn Cederberg, the captain, they won the Swedish Rally in 1982 in an Audi Quattro. So we're very happy to have Stig with us, and certainly celebrating his birthday, 80th birthday, Stig Blomqvist. So if you see him in and around the service area, the service park up here, wish him a very, very happy birthday. And remember, he's the original and he's the best.
And have you any cake left?
Yes, so you got a wee piece of cake from a friend from Northern Ireland here, you know. He's hungry.
And as they like to say at home, that's us now.
Lovely colour.
If you've ever seen it spelled hyphonetically, it's actually quite funny.
Well, I like Bex. I love going to Ireland. I love going up to Belfast to see my Irish rally friends. I love going to Donegal. Hell of an event. And there's the Clarks coming through, nice and safely. Lovely car with its lights ablaze. And saw Adam Marsden out earlier as well. Adam Marsden cars, they prepare a lot of this, and I don't know whether Tim's self-prepared or he has Adam do any work on this Quattro, but it's in great condition.
I think it was a car he had here last year for the first time. It was built from scratch because his older version was becoming a bit tired, but they had put a bit like what Steve Ward was explaining about being able to put new technologies while keeping the originality. Oof. Lovely.
That was lovely from the racing drive at Martin Overington.
So Tim and Nicky Clark's car came along that way. Adam Marsden was out in the Audi 200 Quattro earlier. So Richard Barrow will be out in the Group N Subaru. We're going to have David Wright out in his Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Jan Fons then with Ronaldo Sgreva. They're the next few that are planned to come through, and I can see from the camera shot there Ollie O'Donovan in the background with Oliver Sunderland. I can also see Sam Mason's coming out. I can see James Williams is going to be coming along too to play, and Roy Gillingham with the Chevette HSR. So if you're in the forest, that's a taste of what's going to come your way over the next few minutes.
So Martin Overington, who just put on a nice display down there on the 360 plus, very close to the bales, but got it all pointing the right way. Got a great trajectory up the hill in the Metro 6R4. And Richard Barrow attempting the same thing, but not keeping the revs quite up there, or fluttering on him a bit and fluffing, but he's got it all together and he's got the hazards on too.
Hopefully that's not a precursor or a warning sign.
I think he wants to be seen in the dust. And boy, it is dusty down there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But really, really beautiful, but very, very hot day for us here on the rally stage. And here we're at the top of the hill, Festival of Speed 2026. Fantastic entry. great cars, great drivers, great people, great guests we've had up here, great legends as well, like Stig Blomqvist. It's all happening. It's been very, very enjoyable, and hopefully that continues through tomorrow and through Sunday, and more shootouts to come. They've been exciting, have they not?
No, they have been very enjoyable, but you know, one of the things I like is when you get to the end of the day here, you get the chance to relax for the evening, you know, and unwind and maybe get back and have a shot. So what are your plans tonight, Tony? Where are you heading? Are you having a nice quiet night in?
Well, actually, good that you should ask, really, because their Graces, the Duke and Duchess of Richmond, have invited me to dinner at the house. So I'll be getting my jacket on and my white shirt, and the chauffeur will arrive, and I'm going to the house for a glass of champagne and then a little bit of dinner.
You never told me I was your +1.
Tartan trousers or no tartan trousers?
No, the skirt. You know the skirt them jocks wear?
No tartan trousers tonight, Bex. I'm keeping those all in the trouser press for the event next week. That's a very Scottish affair. But I can't talk about that just now because it's a surprise for one of the members of the clan, you know. Anyway.
No, don't change the subject. No. So that's you out late tonight. Will you need some help in the morning?
I'll be fine.
Well, yeah, I hope you are, because you two are on your own tomorrow.
Yeah, because you're getting married, aren't you?
What's happening?
Oh, I'm off to a wedding tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yours?
No.
Yeah, that's not what I'm told.
Oh, what are you hearing, Zap? What are you hearing?
When you get
it's like I'm Taylor Swift and I'm trying to keep it really quiet.
Who's your Travis Pastrana? Not Travis Pastrana. Who's your Travis Kelce?
Can't possibly reveal that source. But yeah, I'm leaving you two with all the equipment here. Don't break it.
You know what I'm going to tell you now, Bex, and I love you. I've enjoyed working with you, but you know what I know what's going to happen tomorrow? I'm going to get an ice cream. I know that.
If you do, I'll call him a cheapskate for life.
I'm telling you. I'll text you.
David Wright, just coming out the stage there, he did a great job.
Yeah, he did do a fantastic job on the shootout as well. And I think, you know, every time we've seen David Wright throughout the weekend with Jane Wright by his side, they've had great runs. It's been a really confident, committed run each time from David, hasn't it?
He's really smooth.
Yeah,
he really
very much
always
so.
carries speed. He's really, really smooth. And she did say that to Tony when he did the interview, and that on tarmac he's deceptively quick as well.
Yeah. No, and it's great because, I mean, working out the lines, it was the sort of the racing side of him, working out where he can go, where the grip is. And rally drivers, this is a great thing about them, they far outlive, in terms of their sporting life, they far outlive the racing drivers as such, because they put the experience into practice over a long period of time. All the different surfaces, all the weather conditions, the different countries that they go to, the different tarmac, gravel, whatever it happens to be, the driving at night, the versatility of a rally driver is way beyond anything you get in a Formula One driver.
But I think there's a key word. Versatility is one, but adaptability is another. You have to be adaptable if you want to be a rally driver, because conditions change in a whip stitch. You know, you can go from completely wet conditions to completely dry conditions, the other way around, and stages change with passing cars. You know, this isn't like circuit racing. It's so vastly different, and I think it's the element that I enjoy the most, is that for each car they can have their own conditions on a stage. And okay, some drivers don't like that. It's not fair if one gets rained on and the other doesn't, but you have to be adaptable and you have to deal with that kind of situation.
And we saw it last year, if you remember, with Liam Lawson and Josh McArlean. You know, Liam had a couple of runs in the Puma with Josh as a passenger, and then went out and was within 3 or 4 seconds of the time Josh McArlean set. So, you know, the adaptability and versatility, I would totally concur on that.
But then I would follow up with the exceptions to the rule, Jim Clark being one of them. Then you go to Vic Elford, who was a rally driver primarily and then turned into a fantastic racing driver. He won Monte Carlo in '68 and usually went out and won Sebring 12 Hours. He went back to Daytona. He had incredible sports car wins for Porsches as well as that. Look at Jackie Ickx. Jackie Ickx was remarkable, you know, as a winning driver for Ferrari. It was one of the real sort of almost child prodigies of Formula One, and then coming into rallying, and particularly Dakar, and the way he won Dakars in the Porsche. Patrick Tambay, who went from Formula One and then was rallying Range Rovers and doing cross-country events with them. Stefan Sarrazin is another example. Formula One, great tarmac driver with Aston Martins. There's quite a list of them, so there are exceptions to the rule, but I think what you find with the Formula One drivers when you talk to them about rallying is the huge respect from the racing driver for the rally driver and for what the rally driver can do.
Yeah.
Completely.
And Vic Alford, I forgot yesterday, Vic Alford was actually at the first televised rallycross at Lytton Hill.
That's true.
He had come back from America, because I remember a few years ago, whenever Pat was trying to get the celebratory dinner organised, I spoke to him in America and asked him would he come over, but he was tied up business-wise and couldn't come, unfortunately.
Sam Mason's been going really well here. Went brilliantly over the jump just now. A little bit of tail wagging of the old dog there, but great from the youngster, shown so much promise. And Terry Maynard there in the RS200. That Ford Group B car, it's great that is still running, and wisely missing out at Delta and going around and attempting to do any donut as he's coming on up the stage through Dakar, and he's heading towards Mexico.
James Williams and Ross Whittaker off the start line now and down into the stage in the winner of today's shootout. Very tight battle indeed. Alistair McRae, you see in our picture there, with Brian Murray in for a ride with him.
So is Ross, because he's normally with Tom, and he rallies with Tom in the United States of America and so on, is he guesting with James there?
It looks like it, yeah. It looks like it.
Well, that's interesting. That'll be very interesting if they're going to be swapping any notes for the shootout tomorrow. Don't worry, Bax, we'll text you and let you know what's happening while you're in the middle.
Yeah. So, James Avis now. Terry Maynard rather, and Finlay Maynard making the way towards the end of the stage. James Williams with Ross Whittaker is in the stage, and Alistair McRae has just made his way down onto the start line and get ready for his run. About 40 seconds before they leave the start line. We can see the start clock from the commentary box here, from our balcony views.
Our balcony view. You make it sound like we're Romeo and Juliet.
I'm looking at them. I'm looking at the pair of them.
It's like the tour brochure, isn't it? There's a great balcony view, and you can see over the swimming pool out to the coast.
Do you know what? If this was sold as a great balcony view, it is spot on, because when you do go out onto our little balcony on the steps, it is a pretty impressive view of the start line in the first corner of the Forest Rally Stage.
Which Andy, our cameraman, was quick to pick up on and get the aerial shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always remember the John Cleese one. Basil Fawlty, yes, madam, that is a sea coastal view. It's there between the sky and the ground.
Lovely, great donut there. The Forest Rally Stage, and there's the end of the jump of the Flying Finn. James Williams, and he's got Ross Whittaker alongside him. Great young, exciting co-driver who's quite experienced now. He's been out there at the top level for about 5-6 seasons.
Yeah, Ross Whittaker's done really well. He's sat alongside quite a few drivers, gained a huge amount of experience, both nationally and internationally, which is key. We talked about, you know, making sure that you're rallying outside your home nation if you can, because getting that wealth of experience really does help when you're rallying abroad.
What was James's time there?
James,
out of interest. Sorry, mate.
I have a number of James's times from this afternoon. I'm not sure which one he did there,
because it looked like it was quick. That's Lee Kedward.
He has got the fastest time of the afternoon with a 2:33.5. He's also set at 2:33.7. So yeah, either one of those, take your pick.
I'll take both.
Take both of them, Zab.
Lee Kedward there in view with David Halford, as we see Alistair McRae and Brian Murray come out over Flying Finn.
I always wonder about this with the McRaes, such a great rallying family, great motorsport family, and what Alistair must be thinking when he's in, you know, one of his brother Colin's cars, you know, any memories that come flooding back or whatever, or does he just get on with it?
I'm sure he just gets on with it. I mean, there's so many memories, isn't there? I bet it's hard for him to even pick out one. When he's behind the wheel, I'm sure he's just enjoying the moment behind the wheel and enjoying the car.
I think what Max McRae does is he just enjoys the heritage. He knows the history of those cars. He knows about his dad and his uncle and his Gramps, or his granddad. He calls him Gramps, doesn't he? Jimmy McRae, 5 times British champion. And when he's in those cars, he does think about that bit, and he knows that he's the next part of the dynasty. And he's fulfilling his task really, really well. He's not letting the clam down.
No, he's pretty impressive. And I'd say it's the same for Holly as well. I'd say from Holly was a very young girl growing up, was well versed in Colin's heroics and, you know, Uncle Alistair and Gramps. And
yeah, I mean, Holly used to come to some WRC events. She was a toddler at the time, and I remember her famously, I think it was Rally Cyprus, where Colin had multiple rolls with the car, and he limped back to service, and the car looked very second-hand. And Holly was there in the service area. She's very small, and she wanted to put a plaster on the car to fix it. And I remember that so well. And who would have guessed that all those years later I would be working with Holly and she'd be part of our team in WRC and in the European Rally Championship as well. And I think what she's doing with everything that she's building with her social media brand and showing us bits and pieces of behind the scenes of the McRae heritage, it's really special.
Yeah, but it's keeping it going as well, and that's important.
Of course it is. You know, it's a legend that needs to, you know, the stories need to kept being told around the world, because yeah, Colin and both Richard Burns, who were celebrating here this weekend, it's 25 years since Richard won the WRC. They did incredible things within rallying, and they inspired a huge amount of people within UK rallying and globally, and that cannot be forgotten.
Right, Bex, I've just spotted someone coming across the grass and going towards sign-on in Subaru overalls. It looked to me like Travis Pastrana.
Yeah, so we do believe that Travis Pastrana is going to be driving a pretty special car shortly. Now, Travis and Colin McRae had a fantastic friendship, and Colin went out to America to take part in the X Games, of which Travis featured highly, and they had such a great relationship. Remember, we had Travis Pastrana come into the commentary booth last year when he was here at Goodwood, and the amount of joy that he brought into commentary, the enthusiasm, the love of the sport, the crazy stuff he's done over the years. Him and Colin were just brethren in that sense.
Absolutely. I mean, in Travis's case, I absolutely have no idea how he's still alive. He's had many operations.
I think he feels the same. I think he feels the same.
But if you're going to hang it out like he does, and if you're going to go and recreate the Evel Knievel jumps over bridges and so on and take those huge risks, but he did them, got away with them, then had a few crashes and jumping out of aircraft. Goodness, I mean, he was even powerboating at one stage.
Yeah, absolutely. He won a gold medal in several disciplines in the X Games, powerboating being one of them.
Yeah. So a bit of a star, great friend of Colin McRae. We were talking about McRae, and of course it was those 25 World Rally Championship wins. We're just looking at shots of Aoife there, getting on her hands device. Is she going for a ride, or is she going to drive that McRae?
I think she is going to be in the co-driving seat with Travis Pastrana, and how incredible that is going to be.
Wow. Okay, well, hopefully I can get up there and maybe get a reaction.
Yeah. We'll be firing you out once they've got started, but we'll keep you in here until that point. And if you pass the ice cream place on the way back, you know what to do.
Roger.
Yeah, keep his hand in his pocket.
we've still got plenty of cars to make their way through the stage, but just be aware that that is going to be coming up shortly. We are going to see Travis Pastrana behind the wheel.
Yeah. Well, look forward to that. We look forward to the rest of the runs this afternoon on the rally stage. And we have had a few stoppages, it's fair to say, but we've been going well since then. We've had a great shootout. We've had the WRC works teamed up here. We've got the threat, the promise, although it's kind of diminishing a bit today now, of the Ford Raptor Dakar car, maybe, hopefully, coming along.
Do you know what? That you're hanging on to those positive threads there, aren't you? Maybe you'll have a treat tomorrow, guys.
No, I think he's trying to distract us.
Again, I'll send you a picture on text, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome. Anything to disrupt your wedding procedures. So we're looking at the Lancia Fulvia, the 1.3S. That's Steve Graham and Tony Graham, the brothers, who love Lancias, and they've got two of them, one in tarmac spec and one in loose spec to go on the gravel, which is the one that you're seeing now. And then we've got the McRae link here with their Enduro.
On the start ramp, Pat and Noel Horan in the Lancia Ypsilon in the Totop colours. Again, one of those iconic liveries that we all remember in rallying, of course. Very tied very closely to the likes of Mickey Biasion and Andrea Zanussi and all those great Italian drivers that ran in Totop colours alongside the fabulous Lancia Martini colours and stripes that we're so familiar with. And of course Lee Kedwood running his Lancia 037 in the test colours that they used at the time. It's quite funny that our cameraman was able to pick up Aoife Raftery getting ready to probably sit in with Travis Pastrana, because I'm looking at her Ford Fiesta Rally 3 sponsored by Cora Boyle from Galway, and it looks like it's just been abandoned there. She got the call. Yeah, it's just behind the
Okay.
Well, when you get the call to sit alongside Travis Pastrana, drop everything. Run.
Yes.
It's just sitting there, windows open, nobody there.
No, she's certainly done the right thing.
And I can see the legacy now is just making its way past the IRDC stand, the International Rally Drivers Club stand, and that should let us know that we will have them down imminently.
There he is. There's Travis
there is
Pastrana.
Travis Pastrana.
There is Superman. We can rebuild him.
Yeah, he is kitted out. He's ready to go. He is so enthusiastic. If you hate motorsport, I would bid you just 10 minutes with this man and you would walk away loving it.
He's fascinating.
Because it is hard not to love anything to do with motorsport after you speak to Travis and the huge enthusiasm he shows.
Yeah.
So I think these are going to be kind of emotional moments here as he gets into the McRae car. He needs to just get, of course, everything together. He's getting mic'd up, of course. That's Elliot, who does some wonderful filming with Dirtfish.
So Eva's going to have to tell me where to go. We would, if we were smart, have Eva drive first, but we might not get 2 runs in, so I'm going to drive this one first because, well, it's McRae's Impreza, and this is amazing.
You're not allowed to scratch it, and definitely don't roll it like you did that one year. Sorry.
You told us not scratch it and don't roll it like you did one year.
You put Eva and I in the same spot. That's good. Yeah, just stay away from that one corner.
So a good link then, because Aoife Raftery competing in the American Rally Championship with multiple American Rally champion Travis Pastrana, about to get on board with Subaru Legacy from the early 90s, 1991 car that was driven by the late great Colin McRae and co-driven by Derek Ringer. You just see their names on the side of the window there. And that was the original Subaru with that boxer engine, and there's Aoife Raftery.
You know what's impressive?
Support from Dirtfish as
trying to get as far
ever.
back as I can.
Let's listen in here.
Hold my pad and watch this.
impressive.
Sorry.
Alright, don't lose
Wait, what? What? That worked?
Hey, have fun, hooligans. Sorry.
These are great scenes that are playing out here. Look at the amount of interest.
How do you feel, Trav? Just signed in and hopped in the car.
In McRae's Impreza, yeah, I am the happiest person on this hill right now. There's a lot of people that are pretty stoked.
All right, have fun.
That's a great line, isn't it? I'm the happiest person on this hill right now.
Just not too fast. Not too fast. Maybe too furious.
Everybody just telling him, you know, not too fast. This man only knows one speed, and that is flat out.
When I jumped in there and you said, no, I was about to say, I'm impressed because he has got into the car with no seat adjustment. And as you know, everyone's different. The seat is tailored to the driver's comfort. This is going to be really enjoyable. And as you were saying earlier, last year he was such an entertainer. Just himself and Rhiannon just brought smiles and joy to everybody over the course of the few days here.
Can you ask him after? I've got to get him.
So on the start ramp now, car number 23, and that's Tim Mangan and Emily Flippens. On the start line is the Peugeot 205 T16 of Philip and Christelle Thalmer, the North State sponsorship that was carried by Matti Alamäki whenever the Group B cars moved straight over to Rallycross. He also was carrying Motul and Pioneer sponsorship as well. And of course that Group B moved for those cars and the supercars.
Just see if we can listen in a bit here, Zav. Obviously we've got a very excited Travis Pastrana.
Cheers, buddy.
5155.
We see them in the stage.
No, not long at all.
And as you say, it was a very quick, just, you know, get the hands device on, get in, trying to get himself adjusted very quickly, get himself comfortable in the car. He's the happiest man on the hill right now, is what he's telling us. I think he's about to be even happier as soon as he launches that car off the start line of the Forest Rally Stage. We're watching Travis Pastrana in Aoife Raftery here in the iconic McRae car.
Coming through this way.
So, Tim Mangan down onto the start line, and if you were tuned in earlier, you'd have saw Tony having a chat with him in the service area earlier on, and he described his own car as a car that basically drives itself. Patrick O'Donovan now on the start ramp with this time James Seymour going to get a run in the Hyundai R5. And Patrick and Ollie, his father, appeared yesterday, and Patrick's been impressive in the runs we've seen on him so far, has put his name well into the frame for a good overall finish perhaps in the shootout come Sunday.
I'm sure they will be. Liking this little chat here between Travis and Aoife that we were just having a little look at. Just a couple of moments, they're going to be heading into the stage, of course. But yeah, you're right, we've seen a great shootout every single day so far, and many drivers putting their names into the frame now. Tom Williams was fastest yesterday, James Williams fastest today. It's an iconic car. We've talked about it throughout the weekend. And Aoife is going to get a fantastic ride alongside Travis Pastrana here, who, as you mentioned, had such a great relationship with Colin McRae. So this is really special to be able to see him drive this car.
And of course, a car synonymous with Colin McRae, but Marco Alain drove it. Colin drove it on the Swedish in 1992, and also on the Fleming Toyota Forest Stage in the north of Scotland. So you can understand why Travis Pastrana is excited, and as they say in America, stoked.
Oh, this is really nice.
Yeah, that's it, lean in. Yes. Good, keep that fist bump, big one.
Lovely moment.
That's what it's all about here.
Yeah, creating memories. Hopefully that young guy and his dad will remember that for quite a while.
If you are just joining us on the Forest Rally Stage, we are about to watch Travis Pastrana head off the line and into the stage in this incredible McRae car that we've seen do quite a few runs throughout the weekend. But Travis has headed up from the hill. We've seen him run in, sign on, jump into the car, let's get going.
It's not often I would say something like this, but I would love to be where Aoife Raftery is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to be in the co-driver's seat of this car alongside a legendary driver himself, who's proved himself on 4 wheels, 2 wheels, anything with an engine, pretty much. Travis Pastrana can master. He's super enthusiastic. He really is like a breath of fresh air when he walks into a service area, paddock, racing circuit. He brings an energy which is just incredible to feel. He came into the commentary booth last year, he left, and we were all buzzing for about an hour after he left because he brought so much great energy into it. And I'm sure he'll have some great stories to tell from this drive. Let's continue on then with our cars who are making their way in to the stage.
That's Patrick O'Donovan now has left the start line. We will see Travis Pastrana and Aoife Raftery slowly make their way down onto the start line. Pulling up behind them is Pat and Noel Horn again, I think.
He gives so much back to the sport as well, and I think that's what's great about Travis. The amount of people he spoke to last year when he was up in the service area here, when he was in the paddock with his car, with Rhiannon Gelsomino alongside him in the co-driving seat. He had so much time for the fans. He gives so much back. He enjoys it so much.
And it's evident, he had time for anyone that asked him a question, autograph, photograph. A really superb ambassador for the sport. And of course, on the hill where he's brought his Brataroo across, he has been thrilling the crowds yesterday and today. But if you're in the forest, you're now going to watch Travis Pastrana in the Subaru Legacy RS, the 1992 Swedish car that Colin McRae drove. Alongside him is Aoife Raftery. Aoife, who is one of the leading contenders in the Women in Motorsport Rally campaign, has spent a lot of her time in the States this year under the Dirtfish banner. And of course, Josie Rimmer and Steve are here. And we got a chance possibly to have a chat with them over the weekend. Rory McLeod and William Bridger on the start ramp, so they'll be following Travis Pastrana into the stage.
I think we're almost ready to get underway here.
Yeah, about 8 seconds.
Let's listen in. Travis Pastrana then takes the Subaru Legacy into the Forest Rally Stage. Such incredible memories of Travis and Colin McRae together over the years. definitely the same energy, the same need for speed that they both had, and they recognise that in each other. So a special moment, definitely, to see Travis behind the wheel of this car.
And you were saying that Travis and Colin were big friends and, you know, soul spirits, but it's like the old saying, game recognises game. And
Yeah,
they just
absolutely.
appreciated each other's talents, which was great to see. Patrick O'Donovan and James Seymour now out over the timing beam and up to the stage finish. Following them are Travis Pastrana and Aoife Raftery. 1.9 miles here, and all the bends, bumps and corners named after rallying connotation: Flying Finn, Burns, Quattro, Mackinnon. Back now with Rory McLeod and William Bridger in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2, a car that William Crichton has used earlier in the year, carrying sponsorship from Motorsport Ireland, Castrol and Crichton's. They have a few businesses, repair business and car emergency repairs in Belfast. William contested mostly in Europe this year. There we are.
Okay, let's see how they deal with the donut here spectacularly, of course, in Pastrana style. Why did we think anything less?
That was really smooth.
It was really smooth. He knows exactly what he's doing. This man has piloted cars through for a living. He's got so many plaudits to his name. You know, when you look at what Travis Pastrana has achieved in his career, he's multiple American champion. But more than that, like we talked about, I think it's his absolute love of this sport and what he will do. What he did with the X Games was just fantastic. And to see him here today, back at Goodwood first and foremost, and now in the McRae legacy, it is a special sight to behold. If you're out watching in the forest, you're watching at home, this is definitely a special moment.
Yeah, and making his way up through the likes of Mexico, McRae, now over Flying Finn, and down towards Cooper and Stratus. This is towards the latter end of the stage. Travis Pastrana and Aoife Raftery in the ex-Colin McRae Subaru Legacy RS. And that is him.
And I bet he enjoyed every single second of that.
And I wonder, will he go again?
I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised if we see a second pass here. But Travis Pastrana then completes the Forest Rally Stage. We are going to try and catch up with him in a little while, so bear with us with that. But I'm sure Aoife Raftery really enjoyed that run as well. Special moments here then at the Forest Rally Stage. And we continue on with the rest of our field. Not too much longer left with the runs to go this evening.
Jan Fons now on the start line with Ronaldo Shreve in the Paris-Dakar Audi Quattro. And if you weren't with us earlier, you'd notice such a much higher roof and slightly wider arches in comparison to the Sport Quattro. Three of these were built for the Paris-Dakar, and the reason for the higher roof is the fuel tanks had to be located under the driver and the co-driver, and a slightly wider wheelbase and transmission.
Okay, let's see if we can throw down to Tony Jardine, who's out there right now with Travis Pastrana.
Like, it was good. We did the donut okay. Didn't hit anything. Got us the spin. Aoife's a horrible co-driver. Not anything like Reed, but I'm going to be even worse co-driver. So we're going to jump in that car now. Aoife's currently beating me in the championship in the U.S. So you're going to see what take this as a learning experience.
Okay, nice comments there from Travis Pastrana. Now we do have Tony Jardine on the ground.
Yeah, leave it on.
Let's see if he may get a couple of words. Then let's try.
All right, Travis, how are you? A quick word. That was amazing. Memories of Colin must have come flooding back.
I tell you what, this is such a legendary car, such an amazing opportunity. Jimmy McRae took me for a ride. and to get to drive it myself here was just absolutely amazing. So we weren't sure if we were going to make it up before it ended. You know, Aoife jumping in the passenger seat, trying to give me a little heads up around what's going around the course. Super rough. Suspension is not nearly as good as what we have today, but the motor was actually really fun, kind of bouncing around. Wow, what a good time.
But when you think back, you were great mates, you and Colin. Think back to the X Games, all the things you've done together, and now you're in his Subaru legacy from those early days.
Man, I tell you what, Subaru, the legacy, the 555 cars. I mean, the reason I got into rally was Colin McRae, and to come here to Goodwood, to get to hang out with the McRaes, I mean, I got to drive with Ringer as a co-driver, and just the names on the side of the car just bring back just so many great memories, and it's true inspiration for someone that got so many of us into the sport, and he came over to the U.S. and really helped get the U.S. going. So huge, nothing but great memories and appreciation for Colin.
So similar though, because you both have pushed the corner of the envelopes like beyond belief.
Well, I think Colin kind of took me under his wing a little when he came. He saw a little, not as good, but a little bit of himself in how I drove and how I kind of approached things. And I always emulated Colin as much as I could, and definitely one of the last of that era that was just all about absolute setting. I mean, Colin, he rode 3 times in one rally and still got points in a WRC. I mean, this is something that just never happens anymore.
Now you have a link with Aoife. She's an American Rally champion. You're a multi-million times rally champion, and maybe USA WRC is coming back too. So fantastic links.
Could not be more excited to hear, you know, USA is potentially getting a WRC round. I know there's so many people that are excited. Rally's really taking off. Leah Block leading the U.S. Rally Championship. I'm actually, Aoife's ahead of me in the championship as well. So looking forward to hopefully coming back and getting some points. But I'm gonna get some tips right now from Aoife. I'm gonna go passenger hopefully before they shut this down. So
right, okay. Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Oh, well done, Tony Jardine. Lovely chat there with Travis Pastrana, you know, talking about how Colin kind of took him under his wing and saw a little bit of himself in Travis. He's so modest, isn't he? Such a humble person. Let's hopefully, we'll see now a run with Aoife in her car as well.
I know, I'm nervous now.
She's a bit nervous now, she said.
Yeah, but you can see why people want him, that natural enthusiasm, the excitement, the memories, the emotion, and what it means. Steve Rimmer there, just giving a big hug to Travis Pastrana there. The car he's just been driving, part of this fabulous collection of cars that Steve Rimmer has. And as rally fans, as I've said yesterday, we're so lucky that Steve will bring so many of his cars run by Ian Gwynn and his team under the BGM Sport banner. So lucky. And this is going to be fun now.
Sorry, I'm going to trade you out.
Or we're going to swap seats. And I would think Hannah McKillop is an awful lot shorter than Travis Pastrana.
Oh yeah, Travis. What's your seat for?
So.
Oh, no pressure at all, Aoife. Like she said, she's feeling a little bit nervous now. But I love that, you know, look at him, you know, full of praise straight away. Aoife's ahead of me in the American Rally Championship. Shout out to Leah Block as well, who's leading that.
So, come back now.
Just getting the belts on here.
Could someone pull this thing?
We're just making sure that the in-car camera's on.
Thank you so much. She's got it. She's got it. Thank you so much. That's good.
Or is that okay?
Yep, we're good.
Aoife, is that on? No, press that. Power pack?
Oh boy. All right. So Aoife's second in the U.S. Championship, and I'm third. So I'm going to get some pointers. And I've never actually seen how a Rally 3 drives. So here we go. Getting some...
Good to go?
Yep, all set. Oh no, I'm not plugged in. Hey, is there a plug anywhere? Helmet plug?
When Travis is ready, you see a
Hey, is there a helmet plug? Anything that I can plug into?
I don't see shit. Right here, down at the bottom. Okay, here you go.
Got it? All right. Morning. Hello. Thank you. Good.
Can I have you back up and come to the lane right around the right?
All right. I have to warn you, I might scream.
I'm not as good at talking as driving.
I've heard you're a great passenger.
I am the world's worst passenger. Like, literally, yeah. I come to Goodwood just to sit passenger with some cool people, though, so this is cool.
All right, enjoy.
All right. We're on up there, Jonah.
Hopefully you don't need that safe word you didn't say.
Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna be quiet.
I absolutely loved all of those moments there, especially the I might warn you, I might scream. Brilliant stuff. Travis Pastrana, Aoife Raftery now at the wheel of a Rally 3 car. How good a passenger is he going to be? Let's find out. Aoife's a little bit nervous. He's worried he might scream. This could be a wild ride as well.
Can I grab your wristband?
Yeah.
5155.
Yeah, this is going to be good. I think it could be worth Tony hanging around to get another quick chat when they come back. You know? So, I'll have to be honest, I never thought I'd say here we have Aoife Raftery and Travis Pastrana getting ready for the rally stage.
Yeah, it is quite the change around, isn't it? It's been a wild 10 minutes, to be honest, because we've seen Travis Pastrana make his way up from the hill. He wasn't sure he was going to make it on time to get in the car to be able to drive Colin McRae's Legacy through the stage. Aoife Raftery was co-driving for him. And now they've jumped into Aoife's Rally 3 car, and he's in the co-driving seat. And it's been just frantic activity for the past 10 minutes watching these two together. A lot of fun, though, and a great reaction from Travis when he completed his run.
Yeah, we still have normal competitors getting ready to leave the stage. I can see George Lebley and Katie Brooks on the start ramp in the multi-driven Peugeot 205 GTI. And that is Max McRae and Brian Murray in another one of Steve Rimmer's cars. As we see Roy Gillingham in the Chevette make his way down to Delta. And as I say that, Roy seems to be going really slowly.
Yeah.
Oh no, picked up.
Yeah, we're back up to pace now by the looks of things. That's good. Because you've got quite a few cars to get through in a limited time frame now. So if you are just joining us on the Forest Rally Stage, not too many cars to go before we round out the evening now. But we've got some great cars to complete the runs for you. So we're looking at the Peugeot right now, door open, letting some air in because it is incredibly hot out there. We pick up now with the Ford Focus. The Martini livery, so evocative of the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s.
That's so neat. Almost perfect positioning. And Brian Murray getting a really, really good run in the Ford Focus WRC. George Lebley now with Katie Brooks on the start line. And George and Katie popped in earlier at lunchtime, had a quick word, said hello, and just making sure that we had the history of the Peugeot 205 GTI, a car that was driven by the likes of Malcolm Wilson, Colin McRae, Terry Cabey, and even the Swedish Air Force pilot, Kalle Grundle. And here we have Max just after flying Finn.
We've been talking about McRae, obviously, because we've had Travis Pastrana in the Legacy, and now we're seeing the Ford Focus WRC, and so many wonderful memories of Colin. And Travis was talking about, the guy rolled multiple times and still took points away from the WRC event, and we were talking about that event earlier on today.
Was Cyprus the famous one where he was seen kicking the back of the car?
Yeah, but that was kicking it. A lot of people took that the wrong way,
yeah.
As in kicking it in anger. He was just kicking it to close the boot lid.
Yeah, to get the pins in.
Yeah. I mean, it was crumpled. It wasn't actually closing properly. So, yeah, a few boots of it, and it did close. But everyone thought he was kicking it in anger. No, that wasn't the case.
So, on the start line now, the Paris-Dakar Quattro, one of 3 cars that were used by Audi and created to contest as a team. This was the Ronaldo Shreve and Lars Jans, or Jans Lars version. But this is Jan Fons, and Alexander David Cooper is getting a run in the co-driver's seat, while on the start ramp, Sam Mason and Alison Toynbee are in the Peugeot 208 Rally. Sam dovetailing a British Rally Championship campaign in with a few national events. As you can hear the bark of the Audi leaving the start line. On the start ramp is Aoife Raftery in her Ford Fiesta Rally 3 and Travis Pastrana.
Yep, we'll see them in a couple of minutes. I think they've had a couple of moments to both of them calm down, because it was a kind of quick change around, wasn't it, between cars. They wanted to make sure that they were here to get in before the stage actually closed this evening. They managed to do that, but it was a frantic few minutes of popping both of them back into, well, Aoife back into her own car, but Travis into a brand new seat, getting him strapped in and yeah, ready to go.
I think there could be some really good in-car camera now via Dirtfish at some point later this evening. But how good it is for Aoife's sponsors, Lockway Auto Parts, Cara Boyle, and the connection and social media buzz it'll get whenever this is shared later on.
Yeah, of course.
And as you said earlier, Aoife doing really well in America.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the fact that Travis is the one who's bigging her up straight away to the cameras, to everyone there, telling them, she's leading me right now in the American Championship, so I'm going to be getting some tips from her. He's a multiple champion himself, but he is promoting Aoife, promoting Leah Block, who's leading the championship, not afraid to say that they're ahead.
And, has done so much for American rallying over the years. I mean, we got it here, as you said, last year, himself and Rhiannon. You could only look on in respect and awe of what they were saying in interviews that they give.
So Sam Mason back into Forest Rally Stage now. Seen some good runs from Sam out there today.
Yeah, Sam has been really consistent, and as I say, he appeared here last year and had just recently, prior to Goodwood, got the Peugeot 208, but had performed very well in the 2025 season. So Dirtfish logo very evident and plain. As Jan Fons takes the big Dakar Quattro out over flying Finn. And I think it may well be a more tempered run from Jan this afternoon, Bex. I know earlier in the day you highlighted the fact that he was quite aggressive and chucking it around. So has to last tomorrow and has to last on Sunday.
Yeah, another 2 more days of action here at the Forest Rally Stage. Of course, we're all gearing up now to watch Aoife Raftery here and Travis Pastrana tackle the stage. They're in, and Travis say, you know, he doesn't have a huge amount of experience with the Rally 3, but he's going to be having a little look at what Aoife does. And trying not to scream was one of his things. Yeah. I warn you now, I may scream. We hope you do, Travis. Great start there for Aoife Raftery in the Ford Fiesta Rally 3 car. Travis had strict instructions, didn't he, when he's behind the wheel of the Legacy. Don't go too quickly in it, don't damage it. But Aoife going through with some purpose here.
Well, she's not hanging around, that's for sure. Lovely shot of the Richard Burns and Robert Reed, Network Q car. Sam Mason now out over the flying fin jump. Travis Pastrana just started the stage, making their way down through Clark. Burns, Chirini. We join them very soon as they make their way into Delta, as Sam Mason makes his way out over the timing beam at the finish and up to the finish banner.
249.5 for Sam Mason. And so Sam makes his way down to the stop control, and we'll head back to the paddock area, park up the car for the evening. Ready to go again, of course, for tomorrow's action out on the stages as we wait to pick up now the Rally 3 car of Aoife Raftery. She's had some strong results, obviously competing in America this year. And she's got some precious cargo on board, a bit wide there in the donut. A little bit of drifting going on there from Aoife. I think it's always good, though, to have someone like Travis Pastrana alongside you. Let's just take a look at that again, shall we? See how much she drifts around here. It's just late under braking. I think she might have clipped the rear there, maybe.
Yeah,
certainly come very close to it.
Kind of a wee bit much speed in, and we can see the front tyres struggling to get grip on that long left-hander, just heading towards Dakar.
She was coming into that pretty hot, but she's giving it a bit of a push in here, isn't she?
Nicely over the jump, good landing, nice and straight, keeps the car straight, getting it slowed down now under braking, down the gears, into the left-hander at Cooper's and out through Stratos. And up that off-camber left-hander and through the timing beam and up to the finish line.
I think she's had a really
a good run.
It is a good run, 243.9, and she's had some real confidence-building years in her career, Aoife Raftery, heavily supported by Dirtfish, and she's been competing in America, doing well in America, as Travis Pastrana was really keen to tell us before he jumped in the car with her, and hopefully he's enjoyed the run alongside. And I believe that is the last car that we will be seeing on the rally stage today. It's been another hot day, hasn't it, out there, but hopefully a really enjoyable day for everyone who's attended the Goodwood Festival of Speed today. The sunshine's just been fantastic to have. We'd rather have this than rain, would we, any day of the week. This means we can have a lot of ice cream, cold drinks and enjoy it. And we've had incredible cars on display here in the paddock area and in action on the rally stage itself, and some great stories throughout the day today. The shootout was ferocious again at 3:30 today. We've seen Stig Blomqvist former WRC champion, presented with a cake for his 80th birthday today. Some wonderful messages from here in the paddock area and remotely from Ari Vatanen and Michelle Mouton coming in. So some great stories out there. Now, I do believe we have Tony Jardine on the ground, the man with a microphone for us this weekend. He's in a hot pursuit, let's say. He's going back to his journalist days where he's hunting down his prey. He's going to try and catch up, I believe, with either Aoife or Travis. So let's cross out there now. Let's keep quiet here and see what we can listen into.
There's no way. I was like 6 races like on the brakes now. Who does one fast? What is the lowest number? Which makes sense. Lowest number. Actually, 1 is kind of the fastest number.
Oh yeah, true. If you're not first, you're last.
All right, first time in a Rally 3. Completely different feel from the Subaru. Subaru, especially the limited car, like it's like flingable. Like this feels like a race car, it's a mini race car. So it's kind of cool. We got to do a back-to-back test. Really cool. Let's pull it all of you. You took off first couple corners.
Aoife, were you nervous with a multi-time American champion and stuntman alongside you?
Yeah, I was really nervous, but Travis is a great guy. He's a really good competitor. It was an absolute honour to have him in the car. It was really good fun. We had a good laugh on the stage, and he's as bad on the notes as I am, so I made up for it. But yeah, no, really enjoyed it. It was great.
Any tips from him, or was he just too busy making you laugh?
Making me laugh and just a bit of screaming at the start, but no, it was good. Yeah, we're competing in the American Rally Championship, and it's been a really good experience. And you know, he's such a genuinely nice guy, and it was just an incredible opportunity. So to have him in the car, and just thanks to Dirtfish as well, because they're the ones that made it happen. So.
But you know what? You were sitting in that piece of history there, that McRae car.
Yeah.
2 great friends, Travis Pastrana and Colin McRae, after all that time, and there you are navigating the great Pastrana. How did that feel?
Yeah, it's so hard to believe. It's absolutely incredible. I don't have enough words for it, because I never thought that would happen. It was so cool.
But a fabulous link, as you say, between your American driving in the championship there, the potential of the WRC event coming up, and Travis, who said that he's going to support you as much as he can.
Yeah, no, that means a lot, and the American Championship is definitely really improving this year. In the last few years, they're really putting in a massive effort, and if we have the likes of Travis in a WRC event in the USA, you know, that's incredible for rallying, and hopefully we see that happen.
Great to see you. you're still smiling.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. Thank you.
Wonderful scenes here as Aoife Raftery reacts to being, to driving for Travis Pastrana and being driven herself. Lovely scenes, Zap.
Yeah, no, it's really nice. You can see the honour and the pleasure that she's had in driving Travis Pastrana, and of course, you know, as he's done is promote herself, American rallying, Leah Block, and a name such as Travis just adds to everything. It looks like Tony may well have persuaded him to come over for a quick chat.
Yes, sir. How are you? Good, man. Of course.
After the bike speak, you know.
Very good to see you.
I'm running my Audi Ruby.
Let's see if Tony does grab a word. I don't know whether he's just loitering with intent or loitering. Let's find out.
We'll talk in a few seconds. I'm sorry. There you go, buddy.
Just quick form.
Of course, here, give me 2 seconds to do a quick interview, and I'll get it in 2 seconds.
Here we
Travis. Wow. Well, we spoke to you before you drove the McRae Legacy, and you were buzzing about that. And now you've been with this bright young prospect, Aoife Raftery, who's in the American Championship. She drove you. She said you were laughing all the way around.
It took me a couple of moments. Aoife is definitely, I mean, she's beating me in the U.S. Championship. She's doing absolutely unbelievable. Full, flat out, all the time. Love her commitment. A lot of the top girls in the sport, you know, they're like, oh, we're doing well. If she's not winning, she is, there's some exodus being said, and she wants it so bad. So it's cool. I knew when we took off that I was in trouble as a passenger, but I'm like, all right, here we go, buckle yourself in. And man, she drove absolutely fantastic. And then just for me to drive the McRae Legacy, just absolutely amazing experience.
But these two things are coming together now, because she's done so well in the American Championship, as you've said. You've got potentially WRC coming up as well, and your support is going to be so important.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, I think America, U.S. is finally ready for a WRC. You know, it's been a long time since the Olympus Rally had one back in the Group B days, you know, with John Buffum, and it's really cool. It's, you know, super unfortunate and sad with, you know, the passing of Ken Block, and that left a huge gap in kind of the top level and the sponsorship and everything. But from that, it opened up the U.S. Championship, where a lot of people that didn't compete, that were afraid that they weren't going to be competitive for the championship, got in. And now we have Toyota, we've got Subaru, we've got all these manufacturers, we've got all these amazing programs. You know, Dirtfish with the support with the women drivers, and Aoife coming over, and not good for a girl. She's a fantastic driver, and that was the first time I was actually able to sit in the car with her. I'm a really bad passenger, so I was just happy I didn't cry in the passenger seat or scream too loud, maybe a little at the beginning, but it's cool.
But finally, America knows about promotion and pizzazz. Do you think the American Rally Championship, having a WRC round, they can really give it the deserves to make it happen?
Yeah, I know WRC is looking into location, and I think that's going to be a big part of it. You know, depending on where they go, I know that we have huge following for U.S. Rally. It's a small community, but it is a diehard, is a committed community, and I feel like if you can get a few of these, you know, there's Brandon Semenuk is a driver that I'd love to see, you know, how well he can do, especially on, hopefully they go to some roads that we have maybe a little advantage on, that they've had, you know, some U.S. rallies on before. But either way, I would love to be there. I know Semenuk would love to be there. You know, we'll get a lot of the European contingent, and I'm looking forward to what we can do.
Travis, it's great to have you with us as ever. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
There we go. That's Travis Pastrana there. Wonderful, wonderful words from Travis. So great to hear from him. He's a complete inspiration, and great to see those scenes with Aoife Raftery. We look forward to seeing Travis more often here at Goodwood, because he is a true inspiration. Well, it's been a day out there, Zav, hasn't it? We have now come to a close. So thank you very much for everything today. Zav McCartan, you'll be back in action tomorrow, yes?
I will indeed. Thank you, Scott and Emily, and all our cameramen, all our production team, and if the marshals are still listening, thank you guys. Without you, it probably wouldn't happen.
It definitely wouldn't. That's us done for the day then, but we'll be back in action tomorrow for day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Forest Rally Stage. We'll see you then.